has taken control of the situation. The SDM and police rescue monitoring team are working with the army. 6 Indian Army rescue teams and army choppers are in action. In light of this, the yatra has been temporarily suspended.
साढ़े 5 बजे जो बादल फटे हैं उसमें हमारे साथ जो लोग आए थे वो भी कोई फंसे हुए हैं। मैं बाबा बरसानी से ये प्रार्थना कर रही हूँ कि ये वो जल्दी से बाहर निकले और ठीक हो जाए।
पंचरत्तरिनी बेस कैंप है वहाँ पर, तो बिल्कुल वेदर एकदम क्लियर था। मैं हेलीकॉप्टर से नीचे इधर आया 3:30-4 बजे। आने के बाद मेरे को जैसे ये न्यूज़ मालूम पड़ा 5 बजे कि ऊपर बादल फटा है, तो मैं एक्चुअली बहुत अभी तो कुछ नहीं था और इतनी देर में क्या हो गया। ये प्रशासन भी बहुत कार्यरत है और एक्शन लेके स्थिति पर जल्दी नियंत्रण पाए।
दिन 10 to 15 मिनट्स काफ़ी लोगों को वहाँ से निकाला गया, जिससे काफ़ी लोगों को हम बचा सके हैं, वहाँ पे निकाल सके हैं। काफ़ी सारे टेंट बह गए हैं, एग्जैक्ट नंबर मेरे पास अभी नहीं है, लेकिन तुरंत ही हमारी जो फोर्सेस थी उन्होंने अपना रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू कर दिया था। और अभी फिलहाल स्थिति यह है कि बारिश थोड़ी कम हो गई है पहले से, पानी का प्रवाह लेकिन अभी उतना ही है। कुछ पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, लेकिन फिलहाल हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कुछ लोगों को नदी से निकाला गया है बहते हुए। डाउन स्ट्रीम में भी चेक कर रहे हैं और कोशिश ये है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को बचाया जा सके।
Death toll in the Amarnath tragedy has now reached 16 and 16 bodies have been recovered so far in the Amarnath cave area. Now the top priority here for the relief and rescue operations is how these pilgrims who are at different locations and stations, base stations, they could be moved towards the native places as well as towards the Srinagar. This is the convoy of all those pilgrims who were on the way and who had returned yesterday late evening from Holy Amarnath cave are now on way towards the Srinagar. In fact, this is the whole scenario here in the Baltal, where you can see that how heavily it was raining yesterday evening after the cloudburst hit near the Holy Amarnath cave and in fact washed away many pitched tents in the area. So far what we are getting the information from the actual spot that still 30 to 40 people are believed missing, which are being located by different agencies including Army, NDRF, Indo-Tibetan Border Police and the police mountain rescue teams. In fact, the Amarnath Yatra since yesterday evening when this cloudburst occurred in the area has been suspended. No fresh pilgrims are being allowed neither from Srinagar nor from other base stations. Only the top priority is, the focus is to evacuate all those pilgrims who had been at different locations.
My colleague Ashravani is getting us more details on that big story, joining us right now live. A very good morning. Unfortunately, we have to begin, Ashraf, by talking about this horrific tragedy at Amarnath. I understand that 40 pilgrims are still missing and there is a fear that it's going to be difficult to rescue many people. Give us an idea about the current situation.
So yeah, I am on the spot here in the Baltal area of the Amarnath cave, which is the main rescue center where these rescue operations are being carried out. One bad news with now is that the weather has once again deteriorated in the whole area. It is raining here in Baltal and in the Holy Amarnath area cave. So these rains could hamper timely in the rescue operations. But so far, good news is that the most of the pilgrims who were stranded near the Holy Amarnath cave and in other base stations have been brought to Baltal and are being rescued in the box there you put on here. All the stranded pilgrims are being sent to Srinagar and to their native places in the vehicles which were available with them and were waiting for them. Also, the number of ambulances we can see ferrying here, bringing all those pilgrims who were on the way so that they could be evacuated to the safer locations. The authorities have now also suspended the internet services here in different locations of Amarnath Holy Cave, so that there could not put the wrong information are going in the different directions. Those could be but so far situation is fully under control. Team from Army and and Border Police, Jammu and Kashmir Police, mountain rescue team are on job. Also, the administration will hear almost all buildings who had been in the city of Amarnath have reached to the different places where they are being evacuated to the Srinagar and other locations. So the Yatra is
Yes, Ashraf. Ashraf, we'll come back to you again for more details on that. There's a bit of a problem with Ashraf's audio line as well. We'll try and fix that once again. Ashraf getting us all of those details from Amarnath. Incessant torrential rain is wreaking havoc across India. While the onset of the southwest monsoon, parts of the country are expected to receive heavy to very heavy rains. Heavy downpours continue in Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, Himachal. The weather agency has predicted rain to cover Gujarat and some parts of Delhi as well. Moderate to heavy rainfall has been reported in Hyderabad. Met Department has issued a red alert for Telangana. Parts of Telangana received heavy rainfall on Wednesday. 2 people were washed away in flash floods triggered by rains in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri district. A major anti-India hate plot has been uncovered. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia waged a cyber war against India over suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's remarks on Prophet Muhammad. Over 2,000 Indian websites, including that of the government, have been hacked into. There are screen grabs where hacker groups have called Muslim hackers worldwide to unite against India. Hackers have demanded an apology over Nupur's remarks and leaked her personal information, including where she stays. 2 hacker groups, Dragon Force Malaysia and Hacktivist Indonesia, are under the radar. Not just that, Thane Police website, Andhra Police website, Assam-based news channel were hacked. Indian officials have approached the Interpol to take legal action against them.
How it was decoded? So after the Nupur Sharma incident, there were 2 hacker groups who called upon all the Muslim hackers of the world to start a cyber war against India. These groups were Dragon Force of Malaysia and Hacktivist of Garuda of Indonesia. These 2 groups then started attacking a lot of government websites, and they were able to infiltrate many government, educational and industries website and leak a lot of data on dark web. For example, Andhra Police data of individual police persons was leaked. Then PAN card and Aadhaar card of several thousands of Indians had leaked online. Then Dish TV is a private company, its website was hacked. Then Times 8 Assam's channel. Just imagine during live channel, Pakistan's flag was shown on the channel's TV, and several messages by these hacker groups were shown. Similarly, Thane Police website was also hacked. So in response to such cyber aggression, what we did was completely different. It was basically not aggression by us, but what we did was to ethically hack 100 Malaysian websites and 70 Indonesian websites to show their vulnerabilities. And we have done this in coordination with the Malaysian government and Indonesian government. And we have ethically reported these bugs that are vulnerabilities to their government so that they can be patched. So it is like replying with peace against the war against us.
Filmmaker Leena has provoked yet again, and she remains defiant. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena said her Kali is queer and called her free-spirited. She's also called the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. Here is a detailed report.
Facing massive outrage, protest and multiple FIRs across India, filmmaker Leena provokes again. She remains defiant and combative. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena has said, "My Kali is queer. She is a free spirit. She spits at the patriarchy. Kali dismantles Hindutva." Leena, now based in Canada, termed the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. The latest defiant statement comes after she tweeted a picture of a man and woman dressed as Shiva and Parvati smoking. Meanwhile, trouble is mounting for the filmmaker in India. The Madhya Pradesh government has issued a lookout circular against Leena. Multiple FIRs have also been filed against her in India.
दिनांक 7 जुलाई 2022 को वादी मुकदमा श्री अनिरुद्ध जायसवाल पुत्र स्वर्गीय कालीशंकर जायसवाल निवासी थाना जूही कानपुर नगर ने लिखित तहरीर देकर फिल्म काली की फिल्म मेकर लीलामणि व अन्य उनके सहयोगियों के ऊपर कथित रूप से धार्मिक भावनाओं को अपमानित करने के संबंध में अभियोग पंजीकृत कराया।
The BJP has sought suspension of a Twitter account for allegedly insulting Hindu gods and goddesses. The microblogging site, while not acceding to the BJP's demand, has taken down Leena's post on Goddess Kali that shows the deity as smoking cigarettes. Bureau Report, India Today.
More news coming in. Elon Musk has sought to terminate the $44 billion Twitter deal. Musk says Twitter breached multiple provisions of deal. Twitter, meanwhile, has vowed legal fight to this termination. Twitter says it's going to sue Elon Musk to complete the $44 billion merger he just rejected and is confident that Twitter will be prevailing. So what's really going on? Musk says Twitter has breached provisions of the deal. Aishwarya is getting us more details on that story. Aishwarya Paliwal, this of course is a big U-turn really on the part of Elon Musk. Give us an idea about what really is going on.
Well, the question on everyone's mind for months was, will he do it, will he not do it? And now finally, it is Elon Musk who has pulled the plug on the $44 billion deal. When we talk about Elon Musk, he says that the company, which is Twitter, has breached multiple provisions of the merger agreement. On the other side, Twitter is now claiming that what Elon Musk is doing is not right, and the board is committed to closing the transaction on the price and the terms which was agreed upon by Mr. Elon Musk. So now we will see a prolonged legal battle take place between Elon Musk and Twitter. Now, initially also when Elon Musk had gone ahead and he had said, and he talked about the $44 billion deal, there were many speculations whether he will actually do it, whether he will not do it, and then we saw Elon Musk going ahead and asking Twitter for bots. He said that he would want to know how many bots were operating on Twitter. And then there was also which Elon Musk was coming with, and he was asking Twitter. Twitter then at those stages was also thinking that it is Elon Musk's way of delaying the deal, and now finally Elon Musk has pulled the plug. But let's be reassured, one thing that we will see is a prolonged legal battle between Twitter and Elon Musk.
Yes, absolutely. And this period of uncertainty for the employees of Twitter also, Aishwarya, continues. I'm thanking you for the moment. I'm going to come back to you for more on that in a bit from now. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, 67-year-old former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has been shot dead after being shot twice in the chest. We're getting you that story that has shocked the entire global community in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching. You are watching India Today.
Rishi Sunak was the first one to quit as Chancellor of the Exchequer. His action triggered an avalanche of resignations against Boris Johnson. Sunak, who is the son-in-law of Infosys founder Narayan Murthy, is believed to be one of the top contenders to be the next Prime Minister of the UK. Well, if that happens, he will be the first Indian origin man to be British Prime Minister.
He is Britain's son of soil and India's son-in-law. 42-year-old Rishi Sunak is the bookies' favourite to enter 10 Downing Street. Rishi has had a remarkable career both in the government and outside it. An education at Oxford and Stanford drove Sunak into the world of finance.
A few on earth is going on.
He worked with Goldman Sachs, co-founded an investment firm, and worked with companies in the Silicon Valley in California. Both his parents grew up in East Africa and migrated to Britain. His father was a doctor in the National Health Services, while his mother ran her own pharmacy. At Stanford, he met Akshata, daughter of Infosys co-founder N. Narayan Murthy and philanthropist Sudha Murthy, and the two were married in 2009 in California. With a combined net fortune of £730 million, the couple were ranked 222 in the Sunday Times Rich List 2022. Sunak's strong connect to his Indian roots was reflected when he took oath as a member of the House of Commons with his hand on the Bhagavad Gita. Appointed as Chancellor of the Exchequer, his rescue packages for economy during the COVID pandemic was viewed positively. But his image suffered a blow over his wife Akshata Murthy's non-domicile status, which allowed her not to pay the tax in the United Kingdom on her overseas income. He was also embroiled in the Partygate controversy for flouting lockdown rules during the COVID pandemic with former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. If he does become the Prime Minister of Britain, then Rishi Sunak will be the first person of Indian or even Asian origin to hold this prestigious position. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that report, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, we're getting you details of this horrific story that we're reporting on. 67-year-old former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe shot dead after being shot twice in the chest. From Brexit to exit, it's game over for Boris Johnson. What happens in the UK after Boris Johnson? India Today's Rahul Kanwal caught up with the Financial Times chief economics commentator Martin Wolf.
What do you think was the last straw? Because from what Boris Johnson had been saying in public, he was a man who was refusing to step down. No matter what the scandal, what the controversy, he wanted to bash on regardless. What do you think took Bojo down?
Well, I think it's reasonably clear and surprising in a way. There's been a long series of what might seem individually minor scandals. And in each of them, the Prime Minister has been caught breaking the rules or lying, sometimes even to the House. And the last one was a scandal concerning somebody called Pincher, Mr. Pincher, who was one of the senior whips, who turns out to have been both a drunkard and a sexual harasser of men, apparently. And Boris Johnson knew this about him, but appointed him anyway. And when it came out, he seems to have lied about his knowing about it, and that then came out. And I think for many senior cabinet ministers, That was just too much. They just swallowed too many lies, and they felt this was going to go on and on and on. And so Rishi Sunak, our Chancellor, and Sajid Javid particularly, who's our Health Secretary, together resigned, and that really started off the run which we've seen. And what made Boris have to resign is quite simply that he ran out of ministers. So many ministers, and above all junior ministers, resigned, as well as senior ministers, that he couldn't really run a government anymore. Well, if you can't run a government, then you can't be prime minister. And behind all this, of course, is the Conservative Party's concern, always dominant, that Mr. Johnson had become a liability in politics, that he was going to lose the next general election, as he'd lost recent by-elections, so they had to get rid of him in favor of somebody else. And the Conservative Party has done this very often. It's not very surprising or new.
What's your sense of Bojo's popularity? Because there's been so much comparison between Boris Johnson and Donald Trump in the United States. And in the end, we saw when Trump went to the polls, he lost by a whisker. Do you think Boris Johnson's popularity at this moment in the UK has crashed so much that he led his party to an electoral debacle? Or does he still have some traction on the ground?
Well, nobody knows what would happen, and we'll now never know because we won't have that general election. I wouldn't say that Trump lost by a whisker. I would say that Trump said he won, but he really lost pretty decisively, I think by 7 or 8 million votes, if I remember correctly. What would have happened if Boris Johnson had been leading his party into a general election sometime hence? Nobody will now ever know. What is certain is his party was well behind in the polls. The approval ratings for him in the polls were very low. He clearly, on that basis, lost popularity. The Conservatives had experienced debacle in recent by-elections, and the Conservative members of Parliament, particularly those elected in marginal seats in former Labour constituencies, but also others, began to be concerned that it would be a debacle. And the belief is enough to get rid of the Prime Minister. Remember, the Prime Minister is not an elected head of state like the US President. He's just the head of the government. And to be the head of the government, he has to control his party in Parliament. And if he doesn't have the confidence of his party, he's finished.
Former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's assassination has shocked the world. Abe succumbed to injuries hours after he was shot at twice with a shotgun while delivering a speech in the city of Nara. Here is a detailed report.
Just like any other day, Shinzo Abe was on the street addressing a rally in support of his party candidate. It was 11:30 in the morning and a crowd had gathered to hear Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister speak. Abe had just started speaking when shots rang out. This was the moment when the attack occurred in the western city of Nara. Abe collapsed after being hit by 2 bullets. He lay on the ground, his shirt blood-stained from the wounds on his neck and chest.
He was making his speech, and from behind, a man approached. And we were watching from above, and the first shot was just like a bazooka-like, toy-like gun. And nobody collapsed. He was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder, and we could see the smoke coming out. It was the same gun, yes. And after the first shot, he kind of went back. And with the second shot, Mr. Abe collapsed.
Medics realized that Abe was critical. As medivans airlifted him to the Nara Medical University, there were no vital signs. At 5 p.m., the hospital announced that Abe had died.
Former Prime Minister Abe, he has been transferred to hospital 12:20 on arrival. He has had no vital signs. And we conduct resuscitation measures. However, unfortunately, 5 p.m., he has passed away.
Immediately after the firing, a 41-year-old man was tackled to the ground and arrested. Tetsuya Yamagami confessed to firing at Shinzo Abe. He said he had shot to kill the former prime minister. Japanese media said Yamagami was a former member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. The attack on Abe stunned Japan, a nation with very stringent gun laws. More so, as political assassination are very, very rare in Japan.
It is barbaric and malicious, and it cannot be tolerated. We will do everything we can. I would like to use the most extreme words available to condemn this act.
The assassination of a very popular Japanese Prime Minister shocked the world. Prime Minister Modi fondly remembered his association with Abe and recalled how he had been an outstanding global leader. Prime Minister Modi also announced one-day national mourning in India to honor Shinzo Abe, who he called a dear friend of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, the report brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Wedding bells again for Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. 6 years after divorce, Bhagwant Mann married Dr. Gurpreet Kaur in a close private affair in Chandigarh. This was his second wedding. Who is Dr. Gurpreet Kaur? 32 years old Gurpreet hails from a village in Pehowa area of Haryana's Kurukshetra. She is the youngest of the three sisters in her family. Gurpreet Kaur, whose nickname is Gopi, completed her MBBS from Maharishi Markandeshwar University 4 years ago. She is a practicing doctor and lives in Mohali with her family. Her father, Inderjeet Singh Nath, is a farmer. As per media reports, he had previously worked as the Sarpanch of Madanpur village. Her mother is a homemaker. Gurpreet's uncle, in fact, Gurjinder Singh Nath, is a member of the Aam Aadmi Party. Nath had said that there were talks of marriage in the family for about 2 years. Bhagwant Mann's mother and sister chose Gurpreet to be Mann's bride-to-be. In fact, Gurpreet and Mann's families have known each other for at least 4 years as per sources. Apart from close family members, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and AAP leader Raghav Chadha also attended the wedding in Chandigarh. Bhagwant Mann's first marriage was with Inderpreet Kaur. They divorced almost 6 years ago. In 2015, Bhagwant Mann and his first wife Inderpreet Kaur filed for divorce with mutual consent in court. The comedian turned politician Bhagwant Mann entered politics in 2011. In 2014, he became an MP from Sangrur on an AAP ticket. His first wife, Inderpreet Kaur, was present with him during the campaigning for 2014 Lok Sabha elections. Mann also won the election from Sangrur in 2019. In 2022, he took oath as the Chief Minister of Punjab. Bhagwant Mann's son, Dilshan Mann, is 17 years old and daughter Sirat Kaur Mann is 21 years old. Both of them live with their mother, Inderpreet Kaur, in the United States. They visited India in March this year to attend their father's swearing-in ceremony as the Chief Minister of Punjab. In fact, Mann's argument in his divorce application was that he wanted divorce because he wanted to focus on politics. Bhagwant Mann had said that he is unable to give his family any time because of politics. After the divorce, he wrote a post on social media. He said that he chose Punjab over his family. He is separating from his wife for politics. On the other hand, Bhagwant Mann's then-wife Inderpreet Kaur in her divorce application had said and given conditions that if Bhagwant Mann leaves India, shifts to California and leaves politics, then she...
The assassination of former Prime Minister of Japan Shinzo Abe has shocked the world. He was in Nara, a prefecture close to Kyoto. The former Japanese Prime Minister was campaigning for a candidate for elections to the upper house, elections to be held on Sunday. He just started addressing the rally there, and this is the time when the assassin, hiding in plain sight, wearing a grey t-shirt and brown
cargo trousers crept up close to him and fired from close quarters. He fired twice, and the former Japanese Prime Minister succumbed to his injuries in hospital.
Just like any other day, Shinzo Abe was on the street addressing a rally in support of his party candidate. It was 11:30 in the morning and a crowd had gathered to hear Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister speak. Abe had just started speaking when shots rang out. This was the moment when the attack occurred in the western city of Nara. Abe collapsed after being hit by 2 bullets. He lay on the ground, his shirt blood-stained from the wounds on his neck and chest.
He was making his speech, and from behind, a man approached. And we were watching from above, and the first shot was just like a bazooka, like toy-like gun. And nobody collapsed. He was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder, and we could see the smoke coming out. It was the same gun, yes. And after the first shot, he kind of went back, and with the second shot, Mr. Abe collapsed.
Medics realized that Abe was critical. As medivans airlifted him to the Nara Medical University, there were no vital signs. At 5 p.m., the hospital announced that Abe had died.
Former Prime Minister Abe, he has been transferred to hospital 12:20. On arrival, he has had no vital signs. And we conduct resuscitation measures. However, unfortunately, 5 p.m., he has passed away.
Immediately after the firing, a 41-year-old man was tackled to the ground and arrested. Tetsuya Yamagami confessed to firing at Shinzo Abe. He said he had shot to kill the former Prime Minister. Japanese media said Yamagami was a former member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. The attack on Abe stunned Japan, a nation with very stringent gun laws. More so, as political assassination are very, very rare in Japan.
It is barbaric and malicious, and it cannot be tolerated. We will do everything we can. I would like to use the most extreme words available to condemn this act.
The assassination of a very popular Japanese Prime Minister shocked the world. Prime Minister Modi fondly remembered his association with Abe and recalled how he had been an outstanding global leader. Prime Minister Modi also announced one-day national mourning in India to honor Shinzo Abe, who he called a dear friend of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's assassin was hiding in plain sight. He stood not far from where the former Japanese Prime Minister was. He listened to his speech for a short while. He came prepared to assassinate him. Later, he told the police he aimed to kill. He came close to the former Japanese Prime Minister. He had a country-made shotgun, a sawed-off shotgun. Now, some reports seem to indicate that this weapon perhaps was a 3D creation at home. He used it with deadly precision, killing the former Japanese Prime Minister on spot.
Moments before former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe is shot dead, the assassin can be seen lurking in the background. Tetsuya Yamagami, the man identified as the shooter by the police, wearing a grey t-shirt and beige trousers, is seen in multiple videos from the scene, waiting for an opportune moment to take the shot. After Abe bowed to greet the people who had assembled for the election rally and started speaking, Yamagami pulled the trigger, leaving the crowds shell-shocked. According to eyewitnesses quoted by Japanese media, Yamagami after firing the shots, laid down the gun and did not try to escape.
He was making his speech, and from behind, a man approached. And we were watching from above, and the first shot was just like a bazooka-like, toy-like gun. And nobody collapsed. He was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder, and we could see the smoke coming out.
Police say Yamagami, a 41-year-old from Nara City in western Japan, was a former member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. The gun he used was apparently a homemade or modified shotgun. Yamagami, according to police sources, revealed that he shot with the intention to kill Abe. The assassination of the former Prime Minister has stunned Japan, a country with one of the lowest gun crime rates and stringent gun laws in the world. Civilians in Japan are permitted to buy only air guns. Several medical tests and background checks are conducted before allotting a license to any civilian in the country. How Yamagami managed to sneak a gun through the rally venue will be a matter of investigation. Questions will also be raised on the lack of security at a former Prime Minister's rally. Bureau Report, India Today.
The large number of youngsters who were present at the spot where former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was shot dead is an indicator about his popularity. He was the longest serving Prime Minister of Japan from 2012 to 2020, and he could have continued even longer, but his health did not permit. So why was he so popular? Well, Abenomics, something about Shinzo Abe's economics to encourage more jobs in the country, to give youngsters more opportunities, to revive the economy, to make it grow further. On security, he was very, very strong on national security. In fact, the Quad, India, Japan, the United States of America and Australia, the Quad was his baby, his brainchild, and he ensured that Quad became what it is today, intending to become stronger in the years and times ahead.
Shinzo Abe shot at in broad daylight during a public rally. Abe was shot at twice by a shooter while he was speaking. Shinzo Abe has been the longest serving Prime Minister of Japan, and his tenure was marked with several highs for his country and diplomatically as well. Shinzo hails from the prominent political Abe family of Japan. Two members of the Abe family before Shinzo served as the Prime Ministers of Japan. So it was only a matter of time before he too entered politics. Born on September 21st, 1954, Shinzo graduated from the Seikei University in Tokyo in 1977. Abe then moved to the United States, where he studied political science at the University of Southern California. He returned to his homeland after 2 years and joined Japan's leading steel manufacturer, Kobe Steel. Subsequently, he became active in the Liberal Democratic Party. In 1982, he began working as secretary to his father, Abe Shintaro, who was Japan's foreign minister. And that kicked off Shinzo Abe's tryst with politics. He was elected to the House of Representatives 9 times, first time in 1993. He also served as Chief Cabinet Secretary. Abe was first elected as Prime Minister in December 2006, but his tenure lasted only for 1 year. He resigned due to illness. But after a landslide victory in the lower house in 2012, he returned to serve as the nation's Prime Minister. On August 24, 2020, Abe became Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister by the number of consecutive days in office. The key highlights of Abe's second tenure was Abenomics, an ambitious economic program intended to stimulate the long, moribund Japanese economy. Several measures were taken under the scheme to uplift the reeling economy, including rise in inflation rate, allowing the value of the yen to fall against the US dollar and other foreign currencies, increase in money supply and government spending on major public works projects. Abe's economic program seemed to be working initially, but soon enough the economy hit rock bottom. the country fell into recession in 2014, and Abe's approval ratings plummeted. He decided to dissolve the lower house and call for snap parliamentary elections. Abe and the Liberal Democratic Party won by a large margin, ensuring that he would retain the Prime Minister's office, but voters expressed little enthusiasm for the polling, turning out in record low numbers. Shinzo Abe stepped down from PM post in 2020 due to his ailing health and has since focused on strengthening his party. The youngest Japan Prime Minister since World War II, the longest-serving Prime Minister in Japan, Shinzo Abe was the Prime Minister who left an indelible mark in Japanese politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
India and Japan have traditionally had strong ties. Of course, it's been through its ups and downs. Shinzo Abe's grandfather was a guest in 1957. He was at the Red Fort, and this was in the times of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. India's ties with Japan, with Shinzo Abe, grew when Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister of India in 2006-07. When he was Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe had come. Even then, he was the chief guest at the Republic Day parade in one tenure. And of course, when Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister of India in 2014, this relationship was taken altogether to newer heights. Not just in the field of defense and strategy, also economy, people-to-people contact, the Kashi-Kyoto link, the bullet train, all of that and much more.
One of the most significant events on Indian calendar, and Shinzo Abe becomes the first Japanese Prime Minister to attend it as a chief guest. The visit clinched an ever closer relationship between Asia's second and third largest economies. More so at a time when tensions ran high between Japan and China with their territorial disputes in the East China Sea. And when Chinese incursions in Ladakh and Arunachal a year before had soured India-China ties. And these hugs cemented the friendship. A slew of agreements marked Abe's visit to India a year after the BJP took power at the centre, 16 of them ranging from infrastructure, defence, technology to peaceful use of nuclear energy. As a special gesture, India announced a visit on arrival scheme for all Japanese travellers. On track to realize Prime Minister Modi's vision of a new India, India's first high-speed rail project was founded during Abe's next visit 2 years later. Japan extended technical and financial assistance for running a bullet train between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. It was during Abe's term when India and Japan upgraded their relationship to a special strategic and global partnership. In a 2007 book, Abe envisioned Japan's ties with India would overtake its relations with the United States. The evolution of a broad-based partnership, a broader convergence of economic and strategic goals in geopolitics. Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today spoke to Dr. Nancy Snow, an Abe Fellow and Fulbright Scholar. Here's what she said about Shinzo Abe as a person, an individual, and a political leader who led Japan, was the longest-serving Prime Minister of Japan.
You know, the whole world, especially in India, deeply shocked at what happened in Japan, especially given the close relationship between Prime Minister Modi and Shinzo Abe. Japan's not a country known for gun crimes. You know, if this happens in the US, it's in the news often enough. People don't like what's happening, but they just think that, okay, that's just the way things are in the US. This doesn't typically happen in a country as ordinarily peaceful as Japan. Your thoughts at the beginning of what we've seen so far and how history will remember Shinzo Abe?
Well, history will remember Shinzo Abe, I think, quite favorably, even though he was at times controversial. He was conservative, but a great global leader. He forged very personal relations with other heads of state, notably Trump and Modi. He was able to really maneuver along with different personalities, and this worked to Japan's favor. He also instituted a number of policies, the well-known Abenomics, the very catchy term, Womenomics, as an offshoot of that. And he put in regulations to devalue the yen, not as devalued as it is now, but to a point that it brought in a lot of outside visitors, international tourists, raised the number of international students to 300,000, well over 300,000 by December 2019. And then he managed, of course, the beginning of COVID-19 until he had to step down before the opening ceremony of the postponed Tokyo Olympics. But Abe, too, was able to garner the Summer Olympics, Tokyo 2020 Paralympics, and Olympic Games. So I think we're just coming to terms now with this terrible, violent act, this disruption to the social cohesion that is Japan. And that is a culture which is just so offended by a gun culture. That's not Japan to the Japanese. So very few people would even desire to have a gun. And of course, we know already it's very difficult to get a gun there. You have to be a hunter, it has to have a specific use. There's a very extensive background check. They look into your history of violence. Your home is checked once a year to show that you know how to use it, et cetera, et cetera. This type of invasiveness from the government to a person with a firearm would be seen as a violation of privacy, really, in the United States. We wouldn't want all that intrusion, or most Americans wouldn't. But we're a different culture, and the Japanese culture is very different again. They put much more onus on social cohesion, a social contract, that you respect other people, that you don't disrupt, that you don't stick out too much. And so for this to happen, whatever this gunman was thinking, madman as he's being cast, he's not making much sense about his motives.
A lot of people, in fact, are wondering about that question, of all the prime ministers of Japan in contemporary history, what is it that makes Shinzo Abe stand out? Why is it that there is so much commentary suggesting that he's a once-in-a-generation politician? And secondly, what is it about his politics that led him to be targeted in this fashion? Is there anything that you're being able to join and piece together?
Well, not quite yet, and I wouldn't want to speculate, but there's no question Abe really spoke his mind. He was an author, he was a great speech maker, he marketed foreign policy, he was very outspoken about revising Japan's peace constitution. I was often critical of some of his proposed changes. I thought he went too far, but I was never critical of him as a leader. He was a very charismatic leader, and he was continuing to be a leader for Japan. He also really was the architect of the idea of the Quad, the Quadriennial Security Dialogue, what we call the Quad. We just had that meeting in Tokyo. I actually was interviewed by Indian TV during that period, and I believe the moderator was able to get a sit-down interview with Shinzo Abe, which I watched with much interest. So I knew that he was still out there making his voice heard. He spoke recently in support of Taiwan. He was not a neutral figure. He was a very, very strongly identified figure with protecting Japan's dignity, with looking back on Japan's history, giving people a sense of patriotism as Japanese. And not everyone really favored that. But again, you have to separate his leadership qualities from policies with which we might disagree. And in a free and open society where there's dignity, there's civic discourse, there's respectability, you don't take out your grievances violently against a political figure like a Shinzo Abe. So tragically, we will now look at his legacy in the light of having been politically assassinated. From what we can see, this man was also obviously mentally unwell, but he may have had some political agenda because he did have the background in the self-defense forces, in the Marine side, or maritime side, like the Navy of Japan. But we don't really know too much about him because we're all still in shock about Abe's death. It was just a few hours ago that the doctor spoke about his death.
This is deeply disturbing. The story resonating globally. Dr. Snow, for joining us with your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. India Today. I'm Amarnath Cloudburst. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV and Sneha Moldani. Let's get you the headlines this Saturday morning first. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath. 16 dead. Over 48 have been severely injured after cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents have been washed away. Southwest monsoon rains continue to wreak havoc across India. Heavy downpours continue in parts of Karnataka, Maharashtra, Goa, Himachal Pradesh. India Today uncovers a massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage a cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's Prophet Muhammad remarks. Indian officials approach the Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes yet again. Says my Kali is queer. Free-spirited, slams Hindutva, saying my Kali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs have been filed against her in India. Top focus at this hour. Big tragedy has struck the Amarnath Yatra in Jammu and Kashmir on Friday. 16 people are dead. 40 are missing after a cloudburst triggered flash floods at the base camp. Cloudburst has damaged 25 tents, 3 community kitchens where pilgrims are served food. NDRF and ITBP have been deployed for rescue work. 6 pilgrims have been evacuated is what we know. The army has taken control with the SDM and police rescue mountaineering team. Medical teams are present at the helipad. 6 Indian Army rescue teams and army choppers are in action to aid the yatris in cloudburst affected areas. In light of this tragedy, the yatra has been suspended.
That toll in the Amarnath tragedy has now reached 16 and 16 bodies have been recovered so far in the Amarnath cave area. Now the top priority here for the relief and rescue operation is how these pilgrims who are at different locations and stations, base stations, they could be moved towards the native places as well as towards the Srinagar. This is the convoy of all those pilgrims who were on the way and who had returned yesterday late evening from Holy Amarnath cave are now on way towards the Srinagar. In fact, this is the whole scenario here in the Baltal, where you can see that how heavily it was raining yesterday evening after the cloud burst hit near the Holy Amarnath cave and in fact washed it away many pitched tents in the area. So far what we are getting the information from the actual spot that still 30 to 40 people are believed missing, which are being located by different agencies including Army, NDRF, Indo-Tibetan Border Police and the police mountain rescue teams. In fact, the Amarnath Yatra since yesterday evening when this cloud burst occurred in the area has been suspended. No fresh pilgrims are being allowed neither from Srinagar nor from other base stations. Only the top priority is, the focus is to evacuate all those pilgrims who had been at different locations. आप अपना नाम बताइए कहाँ
मेरा नाम है ड्यूक राय, वेस्ट बंगाल।
एक सेकंड, क्या आपका नाम?
ड्यूक राय, DUKE।
अच्छा, तो कहाँ पर थे आप उस वक्त?
हम गुम्बा में दर्शन करके निकल रहे थे।
अच्छा।
और मेरा दोस्त लोग टेंट में था।
अच्छा,
जस्ट निकलेंगे, मैंने शर्ट उट पहन रहे थे। तब एक तो मैंने पानी सिर्फ आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हो रहा था, फिर पानी जोर से आया, फिर एक तो धमाका हुआ, मैंने जोर से बिजली चमक, फिर छोटा छोटा पत्थर गिरने लगा, तो टेंट वाला बोला भागो भागो भागो, तो हम लोग भी दौड़ गया, भाग दौड़ हो गया। फिर देखा बड़ा एक तो पत्थर आया, एक तो दो तो टेंट का लेकर चल गया।
फिर रात पर आप चले यहाँ तक पहुँचे?
हाँ चले, हम लोग यहाँ पहुँचे।
यहाँ पहुँचे, कितने सहमे हुए लोग, कितनी कैजुअलिटी हुई होगी, कितने मिसिंग है आपके अंदाजे?
मेरा ही तो 10 बंदे गायब है।
हम तो सर बालटाल में थे, पर 15 साल बराबर जा रहे हैं। साइन बोर्ड की बहुत बड़ी कमी है, साइन बोर्ड को इस पे ध्यान देना चाहिए, नहीं इसको रद्द करके आर्मी को साइन बोर्ड बनाना चाहिए, उसमें सब आर्मी बंदे करना चाहिए। इनका कोई बंदा यहाँ रहता ही नहीं है, कोई तकलीफ है किसी यात्री को कोई बताने वाला है नहीं है, भटकाते हैं यहाँ पे लोग, कश्मीरी से भटकाते हैं लोगों को, परेशान करते हैं। इनका बोर्ड होना चाहिए कि एक ऑफिस होना चाहिए, वहाँ पे आदमी बताए कि क्या करना क्या नहीं करना, किस यात्री को कहाँ परेशानी है, कहाँ जाना है, क्या करना है, सुविधा देना चाहिए। केवल ये लोग पैसा फर्जी लेके जेब भरते अपनी अपना भर रहे हो, कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं। ये सब पूरी साइन बोर्ड कमी है, पूरी ज्यादा।
There was a NDRF team deployed at the Holy Cave itself since the beginning of the yatra, so that team was very close to the incident site and that got involved immediately in the relief work. Two other teams which are close by, Barari Marg and Panchsarni, also were immediately dispatched to start assisting in the rescue work. And along with us, there is a good strength of ITBP, Jammu and Kashmir Police and Indian Army, which is also assisting in the rescue work. So we hope that we'll be able to rescue a lot of people out of this incident.
Within 10 to 15 minutes काफ़ी लोगों को वहाँ से निकाला गया, जिससे काफ़ी लोगों को हम बचा सके हैं, वहाँ पे निकाल सके हैं। काफ़ी सारे टेंट बह गए हैं, एग्जैक्ट नंबर मेरे पास अभी नहीं है, लेकिन तुरंत ही हमारी जो फोर्सेस थी उन्होंने अपना रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू कर दिया था। और अभी फिलहाल स्थिति यह है कि बारिश थोड़ी कम हो गई है पहले से, पानी का प्रवाह लेकिन अभी उतना ही है। कुछ पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, लेकिन फिलहाल हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कुछ लोगों को नदी से निकाला गया है बहते हुए। डाउनस्ट्रीम में भी चेक कर रहे हैं और कोशिश ये है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को
A major anti-India hate plot has been uncovered. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia waged a cyber war against India over suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's remarks on Prophet Muhammad. Over 2,000 Indian websites, including that of the government, have been hacked into. There are screen grabs where these hacker groups have called Muslim hackers worldwide to unite against India. Hackers have demanded an apology over Nupur's remarks and leaked her personal information, including her residence details online. Two hacker groups, Dragon Force Malaysia and Hacktivist Indonesia, are under the radar. The Thane police website, the Andhra police website and an Assam-based news channel have been hacked. Indian officials have approached the Interpol to take action against the hackers.
How it was decoded? So after the Nupur Sharma incident, there were two hacker groups who called upon all the Muslim hackers of the world to start a cyber war against India. These groups were Dragon Force of Malaysia and Hacktivist of Garuda of Indonesia. These two groups then started attacking a lot of government websites, and they were able to infiltrate many government, educational and industries website and leak a lot of data on dark web. For example, Andhra police data of individual police persons was leaked. Then PAN card and Aadhaar card of several thousands of Indians had leaked online. Then Dish TV is a private company, its website was hacked. Then Times 8 Assam's channel. Just imagine during live channel, Pakistan's flag was shown on the channel's TV, and several messages by these hacker groups were shown. Similarly, Thane police website was also hacked. So in response to such cyber aggression, what we did was completely different. It was basically not aggression by us, but what we did was to ethically hack 100 Malaysian websites and 70 Indonesian websites to show their vulnerabilities And we have done this in coordination with the Malaysian government and Indonesian government. And we have ethically reported these bugs that are vulnerabilities to their government so that they can be patched. So it is like replying with peace against the war against us.
A major anti-India hate plot has been uncovered by hackers in Malaysia and Indonesia waged a cyber war against India. This is about Nupur Sharma's controversial statements on Prophet Muhammad. Now over 2,000 Indian websites, including that of the government, have been allegedly hacked into. In these screen grabs, these hacker groups have called Muslim hackers worldwide to unite against India. Hackers have demanded an apology over her remarks and leaked Nupur Sharma's personal information, including where she stays. Two hacker groups, Dragon Force Malaysia and Hacktivist Indonesia, are under the radar. Not just that, Thane Police website, Andhra Police website and Assam-based news channel have been hacked by these groups. Indian officials have approached the Interpol to take legal action against the hackers and have also issued a lookout circular against these suspects. Filmmaker Leena has provoked yet again and she remains defiant. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena said her Kali is queer and called her free-spirited. She's also called the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. Here is a detailed report.
Facing massive outrage, protest and multiple FIRs across India, filmmaker Leena provokes again. She remains defiant and combative. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena has said, "My Kali is queer. She's a free spirit. She spits at the patriarchy. Kali dismantles Hindutva." Leena, now based in Canada, termed the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. The latest defiant statement comes after she tweeted a picture of a man and woman dressed as Shiva and Parvati smoking. Meanwhile, trouble is mounting for the filmmaker in India. The Madhya Pradesh government has issued a lookout circular against Leena. Multiple FIRs have also been filed against her in India.
दिनांक 7 जुलाई 2022 को वादी मुकदमा श्री अनिरुद्ध जायसवाल पुत्र स्वर्गीय काली शंकर जायसवाल निवासी थाना जूही कानपुर नगर ने लिखित तहरीर देकर फिल्म काली की फिल्म मेकर लीलामणि व अन्य उनके सहयोगियों के ऊपर कथित रूप से धार्मिक भावनाओं को अपमानित करने के संबंध में अभियोग पंजीकृत कराया।
The BJP has sought suspension of a Twitter account for allegedly insulting Hindu gods and goddesses. The microblogging site, while not acceding to the BJP's demand, has taken down Leena's post on Goddess Kali that shows the deity as smoking cigarettes. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Elon Musk, the world's richest person, has terminated his $44 billion deal to buy Twitter. Musk ended the deal citing breach in merger agreement by Twitter. Twitter shares have fallen 6% in extended trading after he announced he would terminate the deal. Twitter says it will sue Elon Musk to complete the $44 billion merger he rejected. Musk clinched a deal for Twitter in April, but then put it on hold until the company proved that spam bots accounted for less than 5% of its total users. Musk likely faces a protracted legal tussle with Twitter. The terms of the deal require him to pay $1 billion breakup fee if he does not complete the transaction. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, 67-year-old former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has been shot dead after being shot twice in the chest. We're getting to that story in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Have you heard about light pollution? Yes, lights can cause pollution. In Paris, at the end of 18th century, only half of the city's street lights were lit at night during the full moon. The reason was economical rather than environmental. Initially seen as inconvenient, nowadays light pollution or photo pollution has become a major concern. As soon as the night falls, urban areas are engulfed by a halogen halo as streets and buildings are artificially lit up, blotting out stars. The phenomena has massively increased during the past 20 years. Much of the Earth is now visible from space at night. Light pollution poses several different problems. Artificial light attracts millions of insects, preventing them from providing a food source for birds and disrupting the food chain. It also causes disorientation of migrating birds who navigate using the stars. Artificial light can also interrupt the life cycles of trees. Those lit up at night tend to lose their leaves later. Humans can also be affected with problems like sleeping and concentrating. Some surveys have even linked long-term exposure to strong artificial light with cancer. Directing light towards the sky or at a building facade instead of the ground is also a huge waste of energy.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Rishi Sunak was the first one to quit as Chancellor of the Exchequer. His action triggered an avalanche of resignations against Boris Johnson. Sunak, who is the son-in-law of Infosys founder Narayan Murthy, is believed to be one of the top contenders to be the next Prime Minister of the UK. Well, if that happens, he will be the first Indian origin man to be British Prime Minister.
He is Britain's son of soil and India's son-in-law. 42-year-old Rishi Sunak is the bookies' favourite to enter 10 Downing Street. Rishi has had a remarkable career both in the government and outside it. An education at Oxford and Stanford drove Sunak into the world of finance.
Few on earth is going on.
He worked with Goldman Sachs, co-founded an investment firm, and worked with companies in the Silicon Valley in California. Both his parents grew up in East Africa and migrated to Britain. His father was a doctor in the National Health Services, while his mother ran her own pharmacy. At Stanford, he met Akshata, daughter of Infosys co-founder N. Narayan Murthy and philanthropist Sudha Murthy, and the two were married in 2009 in California. With a combined net fortune of £730 million, the couple were ranked 222 in the Sunday Times Rich List 2022. Sunak's strong connect to his Indian roots was reflected when he took oath as a member of the House of Commons with his hand on the Bhagavad Gita. Appointed as Chancellor of the Exchequer, his rescue packages for economy during the COVID pandemic was viewed positively. But his image suffered a blow over his wife Akshata Murthy's non-domicile status, which allowed her not to pay the tax in the United Kingdom on her overseas income. He was also embroiled in the Partygate controversy for flouting lockdown rules during the COVID pandemic with former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. If he does become the Prime Minister of Britain, then Rishi Sunak will be the first person of Indian or even Asian origin to hold this prestigious position. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now staying with the UK, from Brexit to exit, it's game over for Boris Johnson. What happens in UK after Boris Johnson? India Today's Rahul Kanwal caught up with the Financial Times chief economics commentator, Martin Wolf.
What do you think was the last straw? Because from what Boris Johnson had been saying in public, he was a man who was refusing to step down. No matter what the scandal, what the controversy, he wanted to bash on regardless. What do you think took Bojo down?
Well, I think it's reasonably clear and surprising in a way. There's been a long series of what might seem individually minor scandals. And in each of them, the Prime Minister has been caught breaking the rules or lying, sometimes even to the House. And the last one was a scandal concerning somebody called Pincher, Mr. Pincher, who was one of the senior whips, who turns out to have been both a drunkard and a sexual harasser of men, apparently. And Boris Johnson knew this about him, but appointed him anyway. And when it came out, he seems to have lied about his knowing about it, and that then came out. And I think for many senior cabinet ministers, that was just too much. They just swallowed too many lies, and they felt this was going to go on and on and on. And so Rishi Sunak, our Chancellor, and Sajid Javid particularly, who's our Health Secretary, together resigned, and that really started off the run which we've seen. And what made Boris have to resign is quite simply that he ran out of ministers. So many ministers, and above all junior ministers, resigned, as well as senior ministers, that he couldn't really run a government anymore. Well, if you can't run a government, then you can't be Prime Minister. And behind all this, of course, is the Conservative Party's concern, always dominant, that Mr. Johnson had become a liability in politics, that he was going to lose the next general election, as he'd lost recent by-elections. So they had to get rid of him in favor of somebody else. And the Conservative Party has done this very often. It's not very surprising or new.
What's your sense of Bojo's popularity? Because there's been so much comparison between Boris Johnson and Donald Trump in the United States. And in the end, we saw when Trump went to the polls, he lost by a whisker. Do you think Boris Johnson's popularity at this moment in the UK has crashed so much that he has led his party to an electoral debacle? Or does he still have some traction on the ground?
Well, nobody knows what would happen, and we'll now never know because we won't have that general election. I wouldn't say that Trump lost by a whisker. I would say that Trump said he won, but he really lost pretty decisively, I think by 7 or 8 million votes, if I remember correctly. What would have happened if Boris Johnson had been leading his party into a general election sometime hence? Nobody will now ever know. What is certain is his party was well behind in the polls. The approval ratings for him in the polls were very low. He clearly, on that basis, lost popularity. The Conservatives had experienced debacle in recent by-elections, and the Conservative members of Parliament, particularly those elected in marginal seats in former Labour constituencies, but also others, began to be concerned that it would be a debacle. And the belief is enough to get rid of the Prime Minister. Remember, the Prime Minister is not an elected head of state like the US President. He's just the head of the government. And to be the head of the government, he has to control his party in Parliament. And if he doesn't have the confidence of his party, he's finished.
Shinzo Abe was a friend to reckon with on the global stage. India-Japan friendship blossomed under his tenure as Japanese Prime Minister. From the bullet train to a mega infrastructure push for defense, it was Abe and Prime Minister Modi's friendship that took ties between the two countries to the next level. Abe was also the first Japanese Prime Minister to have become chief guest on Republic Day. Here's a report on how the India-Japan friendship cemented under Abe's tenure.
One of the most significant events on Indian calendar. And Shinzo Abe becomes the first Japanese Prime Minister to attend it as a chief guest. The visit clinched an ever closer relationship between Asia's second and third largest economies. More so at a time when tensions ran high between Japan and China with their territorial disputes in the East China Sea. And when Chinese incursions in Ladakh and Arunachal a year before had soured India-China ties. And these hugs cemented the friendship. A slew of agreements marked Abe's visit to India a year after the BJP took power at the centre, 16 of them ranging from infrastructure, defence, technology to peaceful use of nuclear energy. As a special gesture, India announced a visit on arrival scheme for all Japanese travellers. On track to realise Prime Minister Modi's vision of a new India, India's first high-speed rail project was founded during Abe's next visit 2 years later. Japan extended technical and financial assistance for running a bullet train between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. It was during Abe's term when India and Japan upgraded their relationship to a special strategic and global partnership. In a 2007 book, Abe envisioned Japan's ties with India would overtake its relations with the United States. The evolution of a broad-based partnership, a broader convergence of economic and strategic goals in geopolitics. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, the report brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, e-sports।
E-sports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Is the monsoon season bringing relief to you from the hot summers? Well, what if we tell you that it can rain diamonds? Not certainly on Earth, but yes, it is raining diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. The temperature and pressure conditions on these planets are extreme. Due to this, carbon atoms can be crushed into diamonds. Uranus and Neptune are known by their unique blue shades. Both planets have a common condition to harden carbon atoms. But unfortunately, the inhospitable environment of the planet won't allow you to collect those diamonds. The blue color of these planets is due to methane. Methane has carbon in it. The carbon can be crushed by immense pressure that happens in the atmosphere. And when it gets hot and dense inside the planets, these diamonds are formed and accumulated. This causes them to rain in the atmosphere. Tell us what you think about this unique phenomena.
You are watching in
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, Karan Johar is back with the new season of his popular chat show Coffee with Karan. And the lead pair of his upcoming film Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani, Alia Bhatt and Ranveer Singh are his guests for its first episode. The filmmaker promises a bigger and better experience this time with several new faces gracing the couch. Here's everything you need to know about 7th season, and we also give you a glimpse of the best memories from the past few.
Welcome back to this cult show we all know and love as Coffee with Karan.
Yes! Unfiltered conversations.
You have a sex playlist. I have different sex playlists. You don't listen to Dina Dinda. I don't listen, I do it.
Gossip and addition.
One thing Bollywood is obsessed with which you don't approve of. Fillers. Botox fillers. No. Yes, they have now. Fillers? Filters. I've never used it.
Quirky moments and whole lot of interesting revelations by celebrities.
I love this show. Gone commando in public? All the time. Yeah. You don't wear underwear? One thing you miss about being single, apart from the women?
Sorry, sir. That's right. Karan Johar is back with his popular chat show Coffee with Karan, and the all-new 7th season has Alia Bhatt and Ranveer Singh as guests for its first episode.
Oh,
Please meet Pammi.
Pammi is very interested in everything. Balance.
The filmmaker left no stone unturned to promote it.
Oh.
In fact, his marketing trick for the latest season generated a lot of buzz in the last couple of weeks. First, he dropped a dramatic announcement that he's returning with fresh episodes, but on OTT. Then he shared this video featuring best moments from previous seasons.
Most hilarious rumor you've heard about your dad.
That he paid to get me into the industry, and I think everyone knows that my dad hates to pay for things.
This was followed by a video where the filmmaker was seen pleading his friends from the fraternity to appear on the show.
What do you like, missionary, hockey, or like the helicopter? There's something called helicopter. Good knowledge, yeah? This is Coffee with Karan. We want to see your talents.
And then he released a brand new teaser of the show, which revealed the elaborate guest list for the new season, and the names included Akshay Kumar, Varun Dhawan, Anil Kapoor, Janhvi Kapoor, Tiger Shroff, Sara Ali Khan, Samantha Ruth Prabhu, and Vijay Deverakonda, among others.
How fashion aware Badshah and Diljit are.
Now, if you jog your memory, be it the episodes featuring Diljit Dosanjh and Badshah's fashion quiz.
Balenciaga. Yeah, correct. Saw a girl and felt like this, like a blooming rose. एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा. हाँ, correct. मुझे अंग्रेजी नहीं समझ आई पाजी.
Or the ones showcasing Arjun Kapoor, Janhvi Kapoor, and Shahid Kapoor and Ishan Khatter's sibling bond.
Janhvi is buzzing around him a lot. Are you set?
Just say it. Just say you love her. Just say it. Come on, do it.
I love Kareena.
Karan Johar's show has given fans so many memories to cherish.
Welcome to Coffee with Karan. Thank you, Karan. Thank you.
The filmmaker had even shot episodes with all three Khans.
I knew of you I didn't like.
Salman.
Technically, I've never broken up with anybody because I've never had a girl.
Shah Rukh.
Go through ups and downs, but our love is unconditional, and it's. But you should release that picture of us kissing together now.
And Amir.
Like a situation where if she made a pass at you, that is you don't mind her doing that, but you will not succumb. I will not succumb. Of course I'll succumb. Yaar, kya baat kar rahe ho?
The biggest lineup of stars in an Indian chat show.
Who looks better with Amir Khan?
Rani does, yes. I haven't seen Fana.
But that's not all. Coffee with Karan also had its share of controversies, starting with the infamous episode featuring Kangana Ranaut, where she boldly called Karan Johar the flag bearer of nepotism.
Completely intolerant to outsiders and flag bearer of nepotism, the movie mafia.
I think Star World just got its promo. I always am very intrigued in seeing your image.
Hardik Pandya and KL Rahul's episode was another time when his show sparked a controversy, so much so that it had to be taken down from every side.
That's why I asked my parents also so many times that
You are sure that I'm your child, right? You have not swapped me with anyone or someone.
What's more, Karan Johar's show also made headlines for playing Cupid to several stars. Case in point, Alia Bhatt, who confessed her love for Ranbir Kapoor. The couple is now married.
Who would you kill, marry, or hook up with?
Marry Ranbir?
Also this episode where Vicky Kaushal's epic reaction after he heard that Katrina Kaif said she would look good with him on screen.
Katrina Kaif said that you and she would look great together.
Coffee with Karan is surely a controversial show, but it also is loved by many.
Genius of the year. I have something I want to play with the both of you.
So now that the makers are gearing up for an all-new 7th season, one can only expect it to be bigger and better, as Karan Johar promises.
I'm leaving it. Hey, come back.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Sir, I have better chemistry. Dost ke naam pe kala.
Now my colleague Tushar Joshi caught up with filmmaker Karan Johar on the sets of his popular chat show Coffee with Karan. He spoke at length about the new season and how his couch has manifested so many relationships in Bollywood over the years, including that of Katrina Kaif, Vicky Kaushal and Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor. Listen into this exclusive conversation.
Karan, welcome to India Today. It's very rare that we get to sit at this end of the couch. We've seen episodes and we probably played this game, on weekends with friends. We've sort of imagined and fantasized also sometimes that what would happen if Karan Johar takes your pants off or says something to you on the show. So this truly is an exciting conversation.
Thanks, Tushar.
I want to jog your memory a bit in time and talk to you about the title of the show. Did you have options and how did this title come?
I really don't know. It just came. I said that time was the phase where I was obsessed with K because it was told that I was lucky till Kal released. I was like, kuch hota hai, kabhi khushi kabhi gum, kal ho na ho, Coffee with Karan. So K was lucky. So I knew I had to title something with K.
Yeah.
So I said something with Karan, conversation, chat, and I went to why not just Coffee with Karan? It just came and I spelled K. And I remember once an English teacher catching me at some event and firing me. And she said, because you spell coffee with a K, all the students think coffee is spelled with a K. So I was like, I'm so sorry, ma'am. That was not my intention, to cause an entire generation to spell the word wrong. But it just came to my mind, Tushar. I have no other memory about how it came.
Right. And when was the first time you realized the show has become so big that every living room, household, every kitty party was discussing Coffee with Karan?
It happened during the first season. I felt that, I could feel, those were non-social media days. So there was no other way of gauging and judging. And obviously we were an English language show, so ratings weren't applicable at that time on Star World. But I remember traveling, the show came out in November, December, January, I traveled to London. And that's when I realized that, because see, in India, that people watch television and whatever. But when you go out of the country and have at least 200 people come up to you at airports and restaurants and lobbies and just say, oh my God, we love your show, and recognizing me much more than I did, I realized I think something is up, And then the second season came and then it just exploded.
Absolutely. And then how did you deal with stars calling you and telling you, I want to be on the show? Once something becomes popular and then you become the face of it, how do you deal with that even today?
I mean, it started happening more in the last 2 seasons where people realized that it could also be a promotional platform for a film. And I've done that a few times. Or I've had actors who I have a good rapport and relationship with calling. But many a time, I can't accommodate everybody because of combinations. Sometimes one actor is strong, but I don't know who to combine them with. And it's
Is there a combination that you wished for which hasn't happened yet?
Well, there were so many. I mean, everybody wanted, everybody used to ask for Shah Rukh and Salman to come. I haven't even attempted it because I'm like, I'll go mad trying to coordinate this. Or people have asked for, Ranbir was asked for, we managed that. We did that brilliantly. But there were many wishful combinations people have asked for, that hasn't, because it's not easy as people think that you can't just dial people. These days, people are more careful, much more like worried about, how they're projected, what they're saying. They know that this show can land them in trouble. It has in the past. It landed me in so much trouble. But at one point, I realized that I should actually maybe dial down the controversy and dial up the fun. This is what the 7th season is all about.
And when that change happened, when we just said that, you thought that the fun angle should be more and controversy should be less. And there was this whole phase where people were like, the show's not happening.
Wow.
He's not going to come back. Like they almost wrote the show off.
Yeah.
And then you teased us with this teaser, which has now become a talking point.
Yeah.
What were you going through at that point in time?
I always wanted to do the show. I knew that all this trolling and negativity to the show was very, very surface and superficial. It really wasn't the truth. Because if it was the truth, nobody would have wanted the show.
Right.
I mean, the fact that, Disney Plus Hotstar was excited, the fact that I was excited, the fact that people were excited to come, means nothing had really changed. Means all that was just noise. It wasn't the reality.
Right. And also that story of Chintuji, which has become legendary thanks to Sonam and Deepika's episode.
Yeah.
Did you get a lot of calls through episodes later, and how do you deal with that? Because you have to balance that thin line.
No,
you know them personally.
So, Tushar, what I've done is that anytime an actor or celebrity has called me to edit something that they've said, I never say no. I always cut it. I never ever...
But isn't there pressure for the promo or like, let's keep this, this is very juicy.
No, not over relationships. No film, no talk show, no reality show is above a relationship. If I have a relationship with an artist, that is to me the first priority for me. Like I need to service that more than anything else. So if an artist has said something in their candid mood or because they are comfortable with me and they felt, irreverent in that moment and said something, but then they went home, thought about it, called me the next day and said, "Yaar, Karan, cut that out." I've cut it out. I don't even argue. I've never even like...
No questions asked.
No. I'm like, I don't want you to have a single doubt in your head.
Yeah.
You should know. So it's happened. So when, despite that, people have gone into trouble, that's separate.
True. And call it coincidence or the coffee magic, but Vicky, Katrina and Alia Ranbir, two couples who you sort of...
And Sara Karthik.
Yes.
I mean, I call this the couch of manifestation. I was like, say it, I was telling Kriti, I said, say it, say a name, it'll happen. I said, because Katrina on this couch said that she thought she would look good with Vicky. Vicky collapsed. And then next is that happened. Sara mentioned Karthik, they started dating. Alia has mentioned Ranbir in season after Sanjeev, and she's married to him today and going to have his beautiful baby. They're having a baby together. So I mean, like it's fantastic that this couch has actually manifested so many relationships.
Right. And if you had to turn the tables one day, this is just an imaginary question, and had somebody, ask questions to you, throw questions to you, which actor or which celebrity do you think you would love to be on the other side of?
I think Shah Rukh Khan and Ranveer Singh would both make great interviewers. I would love to have them interview me.
Oh, let's manifest that.
Yeah, well, I mean, who knows? Maybe season finale is like, I'll be on that side.
The promo of this season has got people noticing one major thing. One is Vijay Deverakonda and Samantha and Akshay. That's a very odd chemistry and a different combination which people really have taken to with whatever little that we've seen. Given the fact that, South films are making such an impact, was that just a very organic decision to get these people in?
So actually the thought came in when a survey came up from Ormax, where Samantha was leading Pan-India, the #1 star. And on that same survey, Akshay Kumar was the only actor from Hindi cinema that was on that survey list.
Wow.
The rest were all actors from South cinema. So I was like, it would be interesting to bring the top from one cinema and the top from the other and just put them together. They don't know each other. They're not friends. They are professional acquaintances.
Yeah.
But it was a great show. It was a great episode. A lot of entertainment and fun.
Right.
Sometimes, two people who are too comfortable make a show sometimes not come alive that much because they are so comfortable that they don't come across. The awkwardness sometimes of two people makes a great show.
Right. And, internationally there is Jay Leno, there have been Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, all of these guys. Who do you draw your inspiration from in terms of putting the questions together, saying, let's not ask this, let's ask that? How does that work?
I love Ellen DeGeneres. I mean, she's really my, she's been a huge inspiration. She's been my goddess of talk show hosting, and I'm a huge fan. I'd love to meet her one day.
Yeah, and I think your vibe is very similar to Ellen.
Yeah.
You do make the guests comfortable before you start.
Yeah, and also
asking
she, I
questions.
realize, has relationships with a lot of the actors on a personal level, and she maintains them.
Yeah.
I realized that in the lockdown when she was doing a lot of stuff online on Zoom, and I was like, yeah, I really love her and I respect her a lot.
Right. And no conversation with you can be complete without doing a quick rapid fire. So I have basic 5 questions, which I'm going to shoot, which fans have sent to us, which I think I'm going to ask you. One is your most favorite episode, and one episode you think you could have done better, looking back.
My most favorite episode was when the entire Kapoor family came together. And the fact that 2 of them are not with us today makes me emotional about that episode as well. The whole family was there and it was just fantastic. They were hilarious. They were candid, they were exuberant, they were magical. That was my favorite. An episode I thought I could have done better. So I remember when I interviewed Kapil Sharma, who's I think the funniest guy in the business, but he was very serious on the show. And I think that was wonderful. It was not that I could do it better. That was to me surprising. But what it also did is it made me realize that not all comics, when the cameras are off, do have different personalities. And he was very candid. So that episode had surprised me. I wouldn't do it differently because I like that he came across differently as opposed to his TV image.
Right. And this is the one that you throw the most at people, which is one rumor that you wish was true about yourself. What would you say?
One rumor that I wish was true about myself is that, what is the rumor about me?
What's the newest thing you heard?
I mean, there's no such rumor. Everything is true only. Whatever.
I like this answer. I think we should go with this.
There's no rumor. Whatever it is true.
Right. And lastly, Coffee with Karan is back with a bang. And you're going to stir a lot of stuff that we are going to now watch. What's the one thing that's going to be different this season from the rest?
Oh, I can't reveal it, but it's in the rapid fire round. Let's just say that I'm not the judge of the rapid fire round anymore. I won't tell you who the judge is, but I'm not the judge.
Okay, that's a big hint that you've given viewers. On that note, thank you so much, Karan, for speaking. And
thank you for being here today.
Thanks.
It's time for a short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
We don't have dollars in our country, and importing of gas cylinders as well as gas and cooking stoves is very difficult for the country to bear, and therefore now people are again resorting to using various forms of cooking.
මාස දෙක තුනක් තිස්සේම අපිට ගෑස් නැහැ. ගෑස් වලින් තමයි ඉන්නේ. දර වලින් තමයි දැනට උයන්නේ හරිම අමාරුයි. හරි දුකක් විඳින්නේ දර වලින් උයන්න ගියාම.
User friendliness of this stove, it's quicker to cook, easy to clean, and emits very little smoke and soot. People now can transition, I'm not saying in the short term, but they can permanently transition from gas and using kerosene to using these stoves, because it provides the same kind of usability as a LPG or a kerosene cooker.
You are watching
Now it's time to check out what is keeping our celebrities busy. Here's our popular segment, What's Trending.
Priyanka Chopra is on a roll. The actress already has Citadel in her kitty. This action-packed spy series, which also stars Richard Madden, is backed by Amazon and helmed by the Russo brothers of Avengers fame. She also has other interesting projects lined up, including Ending Things alongside Anthony Mackie. She even has It's All Coming Back to Me where she will be sharing screen space with Sam Heughan and Celine Dion. And if all this isn't enough, Priyanka Chopra is now set for another Hollywood project, and it has an Indian connection. Yes, the actress will be seen in a romantic comedy where she will be seen playing the role of a Punjabi woman. What's more, she will be sharing screen space with Mindy Kaling, and it marks their first collaboration. The duo will essay cousins in the film, which will revolve around a big fat Indian wedding. After a hiatus of 4 years, Aishwarya Rai Bachchan is all set to return to the big screen with Mani Ratnam's epic adventure, Ponniyin Selvan Part 1. And the makers have now finally released the first look of the actress as Queen Nandini, ruler of Pazuvur. The film, which is often termed as Mani Ratnam's dream project, will be among the most expensive projects ever undertaken in the country. It is based on the 1955 novel Ponniyin Selvan by Kalki Krishnamurthy. The epic historical drama is scheduled to hit theatres on September 30th, and it's going to be a massive release in multiple languages.
என் சரக்கு என் கையில் கிடச்சுன்னா உன் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்குலாம் நான் வரத்தேவையில்லை என் கவர்மெண்ட் என்னால் உருவாக்க முடியும்.
Vijay Sethupathi, who's currently basking in the success of his recently released film Vikram, which also starred Kamal Haasan and Fahad Fasil in lead roles, has reportedly landed another big project in his career. According to our sources in the film's camp, Vijay Sethupathi has been roped in to play the antagonist in Shah Rukh Khan's Jawan, which is directed by Atlee. He will reportedly join the shoot in the coming weeks. The news comes after it was reported that the superstar is in talks to play one of the villains in Allu Arjun's Pushpa The Rule. Jawan is a commercial entertainer written and directed by Atlee. The film, which also features Nayanthara and Sania Malhotra in pivotal roles, will hit theatres on June 2nd next year in Tamil, Hindi, Telugu, Malayalam and Kannada.
Good to go, Chief.
Ready.
एक मेंढक नदी के पास आराम कर रहा था। बाढ़ से परेशान एक बिच्छू रोते हुए आया।
The teaser of Alia Bhatt's maiden project Darlings is finally out. The actress took to social media to share the same. The 1-minute 40-second long clip showcases Alia Bhatt and Shefali Shah in a thrilling ride in this dark comedy.
तो मेंढक ने बिच्छू को अपने पेट पे बिठाया।
It starts with Alia Bhatt's narration and also gives a sneak peek into a romantic sequence between her and Vijay Varma.
वो जैसे ही नदी के बीच में पहुंचे, हमजा कहाँ है? बिच्छू ने मेंढक को काट लिया। कौन? मेंढक ने पूछा, तूने मुझे क्यों काटा?
Earlier, Alia Bhatt had also announced that Darlings, co-produced by Shah Rukh Khan's Red Chillies Entertainment, will be taking the digital route and will premiere directly on streaming giant Netflix. She even dropped this video as she confirmed the news regarding the same.
Darlings is coming on Netflix, right?
Maybe not.
Shefali ma'am, could you tell us about your next project? We've heard it's coming on Netflix. Sir, can you please confirm the news?
To be or not to be is really the question, not this.
Sir, आप नोट करोगे तो भी चलेगा.
They're here now for the meeting.
क्या बोलना है सबको? Ma'am,
I have to go. I'm sorry.
Sir, ma'am, 1 sec. Ma'am, please. Ma'am. अरे यार.
See you soon. Directed by Jasmeet K. Reen, Darlings will start streaming from August 5th.
स्टार्टिंग से ही आपको गलतफहमी हो रही है साहब.
गलतफहमी?
हाँ साहब, सिर्फ ख्यालों में मारा था.
किसमें?
ख्यालों में साहब.
मेरे माथे पे क्या लिखा हुआ है?
कुछ नहीं लिखा है साहब. मिट गया है.
As far as Alia's other projects are concerned, she will be seen in Ayan Mukherjee's much anticipated mythological trilogy Brahmastra opposite her husband Ranbir Kapoor. The part 1 of the same will hit cinemas on September 9th.
कौन हो तुम?
क्या हो तुम? रंग जाऊं जो मैं
She also has Karan Johar's Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani opposite Ranveer Singh and a Hollywood film Heart of Stone alongside Gal Gadot and Jamie Dornan in her kitty.
Margot Robbie as Barbie has started a trend and celebrities are painting the town pink. Our Lifestyle Bureau with this report.
Pink is hot. Pink is cool. Pink is cute and can be sexy too, but with Margot Robbie as Barbie, pink is now the flavor of the season. You don't have to be a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world. You can be the girl next door and get with it with a Barbie fashion trend. The Barbie core trend is here, and it's all thanks to Greta Gerwig's Barbie. How can celebrities be left behind on this Barbie trend? Kim Kardashian would have suffered some serious FOMO had she not posted this all-pink picture. Even Megan Fox has been spotted in some cool Barbie looks and colors. The color of the season is pink, and Lizzo was spotted in the Valentino color of the season too. Khloe Kardashian dressed as Barbie girl for her birthday. Hailey Bieber had her own bombshell Barbie moment too. A bubblegum pink corseted mind dress from Versace's upcoming fall collection, and Hailey made sure she's up to speed with the Barbie trend. Barbiecore is the latest fashion trend influencing everything from clothing to home decor. Valentino's Pier Paolo Piccioli had the backdrop, floor, seats, runway and catwalkers all pink, declaring how pink is the new black this season. In an era where gender-agnostic fashion lines rule the roost, the men are not too far behind either. Sebastian Stan was spotted in all pink at the Met Gala. Machine Gun Kelly also joined the list of celebrities who has embraced the Barbiecore trend head-on. Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
That's all we could pack in the show today, but do tune into In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. Also, do not forget to send me your feedback on Twitter handle. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
So a new study in India says that couples who have more sex will have a harder time in getting pregnant. Why is it? Well, this is because more sex can impact the male sperm count. A study by the researchers of Kasturba Medical College, MAHE Manipal and the University of Münster, Germany looks at the relation between the length of abstinence and its impact on the male sperm fertility.
Semen quality plays a very important role in establishing pregnancy in partners, and in about 50% of the cases, the infertility is due to male factor. And one of the reasons for male factor infertility is poor quality sperm.
The team of fertility experts from India and Germany looked at the association between the gap of ejaculations as well as the impact it had on sperm fertility in at least 10,000 men. The study's results show that men with normal sperm count should have at least 2 days of abstinence between their ejaculatory cycles, and those that do not have a good sperm count or have low fertility or motility sperm should maintain a gap of at least 6 to 15 days if they are trying to have a child. Fertility in male and females has been a taboo subject and people keep away from it using a 10-foot pole. But infertility is most often seen as a woman's issue and it is them who bear the brunt of not having a child. But it's found that in India, experts believe approximately 50% is due to the male factor of infertility.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories in this edition first. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath. 16 dead, over 48 severely injured after cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents have been washed away. NDRF, ITBP rescue operations underway. India Today uncovers massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage a cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's prophet remarks. Indian officials approach Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes once again, says My Kali is queer. Free-spirited slams Hindutva, says My Kali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs have been filed against Leena in India. After months of high drama, world's richest man Elon Musk terminates $44 billion Twitter deal, citing breach in merger agreement. Twitter vows a legal fight. A big tragedy has struck the Amarnath Yatra in Jammu and Kashmir on Friday. 16 people are dead. At least 40 are missing after a cloudburst triggered flash floods at the base camp. According to reports, the cloudburst has damaged 25 tents and 3 community kitchens where the pilgrims are served food. Army, BSF, NDRF and ITBP are clearing the debris and carrying out rescue work. IGP Kashmir and Divisional Commander Kashmir reached Amarnath early morning to supervise. Chinar Co-Commander Lieutenant General ADS Ajula has also reached the cloudburst affected areas. 2 injured were rescued from debris early this morning. BSF Mi-17 choppers have been pressed into action to air transport injured persons and dead bodies from Nilgiri helipad to BSF Camp Srinagar for further treatment of further ferrying bodies to their homes. The army is also searching Amarnath Brook to find missing persons and bodies. In light of this tragedy, the Amarnath Yatra has been temporarily suspended.
हम गुम्फा में दर्शन करके निकल रहे थे और मेरा दोस्त लोग टेंट में था। अच्छा जस्ट निकलेंगे मैंने शर्ट उट पहन रहे थे तब एक तो मैंने पानी सिर्फ आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हो रहा था फिर पानी जोर से आया फिर एक तो धमाका हुआ मैंने जोर से बिजली चमक फिर छोटा छोटा पत्थर गिरने लगा तो टेंट वाला बोला भागो 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 तो हम लोग भी दौड़ गया भाग दौड़ हो गया फिर देखा बड़ा एक तो पत्थर आया एक तो 2 तो टेंट का लेकर चल गया मेरा ही तो 10 बंदे गायब है।
बारिश बहुत तगड़ी हो रही थी लेकिन हम लोग निकल आए हमारे साथ 11 बंदे थे मैं 3 बंदा एक साथ था मैं तुरंत वहाँ जैसे दर्शन किया और तुरंत घोड़ा पकड़ा तुरंत यहाँ निकल आए 8 बंदे मेरे वहाँ ही फंसे थे। इतना तगड़ा बहाव था जो आदमी उस बहाव में आया होगा जो पुल छोटे छोटे पुल थे सब ऊपर तक पानी आ गए थे उसके। इतना तेज बहाव था, पत्थर भी गिर रहे थे उसके साथ साथ, और इतना तगड़ा वो मंजर था कि क्या बताएं।
सर हम 3-4 लोग ही सर नीचे आए हैं, बाकी सर ऊपर ही है। कोई किसी का फ़ोन नहीं मिला, सब फ़ोन नंबर है सर स्विच ऑफ आ रहे हैं। सर सभी को कहा, वो कहते मिलेगा, कोई फ़ोन नहीं मिल रहा। पहले फ़ोन भी मिल रहा था, कोई उठा नहीं रहा था। 2 बसें हैं, कोई कुछ किसी का नहीं पता, कोई कहाँ नहीं। ऊपर किसी का नेटवर्क पता नहीं है, कोई है कोई नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं पता लग रहा अभी।
विदिन 10 to 15 मिनट्स काफ़ी लोगों को वहाँ से निकाला गया, जिससे काफ़ी लोगों को हम बचा सके हैं, वहाँ पे निकाल सके हैं। काफ़ी सारे टेंट बह गए हैं, एग्जैक्ट नंबर मेरे पास अभी नहीं है, लेकिन तुरंत ही हमारी जो फोर्सेस थी उन्होंने अपना रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू कर दिया था। और अभी फिलहाल स्थिति यह है कि बारिश थोड़ी कम हो गई है पहले से, पानी का प्रवाह लेकिन अभी उतना ही है। कुछ पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, लेकिन फिलहाल हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कुछ लोगों को नदी से निकाला गया है बहते हुए। डाउनस्ट्रीम में भी चेक कर रहे हैं और कोशिश ये है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को बचाया जा सके।
Ashraf Vani has more on that story, joining us live right now. Ashraf, give us an idea about the current situation vis-a-vis the progress of the rescue and the evacuation work that is being carried out by the army and the other authorities like the ITBP and the NDRF there.
Absolutely, Sneha. I am just standing in the main base camp, which has been also converted into a rescue center here in Baltal. My cameraman will show topography and the area of this main base camp of Baltal. These are the tents which are temporary here for the pilgrims. These can accommodate 15 to 20,000 pilgrims at a time. That are the kind of arrangements which had been made for this year's Amarnath Yatra. But yesterday afternoon, when at about 5:30 this cloudburst hit near the Amarnath holy cave and resulted the flash floods, the discharge of water was so huge that it took away everything with it, that flash flood. In fact, we just have talked to some of the eyewitnesses of that moment at Holy Amarnath cave, what kind of chaos was created after that flash flood in that particular area. And even still many people feared missing at least 40 to 50, because number is not perfect so far, because still people are looking for their dear ones. But the top priority here for the rescue teams is that this area should be evacuated, particularly all those areas which are near Holy Amarnath cave. All pilgrims had been told to proceed to the safer locations, including this location behind me is Baltal. In fact, all the dead bodies which had been so far recovered from the debris had been shifted to Srinagar by a special BSF M17 chopper, and then they will be sent to their native places, or what will be the decision of their families. Either they want to cremate them in Srinagar or want to bodies back at their home. In fact, we are seeing here that still hundreds of pilgrims who are reaching here, who were on the way and are in this base station of Baltal. We will talk to them. आप मुझे बताइए, आप पहली बार यात्रा पे आए हैं या इससे पहले भी आए थे यात्रा पे?
नहीं, मैं पहली बार यात्रा पे आया हूँ। कल शाम को मैं यहाँ पहुँचा था, अभी दर्शन नहीं हो पा रहे हैं।
तो फिलहाल यात्रा बंद है?
यात्रा बंद।
कितने सारे लोग हैं आप?
हम 17 लोग हैं।
17 लोग हैं।
हाँ।
तो इंतजार कर रहे हैं?
इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
आपका नाम?
भगवान चंद।
आप कहाँ से हैं?
हम राजस्थान सोल सिटी से हैं।
अच्छा, तो आप भी पहली बार यात्रा पे आए?
पहली बार यात्रा
और यहाँ इंतजार कर रहे हैं? जब
इंतजार कर रहे हैं, कल खुल जाए तो जाए यात्रा।
आपका नाम?
उदाराम।
आप भी यात्रा पे पहली बार आए?
पहली बार आए रहे।
अच्छा, तो फिलहाल बादल फटने के बाद यात्रा रुकी हुई है, तो इंतजार कर रहे हैं?
हाँ, इंतजार कर रहे हैं। 17 आदमी हो। 17 आदमी।
कब पहुँचे यहाँ?
ये कल शाम को 7 बजे पहुँचे।
7 बजे पहुँचे।
हाँ, पाली जिला से आए।
अच्छा. So here the hundreds of pilgrims are still waiting for the opening of this yatra, which has been suspended since yesterday evening. No fresh pilgrims are allowed towards the holy Amarnath cave, and that is the need of our, because first of all the authorities, Amarnath Shrine Board as well as the NDRF teams and other rescue teams want to evacuate and count all those pilgrims who were on the different tracks during the night. Some of them were returning from the holy Amarnath cave, some of them were at different base stations, which includes the Panchtarni, which is the nearest base station from holy Amarnath cave, and in fact the helipad where helicopter services for Amarnath Yatra operate. And now the Amarnath Yatra has been suspended.
Yes,
rescue operations are on. Still the water is receding in these streams, and now the search is on for all those those who are missing after yesterday's tragedy near Holy Amarnath cave. And one good news with the pilgrims and with the authorities is that weather is improving. You can clearly say now sun is out. There is no further rain, which was a whole night going on raining in this particular area. But now weather is improving. That is helping in the rescue operations.
Thankfully, Ashraf, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll come back to you for more details on that developing story. A major anti-India hate plot has been uncovered where hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia waged a cyber war against India. Over suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's remarks on profit, over 2,000 Indian websites, including that of the government, have been allegedly hacked into. In these screen grabs, these hacker groups have called Muslim hackers worldwide to unite against India. Demanding apology from Nupur, they've leaked her personal information, including her residence address. Two hacker groups, Dragon Force Malaysia and Hacktivist Indonesia, are under the radar. Now, Thane Police website, Andhra Police website and Assam-based news channel have been hacked by these groups. Indian officials have approached Interpol to take legal action against the hackers and to issue a lookout circular against the suspects.
How it was decoded? So after the Nupur Sharma incident, there were two hacker groups who called upon all the Muslim hackers of the world to start a cyber war against India. These groups were Dragon Force of Malaysia and Hacktivist of Garuda of Indonesia. These two groups then started attacking a lot of government websites, and they were able to infiltrate many government, educational and industries website and leak a lot of data on dark web. For example, Andhra Police data of individual police persons was leaked. Then PAN card and Aadhaar card of several thousands of Indians had leaked online. Then Dish TV is a private company, its website was hacked. Then Times 8 Assam's channel. Just imagine during live channel, Pakistan's flag was shown on the channel's TV, and several messages by these hacker groups were shown. Similarly, Thane Police website was also hacked. So in response to such cyber aggression, what we did was completely different. It was basically not aggression by us, but what we did was to ethically hack 100 Malaysian websites and 70 Indonesian websites to show their vulnerabilities. And we have done this in coordination with the Malaysian government and Indonesian government. And we have ethically reported these bugs that are vulnerabilities to their government so that they can be patched. So it is like replying with peace against the war against us.
Saurav Vakhtania is joining us for more details on that story. He is joining us from Ahmedabad. Saurav, give us an idea of how big this plot really is, because the manner in which they've managed to hack over 2,000 websites in India speaks volumes of how well oiled this network really would be, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sneha. And let me tell you that completely digitalized times and in such situation when all the hackers are trying to tell themselves that we have to unite and start a cyber war against our country. So this is very much huge. But what we'd like to tell our viewers that the officials have also told us that if they can penetrate into our system, then we too can penetrate into their system. So the message is very clear that they should stop such cyber attacks on our country. But the situation seems to be very much grim right now. Let me tell you that over 2,000 websites have been already hacked. So many messages have been posted. Pakistan flags was posted in middle of live telecast. So much of data of Aadhaar card, PAN card, the personal details details of so many officers and the government officials were leaked by these hackers. Now, what the Indian officials are trying to do right now is that there are two things which are very important: vulnerability and the bugs. So they are trying to remove all those vulnerability and bugs from our Indian website so that the foreign hackers can't hack them. But it is not that simple, let me tell you, Sneha, because these hackers are highly qualified to get into the website. So to secure our website, it's very difficult. Therefore, high level of intelligence is needed, lot of studies needed, and therefore a separate team of hackers. Let me tell you, the young hackers are being hired by the officials who actually have so much knowledge and interest of all this hacking, and those people are being hired to stop such attacks. But after the Nupur Sharma incident, let me tell you, these two groups from Malaysia and Indonesia not just hacked our Indian website, they have in fact appealed to all the Muslim hackers from all over the world. Let's get united and start a cyber war against our country. But our officials are also very much alert, let me tell you, and they are trying to stop such attacks at their level best, and a separate team is being made to stop such attacks.
All right, Saurav, thanks for getting us those details. We're coming back to you moments later for more developments on that story. Filmmaker Leena has provoked yet again, and she remains defiant. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena said her Kali is queer and called her free-spirited. She's also called the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. Here is a detailed report.
Facing massive outrage, protest and multiple FIRs across India, filmmaker Leena provokes again. She remains defiant and combative. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena has said, "My Kali is queer. She's a free spirit. She spits at the patriarchy. Kali dismantles Hindutva." Leena, now based in Canada, termed the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. The latest defiant statement comes after she tweeted a picture of a man and woman dressed as Shiva and Parvati smoking. Meanwhile, trouble is mounting for the filmmaker in India. The Madhya Pradesh government has issued a lookout circular against Leena. Multiple FIRs have also been filed against her in India.
दिनांक 7 जुलाई 2022 को वादी मुकदमा श्री अनिरुद्ध जायसवाल पुत्र स्वर्गीय काली शंकर जायसवाल निवासी थाना जूही कानपुर नगर ने लिखित तहरीर देकर फिल्म काली की फिल्म मेकर लीलामणि व अन्य उनके सहयोगियों के ऊपर कथित रूप से धार्मिक भावनाओं को अपमानित करने के संबंध में अभियोग पंजीकृत कराया।
The BJP has sought suspension of a Twitter account for allegedly insulting Hindu gods and goddesses. The microblogging site, while not acceding to the BJP's demand, has taken down Leena's post on goddess Kali that shows the deity as smoking cigarettes. Bureau Report, India Today.
Some news just coming in. The BJP has hit out at Didi over her silence on Mahua's Kali remarks. Amit Malviya tweeted saying, Mamata dithering to act against Mahua. BJP says Mamata's silent fears will upset Muslim vote bank. Mamata fears being pro-Hindu. Amit Malviya on Twitter says Mamata Banerjee is dithering to act against Mahua Moitra despite her abhorrent comments from Ma Kali because she fears it will upset her Muslim vote bank. They will see her as being pro-Hindu, something she is uncomfortable with. And Moitra's defiance is what has left her red. Elon Musk, the world's richest person, has terminated his $44 billion deal to buy Twitter. Musk ended the deal, citing breach in merger agreement by Twitter. Twitter shares fell 6% in extended trading after he announced he would terminate the deal. Twitter says it will sue Elon Musk to complete the $44 billion merger he rejected. Musk has clinched a deal for Twitter in April, but then he put it on hold until the company proved that spam bots accounted for less than 5% of its total users. Musk likely faces a protracted legal tussle with Twitter. The terms of the deal require him to pay $1 billion breakup fee if he does not complete the transaction. Our technology editor Ayush Elavadi is now getting us more details on that story. Ayush, take us through what exactly has Elon Musk particularly been upset about as far as Twitter's own revelations to Musk is concerned. What has he flagged off essentially, and what really proved to be the deal breaker?
Yeah, all of this happened in a regulatory filing. Elon's lawyers actually mentioned that there are a bunch of reasons for which he's actually pulling out of the deal. Firstly, it is the fact that they haven't been able to prove, according to him, to his satisfaction, that 5%, less than 5% of the users, general users on Twitter, are bots. Now, that's something which he thinks is a material adverse event, which could actually lead to a breach of contract, which is why the headlines are saying he's pulling out of the deal. But this is a long and protracted affair, because any sort of conflict arising from this contract between Twitter and him would end up going to the Delaware Court of Chancery. Now, the Delaware Court usually looks at merger and acquisition battles and controversies like this, and they don't usually look at it with a very reasonable sort of glance, and they do consider these things. And they've only ruled once before in such a scenario where they have spoken about a material adverse event. I don't know if this would actually constitute a material adverse event. In the coming days, the lawyers will tell us about that, obviously. Also, the fact that a lot of the things that Twitter did in terms of firing a lot of their staff, that's something which he thinks is really deviating from the natural course of business, which is also something he is not very pleased with. And he says that that's also a material adverse change. Now, another thing that we must mention is that after all of this happened a few hours ago, the Twitter board chairman he also tweeted out saying the Twitter board is committed to closing the transaction on the price and the terms agreed upon with Mr. Musk, and plans to pursue legal action to enforce the merger agreement. And we are confident we will prevail in the Delaware Court of Chancery. So this is going to be a long, protracted battle. Yes, you also mentioned the breakup fee, which is $1 billion. That's a very, it's quite a generous amount. So That's going to be an interesting thing to see. Also, what kind of punitive damages are announced in this case, and exactly how the court rules. But obviously, this is going to be interesting because a lot of Twitter users and Twitter employees have also been tweeting saying, what does this mean for the purchase price? This is going to be a long, protracted affair, and eventually the purchase price will take yet another beating. Well, only time will tell, Sneha.
Well, absolutely. But what we know for certain is that this is going to be a long-drawn battle. Twitter has said that they are, in fact, taking Musk to court. Ayush, thanks for the moment. We'll come back to you for more on that big developing story. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, this unfortunate news that has rocked the global community. 67-year-old former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe shot dead. He was shot twice in the chest yesterday.
You are watching India Today.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
You are what? You are watching India Today.
We have some news just coming in. The TMC mouthpiece is likened Abe's death to Agnipath. TMC says Abe killed by army personnel for getting no pension. Modi government following Japan-like system. Center employs youth in the army without benefit. The TMC mouthpiece Jago Bangla is connecting former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's murder with Agnipath there, saying Modi government wants to do the same with Agnipath. Employ youth in the army in a short term who won't get post-retirement benefits. Says Abe was killed by a former Japanese army personnel who wasn't getting pension. TMC wading into this controversy from Japan over the brutal murder of Shinzo Abe, saying that the Modi government is following the same system in Japan. Surya Agni Roy is getting us more on that story from Kolkata. Surya Agni, take us through the details of what exactly is the mouthpiece trying to really get at, when at this point in time there are very little details about the murderer of Shinzo Abe. Japan really hasn't reported in greater depth or detail, or have the investigators also have not really spoken about the motive of this murder.
Well, absolutely, but if you look at the mouthpiece of the Trinamool Congress, which is Jago Bangla, the headline today read on the first page that, they drew a connection between the assassination that happened in Japan of Shinzo Abe, former Prime Minister, and of the Agniveer scheme over here in India. The Trinamool, the person who's been arrested has been identified. He was a defense personnel and worked under the Maritime Defense Forces of Japan's army. Now, what the Trinamool Congress is claiming is that after 3 years of service, Yamagami lost his job. This is what the entire article is all about, and how it draws a connect with the Agniveer schemes. Then after 3 years of his service, he lost his job. He wasn't even getting pension. And that is why maybe, he shot the former Prime Minister, that is Shinzo Abe, yesterday. However, there is...
I'll just come back to you for more on that, trying to get the BJP in for a reaction. And Shehzad Poonawalla is now joining us. Shehzad Poonawalla, what do you make of what has been said by the TMC in its mouthpiece, saying that the Modi government is following the same policy in Japan, the same system in Japan, and the death and the murder of Shinzo Abe was because of an Agnipath-like scheme?
This is the lowest level of politics, Neha, because there are two elements involved in this. One, the fact that you are castigating an entire bunch of patriotic people, the Agniveers, who are joining for Ma Bharati's Seva, and you are making them out to be brutal murderers. Somebody calls them as Naxalites, as Bhupesh Baghel did. And the other element is that on an issue as sensitive as the death of a former Prime Minister of Japan, who had built great relations with India, a world leader whose entire world is mourning their loss, at that point of time, instead of condemning this and instead of standing shoulder to shoulder with the government on the day of national mourning, you are using that as an occasion to play petty politics to score petty political points. The only other person spinning a narrative around Shinzo Abe's death is the Global Times. And I don't know why the Congress and the Trinamool Congress are hell-bent in competing with the Global Times. You see the likes of Udit Raj, Surendra Rajput, now this TMC mouthpiece, I'm told. So it seems that there are two elements, the Global Times and the Global Times franchisees here, who want to spin a narrative, even though the Japanese haven't confirmed any cause of the death, in the sense the motivation of the death. Even now, they are being tight-lipped. They haven't informed the world about what are the motivations. So how does the Trinamool Congress, Global Times and the Congress Party know? What is the information they have, or what is the rate in which they are spinning this narrative? It is unfortunate. The death of a great world leader should not be a subject matter of politics, but then this is the Trinamool Congress which politicized the surgical strike, politicized Pulwama, politicized Balakot. This is a party that always justifies even actions and abuses against the Prime Minister. So,
Yes.
nothing better can be expected from
You know,
this
I was
party.
coming to that. In fact, there is very little information and there is very little that we know about the motive of this brutal crime that we witnessed yesterday. Really, the video has gone completely viral. The TMC seems to be jumping the gun. Essentially, it does appear that they are preempting all of this. The authorities in Japan have not spoken about the exact motive of this murder. That has not been established yet. Shahzad.
Absolutely. When the motives have not been established, and whatever be the motives, why is the TMC or the Congress trying to echo the voice of Global Times? That I understand the Congress has an MOU, but I don't know of the MOUs that may or may not be between TMC and the Chinese. But having said that, I think that an occasion like this, an occasion which is somber, where we are all deeply mourning the loss of this great leader, like the people of Japan are, I think this occasion could have been spared for petty, trivial politics. But then, true to their DNA of Congress and Trinamool, they even politicized the vaccine drive and COVID pandemic. So nothing better can be expected of them. They don't want to take action on Mahua Mitra, so perhaps they are finding straws in the wind to clutch on to.
Okay, we'll just hope the TMC comes out and tells us about why they have said what they have said and on what basis have they established the motive of the crime and linking this horrific crime to India as well. Shahzad, I'm thanking you for the moment. Thanks for your perspective. That also brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Прийшов, квіти полив, наприклад, або викинув ті, що не вижили. Да? Почистив холодильник, помив просто підлогу, прибирав скло, бо у багатьох просто не було вікон. Ну, хата ціла, вікон не було. Якщо є, то от тобі ключі висилають новою поштою, або візьми в сусіда, або там під ковриком, або ще десь. Я просто приходив, там в одних полити квіти, в одних розмінірувати холодильник, в третіх просто подивитися, чи є там щось. Ми виїжджали із Ірпеня, я приїхав в Київ, повернувся в березні, і коли ще було тут окуповано все, потім після вже деокупації, багато моїх знайомих знали, що я тут на місці, вони мене просили просто прийди подивися, чи цілий будинок, чи є вікна, двері. Якщо ви приїхали в квартиру, якою не користувалися довго, там, пару місяців, особливо якщо там був вимкнений холодильник, то просто це дуже трешова штука, почистити його, просто прибрати, особливо морозилку. І от мені подарували протигаз, я їм користувався, не цей холодильник чистив, а інший, але користувався, це дуже допомагає, тому що є нюанси.
You are watching
There's a scare in the air, and at the center of it is SpiceJet Airlines. In fact, the civil aviation regulator sent a show cause notice to the airline, pointing out that poor internal safety oversight and inadequate maintenance had led to a degradation of safety margins.
8 incidents, including cracked windshields, radar malfunctions and smoke in cabins. In just the past 18 days has meant a torrid time during peak summer travel season for passengers on SpiceJet, an airline that flies on 250 routes, including 38 internationally, with a fleet of almost 100 aircraft. Tuesday alone saw 3 reported malfunctions. A Delhi-Dubai flight had to make an emergency landing at Karachi in Pakistan due to a technical fault. The windshield of another SpiceJet aircraft flying to Mumbai cracked, and the weather radar of a cargo plane flying to China developed a snag.
SpiceJet is a 100% safe airline, as it has been for the last 17 years. I can say that categorically. SpiceJet follows the best safety practices. We have amongst the best safety records.
The low-cost airline has had a turbulent time flying in the past few months. In March, a Jammu-bound aircraft hit an electricity pole while taxiing at the Delhi airport. In May, a flight descending into Durgapur faced severe turbulence, leaving 11 passengers injured. Prompted by the recurring incidents, India's aviation regulator has taken note of this and asked SpiceJet to explain what's going on. The DGCA review has revealed poor internal safety oversight and inadequate maintenance actions, resulting in degraded safety margins. The regulator also said a financial assessment last year had revealed the airline was not paying suppliers and vendors on a regular basis, leading to a shortage of spares. Stating that SpiceJet has failed to establish safe, efficient and reliable air services, the DGCA has given the airline 3 weeks now to respond to the notice. On his part, Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia said even the smallest error hindering safety will be thoroughly investigated and course corrected.
DGCA, which is regulator of this entire sector, of course, they should be worried. They should increase their checks. They should increase their audits across airlines. But if at all they find that a particular airline is not in a good position to handle the operations or the safety, and all of this is because of the financial issue, then this particular airline should be looked at in a deeper manner.
Well, the big question to ask is that despite audit of the aircrafts was recently done by DGCA, why has this situation again come back? In fact, SpiceJet also released in an official statement they've taken cognizance of the issue and will be replying in well-stipulated timeline. With new entrants like that of Akasa Air coming and revival of Jet Airways, it was high time that DGCA had to take precedence of passenger safety. In New Delhi, Karishma Asadani with cameraman Vinod Kumar.
The unfortunate incidents of 5th of July earned a lot of bad name for SpiceJet. I earlier spoke to the chairman and the managing director of SpiceJet about the DGCA notice, and he assured me that SpiceJet is 100% safe for flyers. Here's an excerpt of that interview. Let's listen in.
Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us here today. Today, of course, it's a very serious question that we're going to ask you, and I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to ask you the question that is top of mind of all the passengers right now who fly SpiceJet, who probably are going to book SpiceJet as well, flyers in general. Is SpiceJet a safe airline, sir?
SpiceJet is a 100% safe airline, as it has been for the last 17 years. I can say that categorically. SpiceJet follows the best safety practices. We have amongst the best safety records, not only in the country, but around the world. And, we will continue to put safety paramount to anything that we do.
Okay, so then the DGCA notice, the show cause notice that has gone out to SpiceJet today, how do you respond to that?
Well, firstly, let me just say that we welcome any notice from the DGCA. We are happy to work with them wherever there are concerns, as we have always done over the last 17 years of our existence. In terms of the incidents that have got publicity in the media recently, let me just say that as the Director General of Civil Aviation has said today, there are 30 incidents that happen on average every single day in the Indian skies. And these incidents, of course, while we all try and minimize the incidents, they are bound to happen. They happen everywhere around the world and they happen in India. These are not of a serious nature, and we should not make too much of them. So today, for example, if you've seen, the incident that was referred to, which is a diversion that SpiceJet had to Karachi. Well, the pilot felt that an engine was consuming too much fuel, and he, out of abundant caution, landed at the nearest airport, which happened to be Karachi. There was no emergency landing. He just, in normal course, landed at Karachi airport. And he was right to do so because, this is because for him, of course, safety is absolutely paramount. Once the plane landed and we checked the plane, there was nothing wrong with it, and the plane came back to Delhi. So it wasn't a serious incident. Other incidents that have been referred to, weather radar failing yesterday. I mean, these things happen. The weather radar was working fine when the plane took off. It was a cargo plane, no passengers on it. It took off for China. There was a problem. The pilot brought it back, rectified it, and went off again. So, as I said, 30 incidents of this sort happen every single day for all the airlines.
Air incidents are not abnormal, but too many of them in one day make it a matter of deep concern. The 5th of July was one such day when not only SpiceJet but others too were caught in various degrees of air safety concerns. Here's a report.
2022 so far has been a turbulent period for budget airlines in terms of air safety. Till 5th July, 21 aircrafts carrying around 2,000 people faced mid-air problems like technical glitch, cabin pressure issues, and windshield cracks. In fact, 10 such incidents of technical malfunction have been reported in the past 30 days alone. On the day that SpiceJet got the maximum negative limelight for its flights, other airlines too faced varying issues. Vistara flight UK 122 bound for Bangkok landed at Delhi airport on 5th of July evening on a single engine. Post-runway vacation, engine 2 was shut down for a single engine taxing. ATC was informed and the aircraft was towed to the parking bay. Earlier in June, Vistara was fined 10 lakh rupees for allowing a co-pilot to land an aircraft at Indore despite not having the requisite training in a simulator. The airline apologized for the regrettable violation. Other than SpiceJet and Vistara, Go First also faced air safety issues on 5th of July. In a third incident, a Patna-bound Go First flight from Delhi had to return to the national capital because it developed a technical snag. The flight G8-131 was scheduled to reach Patna around 1:50 p.m. but the pilot refused to land and made an about turn. Passengers were then transferred onto another flight. It reached Patna around 6 p.m. In another incident on 5th of July again, smoke was detected inside the cabin of the Raipur-Indore Indigo flight after landing. All the passengers were able to disembark from the aircraft safely. One day and 4 major budget aircrafts of the country were under scanner for various air safety rules, from emergency landing, technical snags, to smoke in the cabin. DGCA data from 2016 to 2020 shows that most flight safety incidents were recorded in 2019 at 25. 2018 saw 19 such incidents, while 2017 and 2016 reported 12 and 11 cases respectively. Only 10 safety incidents were recorded in 2020. But then 2020 was the pandemic year when most of the planes were not operational for the best part of the year.
Joining us right now is Ameya Joshi, aviation analyst. Ameya, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. My first question to you is, with all of these reports of incidents in the Indian skies, should passengers be worried?
Yeah, I think realistically passengers should not be worried. Every pilot is trained to handle such situation. Pilots go through mandatory recurring training in which this is simulated, and they come out, that's when they are released to fly in real life situations. So every pilot you speak to will tell you the whole story behind how the situation has already been done multiple times, but in a simulator. And then once a while you have to do it in real life, for which they are trained. So irrespective of the airline, and we have seen that in the past, be it the incidents with NEO, with airlines on the Airbus fleet, or the existing incidents with some other airline. We have had all landings which have been done safely. But of course, from a passenger perspective, when you see so much negative news flying around, a person definitely is worried, because flying is anyways considered to be risky by most of the passengers. Typically, you will come across multiple people who are praying before landing or praying before takeoff, something which you won't find, say in a railway wagon. So, of course, passengers are worried, and when such incidents are brought to the notice, and they are all over the place, in that case, yes, they do worry. Anything specific that passengers should be doing? Honestly, the answer is no. They should just trust the pilot, trust the regulators, and go ahead, fly if you have to fly. Don't cancel your plans just because you're seeing something. Many things keep happening, but of course, I mean, that doesn't mean that you stop flying.
And what about airlines, Ameya? Should airlines be worried about the impact on their bottom lines as well?
Right. So I think airlines to some extent do get worried about this, because you don't want to be part of the meme fest on social media and WhatsApp groups on what is happening. And we've already seen that happening. We've received multiple messages which make you laugh, but when you think of it from the airline side, you are becoming a joke out of it. So from a brand image perspective, it's very important that these things are curtailed, controlled. And the only way to do it to have a very safe operation. So you cannot go out and tell this never happened, or this is something which keeps happening all around. But not coming in news for the wrong reason is the way forward, which gives comfort to the passengers, and it also helps keep the brand intact.
And what about the regulator? Can the DGCA do anything more in order to become more stringent, in order to ensure that there are no gaps that are going unchecked?
The regulator has the powers to do anything and everything with them, right? We've seen them do audits right from the days of Kingfisher. The airline went down. They did audits for Jet Airways. We know the result. They are doing audits with SpiceJet right now. So there is only as much which can come out of an audit, because you're not there 24/7, 365. So it's a one-off activity which gets done, where they actually go through the paperwork, they go through the aircraft, they do a lot of checking. And if everything is good at that point of time, you can really not blame the airline or the staff out there, because at that point of time everything was good. No regulator in the world, and not just DGCA, no regulator in the world has as much manpower to deploy and check every aircraft, every book, every maintenance schedule, because regulators are not meant to be that way. The whole idea of regulation is that everything is laid out and the airlines have to themselves follow that. So yes, there are surprise checks which help, but on a regular basis, you cannot be doing it at a granular level.
Right. Ameya, thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. Slipping into a very short break, stay tuned to India Today. Our continuing coverage of the airline emergency continues on the other side of this break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Now, SpiceJet has hit an air pocket trouble yet again. First, a cash crunch, which the budget airline struggled with, and now a spate of malfunctions that has earned it a show-cause notice from India's aviation regulator. And the turbulence that has hit this 17-year-old airline comes at a time when a brand new low-cost carrier is set to take to the Akash, or the skies, competing with others for a pie of India's airline market. Here's the story of a new battle for the budget flyer as it's shaping up in the Indian skies. Watch this report.
Only 4% of India's near 1.4 billion people have taken a flight. And as the economy expands, more and more Indians will hope to take to the air. It is this market potential that stock market guru Rakesh Jhunjhunwala promoted Akasa Air hopes to ride on. And it is set to emerge as the new kid on the block in the Indian aviation arena. Speaking at the India Today conclave last October, India's big bull, who has backed dozens of stock market darlings, was sanguine about the prospects of his latest bet.
ठीक है, हमने भी लगाई है एयरलाइन में, देखेंगे क्या होता है। और देख क्या मैंने क्यों लगाया है, नहीं लगाया है, सक्सेसफुल हुआ तो बताऊंगा, फेलियर हो गया तो बोलूंगा मुझे कुछ मालूम नहीं था, was wrong.
The airline will fly under the code QP, and its entry comes at a time when no more than a scattering of flights have empty seats, airfares have soared, and airports are crowded as Indians continue to take to the skies with a vengeance of revenge travel. The first commercial flight of the airline is expected later this month, as India's aviation regulator has cleared Akasa for takeoff by granting it the coveted Air Operator Certificate. So, what are Akasa's plans? The first of Akasa's airs planned 72 narrow-body Boeing 737 MAX planes landed at Delhi Airport last month. The airline is expected to receive at least 2 more Boeing 737 MAX aircraft within 4 weeks, enough to start commercial operations by the end of July. 18 aircrafts will be delivered by March next year and the remaining over the next 4 years. Vinay Dubey, founder and CEO, has said that the airline plans to focus on domestic connections initially as it ramps up its fleet by 25 aircrafts. The company also plans to fly on international routes and have a total of 72 aircrafts within 5 years of beginning operations. Aviation analysts believe the airline has potential to succeed.
AXA gets its AOC. This is the fastest as compared to Vistara or AirAsia India since the day they had their last of the proving flights and the AOC. So that's great news for AXA, no doubt. But to even think that the journey ahead would be free of turbulence is something which is not possible.
Well, the new entrant Akasa Air is also coming at a time when the Indian aviation sector is expecting a revamped Air India Maharaja. And also, how can we forget Jet Airways 2.0? It is no more about turbulence in the air, but it's about better facilities, better on-ground facilities, better in-flight services, and a better flying experience for a middle-class Indian consumer. In New Delhi, Karishma Sudani with cameraman Abhishek Singh.
That's all we have for you in this special broadcast. Stay tuned to India Today. News and updates will continue on the other side of this very short break.
जो गरीब है, जो पिछड़ा है, जो एलिजिबल है,
उसको जो है वो तरक्की की धारा में शामिल होना चाहिए, ये हमारा संकल्प है।
Prominent minority face of the BJP, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, has recently resigned from the post of Minority Affairs Minister as his term comes to an end. He was also the deputy leader of the upper house. With his resignation coming a day before the end of his Rajya Sabha term, there are speculations that the party may nominate Naqvi for the vice presidential election to be held on August 6th. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi is a well-known Muslim leader who has contributed to pro-Hindutva BJP. Raised in a devout family in the village of Bhadari, Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh, Naqvi has always been attracted to social movements. He has been a member of the Sampurna Kranti movement. Naqvi's education in mass communication has made him one of the nation's best communicators and opinion leaders. His political career began in 1980 as a candidate for the Janata Party, but the election turned out to be unsuccessful. Later, he contested as an independent candidate in the Ayodhya constituency in the 1980s Lok Sabha elections. In 1988, Naqvi won the Lok Sabha seat in Uttar Pradesh's Rampur elections. In 1998, during the reign of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi was assigned the post of Minister of State for the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. From 2010 to 2016, Naqvi was elected as an MP of the Rajya Sabha for Uttar Pradesh and later was appointed as the Minister of State for Minority Affairs in 2016. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi again took his oath in 2019 and continued service.
Oh, sorry.
Me padlo. Adjust.
ए भाव थांबा. ए भाव थांबा. थांबा भाव. ए भाव थांबा. ए भाव थांबा. ए भाव.
मुंबईचा राजा कौन आहे?
मैं एकनाथ शिंदे. झुकेगा नहीं.
Watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get to the headlines, the top stories this Saturday morning first. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath, 16 dead, over 48 severely injured after cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents washed away. NDRF, ITBP rescue operations underway. India Today uncovers massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage a cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's prophet remarks. Indian officials approach Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes once again. Says my Kali is queer. Free-spirited. Slams Hindutva. Says my Kali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs have been filed against Leena and India. After months of high drama, world's richest man Elon Musk terminates $44 billion Twitter deal, citing breach in merger agreement. Twitter vows a legal fight. We'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in. This is exclusive. India Today has accessed a shocking video related to Kanhaiya Lal's gruesome beheading. The video exclusively accessed is from the 20th day of June, which is 1 week before Kanhaiya was beheaded by Islamists. The video shows how Sar Tan Se Juda chants were openly raised without fearing anyone. Hundreds of Muslims chanted Sar Tan Se Juda slogans from just a kilometer away where Kanhaiya Lal was beheaded. It was this protest where the proposal to behead Kanhaiya Lal was passed for backing Nupur Sharma's comment against the prophet. Sources say cops and intelligence department did nothing to stop this gathering. The Gehlot government is now under fire for this inaction against the mob that raised such provocative slogans. Kanhaiya was beheaded, remember, a week after this mob march took place and raised these provocative slogans. Listen in first.
पिछले कुछ दिनों में इस्लामिक जिहादियों द्वारा संपूर्ण भारत में कभी कहीं से तो कभी कहीं से हिंदुओं को डराने धमकाने, उनको मारने, नृशंस हत्याएं करने और इस्लाम के नाम पर लोगों को आतंकित करने का जो षड्यंत्र बड़े पैमाने पर चल रहा है.
Arvind Duja has more on that story. Arvind, this video is from the 20th, just about 8 days after which Kanhaiya Lal was murdered. 1 kilometer from where he was murdered. Just tell us, how did this really happen? Who are these people? What were the police doing? What was the intelligence of the government of Rajasthan really doing?
देखिए स्नेहा, जब नुपुर शर्मा का विवादित बयान आया था उसके बाद देश भर में प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे मुस्लिम समाज के लोग, जिसमें एक प्रदर्शन उदयपुर में भी हुआ था 20 तारीख को, और जिसमें हालांकि वो जो प्रदर्शन था वो तो मौन जुलूस था उसमें, लेकिन आप देख पा रही हैं जो इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस किया है वीडियो, उसमें बाकायदा सर तन से जुदा के नारे लग रहे हैं. और ये जो स्पॉट है उदयपुर का अंजुमन चौक, यहाँ से कुछ दूरी पर ही कन्हैया लाल का जो शॉप था वो था, और जिस तरह के नारे लग रहे थे उसके बाद सवाल ये उठता है कि क्या जो उदयपुर की इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट है, लोकल इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट है, स्पेशल ब्रांच है, क्या इस वीडियो के आधार पर उन्होंने जो कन्हैया लाल है उनकी सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई, क्योंकि कन्हैया लाल इस बात का दावा पुलिस के सामने कर रहे थे और शिकायत कर रहे थे कि उनका खतरा है. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, इसी जुलूस में उदयपुर के 3 लोगों का पोस्टर दिखाया गया और कहा गया कि इन लोगों ने कहीं न कहीं नुपुर शर्मा को समर्थन किया है, जिसमें एक कन्हैया लाल जिनकी हत्या हो गई, 2 और नाम है जो बड़े व्यापारी हैं, इंडिया टुडे के पास उनके नाम भी है, लेकिन हम सिक्योरिटी रीजन से उनके नाम नहीं बताना चाहते, लेकिन उनके भी वीडियो इस जुलूस में दिखाए गए. और इस जुलूस में जो हमारे सोर्सेज है वो बता रहे हैं कि जो कन्हैया लाल की जिन्होंने हत्या की थी रियाज और मोहम्मद गौस, वो भी इस जुलूस में शामिल थे. तो जब इस तरह के नारे वहां पर लग रहे हैं, उसके बाद अगर कुछ लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि उन्हें जान का खतरा है, तो कम से कम पुलिस को और जो एजेंसीज है उनको उदयपुर की उनको अलर्ट होना चाहिए था. और यही बार बार सवाल उठ रहा है कि कैसे कन्हैया लाल शिकायत कर रहे थे, उनके पास धमकी भरे कॉल्स आ रहे थे, एक बुरके वाली महिला 2 बार उनके शॉप पर पहुंची थी, उसके बावजूद भी सिक्योरिटी नहीं बढ़ाई गई थी. और ये जो वीडियो है इस बात का प्रमाण है कि उदयपुर में कुछ लोग ऐसे थे जो इस मेंटेलिटी से जुड़े हुए थे कि सर तन से जुदा।
ये कोई ऑर्गेनाइज ग्रुप है या ऐसे ही कॉल दिया गया है इस एरिया के लोगों को इकट्ठा होने के लिए? अरविंद, इन लोगों के बारे में क्या डिटेल्स है और क्या एक्शन लिया जाएगा इनके खिलाफ?
देखिए, ये जो पूरा ऑर्गेनाइज किया था, जो उदयपुर के एक अंजुमन है सदर मुजीब सिद्दीकी, उन्होंने किया था। हालांकि उन्होंने पूछताछ में बोला था कि हमें परमिशन ली हुई थी हमने पुलिस प्रशासन से, और उसके बाद ये प्रोटेस्ट निकाला। उस प्रोटेस्ट में कुछ लोग बिल्कुल जाते वक्त दिखाई दे रहे हैं, जिन्होंने नारेबाजी की होगी, उनसे हमारा लेना देना नहीं है। लेकिन इस फुटेज के आधार पर भी उदयपुर पुलिस जांच करेगी। साथ ही साथ कई व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बने हुए थे जिसके जरिए लोगों को बुलाया गया था, तो उस व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप की भी जो लोकल पुलिस है वो पड़ताल करेगी। और जो लोकल पुलिस है उसका दावा है कि कुछ लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई भी कर लिया गया है, आने वाले दिनों में उनकी अरेस्टिंग होगी। लेकिन ये वीडियो ये साफ साफ बताता है, और इस तरह के कई प्रोटेस्ट उदयपुर में हुए थे जिसमें भड़काने लगे थे। हालांकि हमारे एक वीडियो आया जो हमने अपने व्यूवर्स को दिखाया कि जिसमें बाकायदे जो भड़काऊ नारे हैं सरतन से जुदा, वो नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। और इसके कुछ दिन बाद ही कन्हैया लाल की उदयपुर में हत्या होती है। इसमें
बने रहिए हमारे साथ अरविंद। We'll just come back to you for more on that. We're just putting that video out for our viewers to show how brazenly such hate calls were given. अरविंद, इस वीडियो में हम देख रहे हैं कि बच्चे भी हैं, कई सारे लोगों में बच्चे भी शामिल हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, और इस तरह आपको स्नेहा याद होगा जब नुपुर शर्मा ने जो विवादित बयान दिया था, उसके बाद देश भर में प्रोटेस्ट हुए थे जिसमें कई जगह पर बच्चे भी शामिल हो गए थे। मस्जिद के बाहर बच्चों को कोई जानकारी नहीं होती है, जब भी प्रोटेस्ट होता है तो उसमें वो भी शामिल हो जाते हैं, जिसको लेकर कई बार कई स्टेट्स को नोटिस भी, पुलिस को नोटिस भी भेजा गया था, जिसके बाद एक्शन हुआ। तो उसमें बच्चे भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं। लेकिन जो नारेबाजी है वो ज्यादातर तो जो युवा लोग हैं वो नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन में भी सामने आया है कि ये जो 20 तारीख को प्रोटेस्ट हुआ था, इसमें रियाज और मोहम्मद गौस भी शामिल थे। वो जुलूस में बाकायदा शामिल थे। हालांकि हत्याकांड के बाद जब उनसे पूछताछ हुई तो उन्होंने बोला कि सिर्फ गाली गलौज और प्रोटेस्ट से बात बनेगी नहीं, मैसेज दिया नहीं जा सकता था, इसलिए इस हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया गया था मुस्लिम समाज का पोस्टर बॉय बनने के लिए। अब तक की जो जानकारी है स्नेहा, वो यही जानकारी आई है। लेकिन इस तरह के नारेबाजी लगाना और नारेबाजी लगाते लगाते और अचानक से एक शख्स की हत्या हो जाती है, और सेम उसी स्टाइल से नारेबाजी हो रही है, सरतन से जुदा धारदार हथियार बनाया जाता है, उससे कन्हैया लाल की हत्या की जाती है। सवाल सिर्फ पुलिस पर है, इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर है कि क्या अगर इस तरह की नारेबाजी हो रही थी, कुछ प्रोटेस्ट कलेक्ट्रेट में भी उदयपुर में हुए थे, तो अगर इस तरह की सिचुएशन थी तो क्या पुलिस ने किया? और ऐसे में जब सीधे सीधे एक शख्स, 2 से 3 लोग, आपको बताऊं स्नेहा, 2 बिजनेसमैन ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने उदयपुर छोड़ दिया है। उनमें से एक शख्स को धमकी दी थी, बाकायदा जो रियाज है उसने एक फवाद शेख उसको टारगेट दिया था कि तुम्हें इस बिजनेसमैन को मारना है। एनआईए ने उसको भी डिटेक्ट किया, उससे भी पूछताछ की जा रही है। 2 बिजनेसमैन छोड़ चुके थे। कन्हैया लाल काफी दिन से शॉप पर नहीं आ रहे थे, और जिस दिन 5 दिन बाद वो शॉप पे आते हैं उनकी हत्या हो जाती है। सवाल पुलिस पर खड़ा होता है, सवाल इंटेलिजेंस पर खड़ा होता है, सवाल जो लोकल इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट होती है जिसका काम होता है शहर भर में हर इंफॉर्मेशन को गैदर करना और ऊपर तक पहुंचाना, वो आखिर क्या कर रही थी, ये अपने आप में बड़ा सवाल।
जी बिल्कुल अरविंद, प्रशासन की तरफ से कुछ बताया गया है कि वो इस मामले को अभी कैसे देख रहे हैं? इस वीडियो पे पहले तो वो जवाब दें और उसके बाद कैसे एक्शन ले, इसके बारे में कोई इंडिकेशन है?
जब ये पूरा मामला आया था तो जो गहलोत सरकार थी पहले तो उसने आनाकानी की, लेकिन उसके बाद एक के बाद एक उदयपुर में एसपी का तबादला हो गया, एसएचओ का तबादला हो गया, एएसआई को सस्पेंड कर दिया गया, कई पुलिसकर्मियों का तबादला हुआ, सस्पेंड कर दिया गया। लेकिन सवाल यही है बार बार जो कन्हैया की फैमिली उठा रही थी कि जब एक नहीं 3 से 4 बार अगर शिकायत दी गई तो एक्शन क्यों नहीं लिया गया? हालांकि अब उसके बाद उदयपुर पुलिस जागी है ये जो वीडियो हमने एक्सेस किया है, इस वीडियो की जानकारी भी उदयपुर पुलिस को है। जो ऑर्गेनाइजर थे उनसे भी उदयपुर पुलिस पूछताछ कर रही है। वो कौन लोग हैं जिन्होंने नारे लगाए थे, उनके बारे में भी जानकारी जुटाई जा रही है इसमें।
जी बिल्कुल, बने रहिए अरविंद हमारे साथ। इनफैक्ट विल पुट आउट दैट वीडियो वंस अगेन फॉर आवर व्यूअर्स। We have some more news just coming in. Let's go straight to that as well. Hindu group protests in the national capital. There are traffic jams around central Delhi. These are protests that are taking place at Delhi's Jantar Mantar. Desh ke Gaddaro slogans at the protest. Provocative slogans at Delhi protest march as well. So when it comes to both sides, there are provocative elements and statements coming in from all sides, not just one. Shreya Chatterjee is in Delhi and she's at Jantar Mantar, Shreya, where these protests are going on. Once again, controversial and provocative statements. And I repeat, this is not just from one side, this is from all sides. Both religions, in fact, have these elements putting out these very provocative statements time and again. Shreya.
Well, absolutely so, Sneha. You know, we've been tracking these people who have come for a protest march, in fact, for the horrific murder of Kanhaiya Lal, and that's basically the reason they have all gathered. This is a huge number of people who are really walking from the Mandi House area to Jantar Mantar, and you can see literally the entire streets of the New Delhi district specifically. This is Firoz Shah Road, for example, where the roads have been shut down. People are sitting on the roads. They're pouring in their anger. But as you started off, you know, we also heard controversial slogans being raised at this very rally as well. That points out to the fact that, you know, when emotions run high, probably people, tend to forget the emotional aspect of, the human side or the human sentiments. Look at the kind of emotions that's running here. I'll just try to make you understand what they're doing right now. The protest march is to begin from this area. They will move forward to Jantar Mantar. So they're organizing the people in lines, and once they reach in the Jantar Mantar region, there is a Sankalp Manch. In that Sankalp Manch, they will be discussing the roadmap, is what they say, on what next if certain such things repeat in the future. To just give you an idea of the amount of people who have gathered in this protest, you can see the visuals. Huge number of people. I can only walk the road and the line wouldn't end. This is the scene from Firoz Shah Road in the New Delhi district of the national capital. They're walking to Jantar Mantar, and everywhere I asked my cameraman to pan around, you'll only see a sea of people who are marching. They're here for the Udaipur incident and the Amravati incident. The posters you can see are also the kind of messages that they are trying to send out is against that they're against terror. They're against any terror activity. That's largely the messages in the posters. However, unfortunately, we did hear some provocative slogans also raised at this very rally. There are, a large number of young people. The crowd is also quite young. Though we see people from, across age, they have come here to participate in this Sankalp Manch that will be starting at Jantar Mantar once all these people reach there. But as I've been showing you the visuals, the entire area from the Mandi House region till Jantar Mantar seems to be blocked in a time from now with the kind of people that have come here to actually participate in that Sankalp Manch.
You know, Shreya, you did mention, and we've shown our viewers also, that provocative statements have been made. What is the Delhi police saying or doing about these provocative statements? Because they've seen the atmosphere in the country. almost in flames really over what has been going on as far as Nupur Sharma's controversial statements are concerned. Shreya.
Well, if we talk about the Nupur Sharma's controversial statement, there is a case that's already been registered in the Delhi police's IFSO unit. They've already called Nupur Sharma once on the 18th of June when her statement was registered. Last we updated that from the Delhi police was that if she is required to be called again, they will call her again. But so far as this march is concerned, we tried to connect with the concerned officials of the area. They're yet to tell us whether there is an official permission for this march, but the way we've been seeing the Delhi police as well as other paramilitary forces on the ground facilitating the march, it seems like they have a proper permission in place. And as the banner reads, Bharat Sangvidhan se chalega, Shariat ya Jihad se nahi. That's basically the message they want to send in this Sankalp march. And you can see the visuals, Neha. Yes, energy running high, and probably that's the reason we saw those kind of provocating slogans that were raised in this very rally as well.
Shreya, thanks for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story in moments from now. A major anti-India hate plot has been uncovered by hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia have waged a cyber war against India over suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's remarks on Prophet Muhammad. Over 2,000 Indian websites, including that of the government, have been hacked into. In these screen grabs, these hacker groups have called Muslim hackers worldwide to unite against India. Hackers have demanded an apology over Nupur's remarks and leaked her personal information, including her residence details online. Two hacker groups, Dragon Force Malaysia and Hacktivist Indonesia, are under the radar. Not just that, Thane Police website, Andhra Police website and an Assam-based news channel have been hacked as well by these groups. Indian officials have approached the Interpol to take legal action against the hackers and to issue a lookout circular against the suspects.
How it was decoded? So after the Nupur Sharma incident, there were two hacker groups who called upon all the Muslim hackers of the world to start a cyber war against India. These groups were Dragon Force of Malaysia and Hacktivist of Garuda of Indonesia. These two groups then started attacking a lot of government websites, and they were able to infiltrate many government, educational and industries website and leak a lot of data on dark web. For example, Andhra Police data of individual police persons was leaked. Then PAN card and Aadhaar card of several thousands of Indians had leaked online. Then Dish TV is a private company, its website was hacked. Then Times 8 Assam's channel. Just imagine during live channel, Pakistan's flag was shown on the channel's TV, and several messages by these hacker groups were shown. Similarly, Thane Police website was also hacked. So in response to such cyber aggression, what we did was completely different. It was basically not aggression by us, but what we did was to ethically hack 100 Malaysian websites and 70 Indonesian websites to show their vulnerabilities. And we have done this in coordination with the Malaysian government and Indonesian government. And we have ethically reported these bugs that are vulnerabilities to their government so that they can be patched. So it is like replying with peace against the war against us.
Filmmaker Leena has provoked yet again, and she remains defiant. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena said her Kali is queer and called her free-spirited. She's also called the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. Here is a detailed report.
Facing massive outrage, protest and multiple FIRs across India, filmmaker Leena provokes again. She remains defiant and combative. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena has said, "My Kali is queer. She's a free spirit. She spits at the patriarchy. Kali dismantles Hindutva." Leena, now based in Canada, termed the reaction against her Smoking Kali poster an outrage. The latest defiant statement comes after she tweeted a picture of a man and woman dressed as Shiva and Parvati smoking. Meanwhile, trouble is mounting for the filmmaker in India. The Madhya Pradesh government has issued a lookout circular against Leena. Multiple FIRs have also been filed against her in India.
दिनांक 7 जुलाई 2022 को वादी मुकदमा श्री अनिरुद्ध जायसवाल पुत्र स्वर्गीय कालीशंकर जायसवाल निवासी थाना जूही कानपुर नगर ने लिखित तहरीर देकर फिल्म काली की फिल्म मेकर लीलामणि व अन्य उनके सहयोगियों के ऊपर कथित रूप से धार्मिक भावनाओं को अपमानित करने के संबंध में अभियोग पंजीकृत कराया।
The BJP has sought suspension of a Twitter account for allegedly insulting Hindu gods and goddesses. The microblogging site, while not acceding to the BJP's demand, has taken down Leena's post on goddess Kali that shows the deity as smoking cigarettes. Bureau Report, India Today.
A big tragedy struck the Amarnath Yatra in Jammu and Kashmir on Friday, where 16 people are dead. 40 are missing after a cloudburst triggered flash floods at the base camp. According to reports, the cloudburst has damaged 25 tents and 3 community kitchens where the pilgrims are served food. The Army, the BSF, the NDRF and the ITBP are clearing the debris and carrying out the rescue work. Chinar Corps Commander Lieutenant General ADS Aujla has reached the cloudburst affected area to monitor the rescue work. BSF Mi-17 chopper has been pressed into action to air transport the injured people and the bodies from Neelgra helipad to BSF camp Srinagar for further treatment or for further ferrying bodies to their homes. 2 ALH Dhruv and 2 Mi-17 V5 choppers have also been deployed by the Indian Air Force, and 1 AN-32 and Illusion 76 transport aircrafts are on standby. The Army is also searching the Amarnath Brook to find missing persons and bodies. In light of this tragedy, the Yatra has been suspended temporarily.
वहाँ पर अमरनाथ गुफा के पास ही थे जब
क्या हुआ कि हम दर्शन करके नीचे आए। मेरा एक फ्रेंड है अमित, ये साथ में वेस्ट बंगाल से आए हैं सर। हम दर्शन करके जैसे ही नीचे पहुंचे, वहाँ पे टेंट में हमने फ़ोन और अपना सामान जो जमा करवाया था तो वो हमने उससे लिया। मैं जैसे ही फ़ोन ये क्लिप ऑन कर रहा था, इतने में कश्मीरी बोला कि भाई साहब आप भागिए भागिए। मैंने बोला क्या हुआ? वो देखो ऊपर से। मैंने सर ऊपर देखा, मतलब पानी नहीं था, कुछ अजीब सा मलबा सा आ रहा था, तो बड़े बड़े पत्थर सर। मैंने सोचा नीचे की तरफ भागता हूँ। नीचे भागा तो आगे भी थोड़ा सा और आ रहा था, तो मैं वापस मुड़ा और जैसे आगे गया, जहाँ से हम गुजरे थे वहाँ छोटी सी नाली थी, वो कम से कम 10 फुट चौड़ी हो चुकी थी उस समय। तो सर मैं कूद के उस तरफ से निकल गया। कुछ फ्रेंड निकल चुके हैं, कहाँ हैं हमें पता नहीं है। एक फ्रेंड आया अभी मेरे साथ, तो मैंने पहाड़ी के उस तरफ भागने की कोशिश की। मुझे केदारनाथ का याद था कि हम क्या करें, मंदिर की तरफ जाते हैं, लेकिन सब मैं ऊपर की तरफ जाने लगा तो वहाँ भी पानी आना शुरू हो गया। तो मुझे लगा ऐसा ना हो मैं सीढ़ियों में जाऊँ, ये सीढ़ियों के साथ ले जाए मुझे नीचे। तो मैं सर सामने की पहाड़ी पे देखा, ऊपर से वाइट पानी आ रहा था। तो मैंने सोचा वो पहाड़ साफ है, तो मैंने पुली क्रॉस की, मैं उसकी दूसरी तरफ गया। फिर वहाँ से मैंने क्लिप बनाया।
और ये मुझे बताइए कि कहा जा रहा है कि 16 शव बरामद हुए हैं। आपने आंखों से देखा? आपको लगता है ज्यादा देखा?
अपनी आंखों में जो मैंने देखा है, नीचे की तरफ पानी आया, उसमें टेंट जितने थे ना कश्मीरी 4-5 थे, वो दब गए। मेरे सामने लुढ़कते हुए 6-6.5 फुट हाइट थी उस बंदे की, जो मैंने दबता हुआ देखा। फिर हम जब नीचे आ रहे थे, ग्लेशियर बना हुआ है छोटा सा बर्फ का, उसके वहाँ पे डेड बॉडी लगा था, वो उसी बंदे का था। पूरा वस्त्रहीन था वो। तो सर उसको मैंने दबा हुआ देखा। एक लेडीज़ को गया जाते हुए देखा, एक लड़के ने खींचा, मैं भी साथ में था। लड़के को बाजू मिली, मुझे ये उसका कॉलर मिला, हमने उसको खींच लिया है कीचड़ से। हाँ कीचड़ से। उसके ये कपड़े ये सब उड़ चुका है। वो रो रहे थे गुड्डू, बस शायद से उनका कोई बच्चा था, वो चला गया है।
तो ये दरअसल यहाँ पर दिस इज़ द सिचुएशन हियर एट द बालटाल बेस कैंप. बेसिकली most of the people who were the eyewitness of that tragedy what happened yesterday afternoon at Holy Amarnath cave say their miserable stories about the people, how they were in chaos during that flash flood in that particular area of Holy Amarnath cave. With Tariq Loan, Ashraf Ani, for India Today at Baltal.
Time for a break. Here on the other side. After months of high drama, world's richest man Elon Musk has terminated his $44 billion Twitter deal, citing breach in merger agreement. Twitter, meanwhile, has vowed a big legal fight back.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
Some news just coming in. This is an India Today mega Musewala news break. Is the biggest disclosure ever on Sidhu Musewala murder case. The Bishnoi gang used fake passports to abscond from India. Fake passports were used for Bishnoi's brother Anmol and nephew Sachin. Fake passports are made from Delhi passport office is what we are learning. Massive Musewala murder twist with guns, gangsters, and it appears a global plot is there. Arvind Oja is getting us more details on that story. Arvind, जो भाई थे बिश्नोई के जो मेन अक्यूज इसमें माना जा रहा है, मास्टरमाइंड जो इसमें माना जा रहा है, इस सारे केस में उनका इस पे डीप इन्वॉल्वमेंट है और उन्होंने फेक पासपोर्ट्स भी बनवाया था और वो भी दिल्ली से।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, और ये जो इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस किया है फेक पासपोर्ट, ये दोनों अक्यूज्ड मूसेवाला हत्याकांड में मास्टरमाइंड के तौर पर जाने जा रहे हैं। जो पहला अक्यूज है उसका नाम सचिन बिश्नोई है, जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का भांजा बताया जाता है। ये 21 अप्रैल को जब सिद्धू मूसेवाले हत्याकांड की पूरी प्लानिंग हो गई है, उसके बाद बाकायदा लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग ने के इशारे पर इसका जो पासपोर्ट है वो रीजनल ऑफिस से बना है दिल्ली के संगम विहार के फेक एड्रेस पर, और उसके बाद ये मूसेवाले की हत्या से पहले ही अप्रैल में 21 अप्रैल को भारत से फरार हो गया। अभी ये बताया जा रहा है कि दुबई में मौजूद है, जबकि दूसरा जो पासपोर्ट फेक पासपोर्ट इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस किया है वो है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के खुद के अपने अनमोल बिश्नोई है। अनमोल बिश्नोई जोधपुर की जेल में बंद था, जेल से बाहर आता है, मूसेवाले हत्याकांड की प्लानिंग करता है और उसके बाद हत्याकांड से ठीक पहले फरीदाबाद का जो फेक एड्रेस है, उस फेक एड्रेस पर पासपोर्ट बनवाता है और इंडिया से फरार चला जाता है। इंडिया टुडे को जो जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक अनमोल बिश्नोई इस वक्त यूरोप में है। लेकिन जो सबसे गंभीर सवाल है स्नेहा, वो ये है कि कैसे दिल्ली के पासपोर्ट ऑफिस से, रीजनल पासपोर्ट ऑफिस से ये गैंग फेक पासपोर्ट बनवा लेता है और इंडिया से फरार हो जाता है। एजेंसीज को इसके बारे में कोई जानकारी हाथ नहीं लगती और ये सब एक कॉन्स्पिरेसी का हिस्सा था। इससे पता चलता है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की जो हत्या की प्लानिंग थी वो कितनी बड़ी प्लानिंग थी। बहुत पहले से ये प्लानिंग की जा रही थी और जब मर्डर हो जाए सिद्धू मूसेवाला का, तो उसके बाद लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के भाई और भांजे तक जो पंजाब पुलिस या एजेंसी ना पहुंच पाए, इसके लिए पहले ही हत्याकांड से पहले फेक पासपोर्ट पर दोनों को भारत से फरार करवा दिया गया।
अरे अरविंद, ये कहाँ है अभी, इसके बारे में कुछ बता सकते हैं?
जी देखिए, इंडिया टुडे को जो सोर्सेस ने जानकारी दी है उसके मुताबिक जो अनमोल बिश्नोई है, जिसका फेक पासपोर्ट इंडिया टुडे पर हमारे व्यूवर्स देख पा रहे होंगे, जो दिल्ली के रीजनल पासपोर्ट ऑफिस से बना है, वो फिलहाल दुबई में मौजूद है, जबकि जो सचिन बिश्नोई है वो यूरोप में कहीं पर मौजूद है। और मैं आपको बताऊं, जो शूटर्स हैं, उन शूटर्स को गोल्डी बरार लगातार इंस्ट्रक्शन दे रहा था। 28 मई को ही शूटर्स को पहला कॉल गोल्डी बरार का आया था, जिसमें गोल्डी बरार ने कहा कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला की जो सिक्योरिटी है वो हटा दी गई है, अब तुरंत काम को अंजाम दो। तो ये भी जानकारी इंडिया टुडे के हाथ लगी है। एक जो सचिन बिश्नोई है वो दुबई फरार हो चुका है, जबकि अनमोल जो बिश्नोई है, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का भाई, वो यूरोप फरार हो चुका है। और ये सब एक कॉन्स्पिरेसी का हिस्सा था ताकि मर्डर के बाद ये दोनों अक्यूज्ड एजेंसी के रडार से बाहर रहे।
जी बिल्कुल अरविंद, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अरविंद ओझा विद दैट डिटेल्ड एक्सक्लूसिव रिपोर्ट on the latest developments in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. The story and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. That's it from me for the moment. Weekend programming continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Killer robots sound like something out of a science fiction horror film, but advances in technology mean that fully autonomous weapons could one day become a reality, transforming warfare. Autonomous weapons, which use artificial intelligence to select targets, are already being developed, aimed at reducing cost and risk to human soldiers, while increasing speed and efficiency in action. Unlike drones, which are operated by humans, killer robots would have some autonomous decision-making ability capacity to act. Fully autonomous weapons will be capable of acting without any human intervention. They have been described as the third revolution in warfare after gunpowder and nuclear arms. Some of the world's most prominent scientists believe that fully autonomous weapons pose an unacceptable threat to humanity and could trigger an artificial intelligence arms race. In April 2013, a group of non-governmental organizations launched the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots, an international coalition working to ban fully autonomous weapons. The International Committee for Robot Arms Control, meanwhile, campaigns for the peaceful use of robotics and regulation of robot weapons. Welcome to this week's edition of World Today. It has been a week of tragedy, of loss, and a lot of developments on the international front. Shinzo Abe, a world leader, was shot dead. We'll talk about that in detail, but first up, the headlines. 67-year-old former Japan PM Shinzo Abe confirmed dead after being shot twice in the chest. World in mourning. Boris Johnson steps down as UK Prime Minister after multiple scandals and mass candidate resignations. Rishi Sunak in contention to be the next British Prime Minister. Six people were killed after a 22-year-old opened fire at the US Independence Day parade in Chicago. The suspect has been arrested. And Finland and Sweden take a step forward to joining the alliance as NATO ambassadors sign the accession protocols. The world is in mourning. Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's assassination has shocked the world. Abe was delivering a speech in Nara city when he was shot at twice and succumbed to his injuries hours after the attack on the former Prime Minister. Here's a report.
Just like any other day, Shinzo Abe was on the street addressing a rally in support of his party candidate. It was 11:30 in the morning and a crowd had gathered to hear Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister speak. Abe had just started speaking when shots rang out. This was the moment when the attack occurred in the western city of Nara. Abe collapsed after being hit by 2 bullets. He lay on the ground, his shirt blood-stained from the wounds on his neck and chest.
He was making his speech, and from behind, a man approached, and we were watching from above, and the first shot was just like a bazooka, like toy-like gun, and nobody collapsed. He was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder, and we could see the smoke coming out. It was the same gun, yes. And after the first shot, he kind of went back, and with the second shot, Mr. Abe collapsed.
Medics realized that Abe was critical. As Medivans airlifted him to the Nara Medical University, there were no vital signs. At 5 p.m., the hospital announced that Abe had died.
Former Prime Minister Abe, he has been transferred to hospital 12:20. On arrival, he has had no vital signs. And we conduct resuscitation measures. However, unfortunately, 5 p.m., he has passed away.
Immediately after the firing, a 41-year-old man was tackled to the ground and arrested. Tetsuya Yamagami confessed to firing at Shinzo Abe. He said he had shot to kill the former Prime Minister. Japanese media said Yamagami was a former member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. The attack on Abe stunned Japan, a nation with very stringent gun laws. More so, as political assassination are very, very rare in Japan.
Elections are being held. This is the very foundation of democracy. And such an incident took place. It is barbaric and malicious, and it cannot be tolerated. We will do everything we can. I would like to use the most extreme words available to condemn this act.
The assassination of a very popular Japanese Prime Minister shocked the world. Prime Minister Modi fondly remembered his association with Abe and recalled how he had been an outstanding global leader. Prime Minister Modi also announced one-day national mourning in India to honor Shinzo Abe, who he called a dear friend of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shinzo Abe was a friend to reckon with on global stage. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's friendship cemented ties between the two countries. They contributed in cementing relations to the extent that we saw from mega trains to defense to push on infrastructure. India and Japan and the ties between the two countries, relationship between the two countries grew stronger under the Prime Ministership of late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Here's a report.
One of the most significant events on Indian calendar, and Shinzo Abe becomes the first Japanese Prime Minister to attend it as a chief guest. The visit clinched an ever closer relationship between Asia's second and third largest economies. More so at a time when tensions ran high between Japan and China with their territorial disputes in the East China Sea. And when Chinese incursions in Ladakh and Arunachal a year before had soured India-China ties. And these hugs cemented the friendship. A slew of agreements marked Abe's visit to India a year after the BJP took power at the centre, 16 of them ranging from infrastructure, defence, technology to peaceful use of nuclear energy. As a special gesture, India announced a visit on arrival scheme for all Japanese travellers. On track to realise Prime Minister Modi's vision of a new India, India's first high-speed rail project was founded during Abe's next visit 2 years later. Japan extended technical and financial assistance for running a bullet train between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. It was during Abe's term when India and Japan upgraded their relationship to a special strategic and global partnership. In a 2007 book, Abe envisioned Japan's ties with India would overtake its relations with the United States. The evolution of a broad-based partnership, a broader convergence of economic and strategic goals in geopolitics. Bureau Report, India Today.
The other big news development of the week. Boris Johnson resigned as Prime Minister of the UK. His 3-year tenure was tumultuous. He faced not one but 2 no-confidence motions, but the last straw was a slew of resignations, a record number of resignations that led to the Prime Minister stepping down. Here is a detailed report of the rise and fall of Boris Johnson.
I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world.
From Brexit to exit, Johnson's reign lasted 3 years. And 3 tumultuous years it were, with Johnson surviving not one but 2 no-confidence motions on the floor of the House of Commons.
And I hope he gets on with his.
The immediate pressure to step down was the record number of resignations in the last 24 hours. One by one, Johnson's top ministers dumped him and left, unable to handle the slew of scandals that shadowed the government. In the end, Johnson was left isolated and powerless, even as his Conservative Party bayed for his blood. The last proverbial straw was the sexual escapades of Deputy Whip Chris Pincher, a man Johnson appointed despite claims of sexual misconduct surfacing against the Tory MP in 2019. Much before that, Johnson was beginning to lose the trust of people after the Partygate scandal. In total, 16 gatherings were held at Johnson's home and office and other government offices when the country was under COVID lockdown. The government probe detailed the drunken parties by Johnson's staff at a time when millions of people by order locked up in their homes as the pandemic raged. Boris even had to pay a fine.
As we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable.
Yes, Johnson did handle the Brexit crisis pretty well and made his mark as a world leader when it came to Ukraine war.
The first day of resistance against.
But back home, the rising cost of living and increasing unemployment went ignored.
Inequalities in our society.
Our future.
Johnson may be sad that he's losing the best job in the world, but very clearly not many in Britain are shedding a tear for him. Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a short break. On the other side, we'll talk about the growing incidence of gun violence in the United States of America. Stay tuned to World Today.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back to World Today. Just a few days ago, US Senator advanced a bill regarding continuous incidents of gun violence in the United States of America. It's a restricted and a narrow package regarding firearms restrictions and a proposal for billions of worth of budget for mental health and school security. Having said that, President Biden on the 4th of July was addressing the nation when the nation yet again witnessed another incident of gun violence. In fact, a gun violence report suggests that every state of the United States of America witnessed gun violence incidents across the country, claiming 200 lives in this gun violence epidemic. Take a look.
Celebrate the goodness of our nation, tweeted the President of the United States on 4th of July, the American Independence Day. And this is what America witnessed less than an hour later. Seven people killed and several injured. A gunman on a rooftop opened fire into a crowd of spectators gathered to celebrate the 4th of July parade in Chicago suburbs, Highland Park.
And we ran behind the building, and I put my son in a dumpster, and he sit there with his dog, And I went back to look for the rest of my family. I left him with someone there so that I can go back to get my phone and find the rest of my family. That was the worst experience ever because, you know, all I thought about was my son, and I can only imagine what that family's going through.
It just makes me feel like we're not safe anymore. You know, I currently was living in Waukegan, and I, left Waukegan to come to Highland Park because it's a safe community. I grew up in the Highland Park area, and, to experiment this on a holiday that, means a lot to people because they go with their families and they attend.
Hours later, 21-year-old Robert E. Crimo III surrendered to the police for launching an open fire during the Independence Day parade, and police charged him with 7 counts of first-degree murder.
He had purchased five firearms. 5 firearms, and that includes rifles and handguns as well. There were a combination of which, I don't have the exact count, at least 2 rifles, some pistols, and possibly a shotgun. Those were seized at his father's home pursuant to a search warrant yesterday.
And sadly, it did not end there. 4th of July saw another shooting, and this time it was on the police officers in Philadelphia. 2 policemen were shot near the Benjamin Franklin Parkway when thousands of people celebrated the American Freedom Day concert and fireworks show. Later, both the officers were reported to be in a stable condition. Both the incidents took place at a time when America is not yet over the trauma that the school children's mass shooting in Texas and black shoppers in New York's Buffalo gave it. Mass shootings happens in US is a depressing regularity, as the country has seen at least 11 mass shootings since the start of July, with the latest on Monday at a July 4th parade. US publication reports that there were 470 mass shootings in the US in 2019, and the number has only risen since then to 693 in 2021. Though the US Senate is trying to toughen gun laws, only halfway through the year 2022, US has already seen over 300 mass shootings with roughly 22,500 deaths caused by gun violence.
There have been a lot of developments in and around the Russia-Ukraine war. In the latest, accession protocols have been signed to initiate the process for Finland and Sweden to join NATO. This even as Russia continues to take larger parts and swaths of land in eastern Ukraine. The question is, will this addition in NATO change anything on the ground for Russia or, for that matter, for Ukraine?
NATO may soon have 32 member states, with the inclusion of Finland and Sweden.
Part of the ratification process.
While the developed world is securing its borders, let's see what is happening in Ukraine. As NATO ambassadors signed the accession protocols for Finland and Sweden at NATO headquarters on 5th of July 2022 in the presence of Finnish Foreign Minister Pekka Haavisto and Swedish Foreign Minister Ann Linde.
I commend all allies for moving so quickly in accepting Finland and Sweden's applications for membership. And I want to thank Turkey, Finland and Sweden for their constructive approach. The trilateral agreement they signed at the Madrid summit made today possible. I know all 3 parties are working hard on the implementation and robust follow-through, especially in the fight against terrorism. I now count on all allies to ensure the speedy ratification of the accession according to their national procedures.
Ukraine, on the other hand, witnessed a major setback with Luhansk falling to the Russians. Russia has claimed this part of the Donbas region, while Ukraine has described the fall as tactical retreat.
The units that took part in active hostilities
and achieve success, victory in the Luhansk direction. Of course, should rest increase their combat capabilities, while other military formation, including both the East grouping and the West grouping, should carry out their task according to previously approved plans, according to a single plan. And I hope that everything will happen in their direction in the same way as it happened in Luhansk so far.
Надеюсь, что все будет на их направлениях происходить так же.
Finland and Sweden joining NATO is vastly different from Ukraine being part of it. Therefore, Kremlin had said that the decision will not rattle Moscow till their security is not compromised. But the real work begins now. Will Turkey see through ratification of the protocol in the parliament? For now, Turkey has hailed the 10-article agreement, which they say has taken into account Ankara's concerns.
Undoubtedly, this memorandum is a diplomatic victory for Turkey and our nation after a difficult negotiation process. With the three-way memorandum, full cooperation with Turkey against PKK and its extensions, solidarity in the fight against all forms and manifestations of terrorism, a commitment not to support the PYD, YPG and FETÖ, not to impose embargoes and restrictions in the field of defense industry, and to increase cooperation.
Ankara could still block the process if the two countries fail to fully meet Turkey's demand to extradite who they consider terror suspects with links to outlawed Kurdish groups or the network of an exiled cleric accused of a failed 2016 coup in Turkey. While Erdogan claimed that Sweden had promised to extradite and crack down on the financing and recruitment activities of the Kurdistan Workers' Party and its extensions, representatives of the Nordic countries only said that they would address those requests in accordance with the European Convention on Extradition and gave no firm number in the written agreement. Meanwhile, Ukraine forces have been taking up new defensive lines in the eastern part of the country, preparing for the next phase in the war, as President Vladimir Putin proclaimed Russia's victory in the months-long Battle of Luhansk.
That's all in this week's edition of World Today. Stay tuned to India Today for all the latest news and updates.
Shinzo Abe's tragic assassination has shaken the entire world. The former Japanese Prime Minister was shot dead by a 41-year-old man during an election speech. Shinzo Abe came from a powerful family that has been in politics for decades. His grandfather served as a prime minister between 1957 and 1960, and Abe's father served as a foreign minister. He attended the Seke Elementary School and Seke Junior and Senior High School. He studied public administration and graduated with a bachelor's degree in political science from Seke University in 1977. He studied public policy at the University of Southern California School of Policy Planning and Development, now the USC Price School of Public Policy, for 3 semesters in the United States. He served as Japan's Prime Minister for 2 tenures, first from 2006 to 7 and again from 2012 to 2020. He was the youngest post-war Japanese PM at the age of 52. He stepped down a year later as the Liberal Democratic Party lost an upper house election. He created history with a landslide victory in the 2012 elections. Shinzo became the longest-serving Japanese Prime Minister. He suffered health problems like bowel disease relapse during his tenure. He resigned in August 2020 due to the disease. Shinzo became famous for his Abenomics policy introduced to revitalize Japan's economy. This policy helped Japan come out of a period of minimal growth and overall deflation. Abe declared in his January 2013 policy speech to the idea that economic revival and escaping deflation were the greatest and the urgent issues facing Japan. Abe then appointed Haruhiko Kuroda as governor, who had previously advocated inflation targets. He announced a program to double the money supply and achieve a 2% inflation target at the earliest possible time.
You are watching India Today.
Hello there, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the headlines this Saturday afternoon first. India Today's mega exclusive Mosewala murder probe revelation. Jailed Lawrence Bishnoi gang used fake passports for his brother and nephew to abscond from India. Fake passports of the gangster's kin were made from a Delhi regional passport office. India Today exclusively accesses a shocking video 8 days before Kanhaiya Lal's heinous murder. Sar Tan se juda chants openly raised in this rally. India Today uncovers massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage a cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's prophet remarks. Indian officials approach Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes once again, says My Kali is queer. Free-spirited slams Hindutva, saying My Kali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs have been filed against Leena in India. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath, 16 dead. Over 48 severely injured after cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents washed away. NDRF, ITBP rescue operations underway. Some news just coming in. Goldie Brar, the shooter conversation has been accessed. Gangster Goldie tipped off singers, shooters is what we are learning. Shooters drank, partied after killing Mosewala is what we are picking up. We're getting you all the details of the investigations in this matter on how this brutal murder of popular singer Sidhu Mosewala was planned. What we learn now is that Goldie Brar shooter conversation has now been accessed by us. The gangster Goldie Brar tipped off singers, shooters. The shooters also drank and partied after killing Mosewala is what we are learning. We also a while ago got you a story of how Lawrence Bishnoi's brothers, who are the accused in this case, have fled India using fake passports. The passports were made in Delhi city from Delhi's regional office, passport office is what we know. We're getting you more details in the manner in which Goldie Brar was involved in this. We have a conversation with the shooters that has now been accessed. Goldie Brar tipped off the singers, shooters. The shooters also made merry, partied and drank alcohol after killing Mosewala is what we are learning. Shreya Chatterjee has more details on that story. Talk to us, Shreya, about the conversations that have been accessed. This conversation between Goldie Brar and the shooters.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. Alarming indeed. It was on the 28th of March, 20th of May, just a day prior to the shootout of Sidhu Mosewala. 11 a.m. Goldie Brar had called up the shooters, and what I believe that he had very categorically told Priyavrat Fauji that the security of Sidhu Mosewala has been downgraded, and this is the time that they should be ready to carry forward and execute the plan that they have been chalking. Now, on the 29th of May, when we talk about the Priyavrat Fauji module, which is the Bolero module, along with Ankit Sirsa and Keshav, they were at one location in Haryana, which was provided by them by a person named Navdeep. they met the other module, which is the Corolla module, which had the other lot, which includes Jagdeep, Rupa and the other shooters. They met at the Oklana Mandi area of Haryana. This was around 10:30. At 11 sharp, they left from the Oklana Mandi area to the Mansa area. Once they reached there, they again had a conversation between Goldie Brar. Remember, the wrecking was done prior, but these are the exclusive call details between Goldie Brar and the shooters that we have accessed from the time frame of 28th of May, 11 a.m. till the time the shootout was done. So Goldie Brar, sitting in Canada, who were they referring as doctor in the phone call, was in constant touch. First it was Priyavrat Fauji, who was heading the Bolero module, was called at 11 a.m. On the 28th of May, called and told that this is the time that you should execute the plan because Sidhu Moosewala's security has been downgraded. Priyavrat Fauji said that they are ready. 29th of May morning, they were at one place in Haryana, and at 10:30 a.m. they meet the others, the Corolla module with Jagdeep, Rupa in the Oklana Mandi area. They head for the Mansa area, and there you know that at the Jawahar Cave Road is where they gunned down Sidhu Moosewala. So these are the exclusive call details between the shooters and Goldie Brar of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, who was sitting there in Canada orchestrating the entire plan.
Yes, be with us. I'm going to come back to you for more on that. I'm going to go across straight to my colleague Arvind Oja, who's got more details on that story. Arvind, in conversation से ये evident है कि गोल्डी ब्रार को एक opportunity मिली, जैसे ही security downgrade हुआ और वो information public हो गई, उन्होंने कहा go for the kill, attack करिए, इस मौके का फायदा उठाया जाए।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, और सिद्धू मूसेवाले पर स्नेहा इंडिया टुडे लगातार जो पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी है वो सिलसिलेवार तरीके से बता रहा है, जिसमें आज हमें दो स्कूप इंडिया टुडे के पास है। पहली ये कि किस तरीके से एक बड़ी ही कॉन्स्पिरेसी, एक लंबी कॉन्स्पिरेसी के तहत लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने अपने रिलेटिव, जो अपना भांजा है, उसको पहले इंडिया से बाहर फेक पासपोर्ट पर दुबई भिजवाया, उसके बाद अपने भाई अनमोल बिश्नोई को यूरोप भिजवाया, उसके बाद गोल्डी बरार, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का भाई अनमोल बिश्नोई और उसका भांजा सचिन बिश्नोई, ये तीनों इंडिया के बाहर से प्लानिंग करते हैं। उसके बाद 28 मई को पहला कॉल गोल्डी बरार का शूटर्स को आता है, जो मानसा विलेज के आसपास ही मौजूद थे, इस मौके की ताक में कि कब वो सिद्धू मूसेवाले का कत्ल करें। गोल्डी बरार का कॉल सुबह तकरीबन 7 बजे आता है शूटर्स को कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का जो सिक्योरिटी है वो हटा दिया गया है, तुरंत अब जो काम है उसको अंजाम देना है। और आपको बताऊं कि जो गोल्डी बरार है उसका कोड नेम डॉक्टर है, जो शूटर्स है उसको डॉक्टर के नाम से बातचीत करते थे, ताकि एजेंसी जो है वो कॉल को अगर इंटरसेप्ट भी करती है तो वो पता नहीं चल सके कि किसके बीच की बातचीत हो रही है।
जी बिल्कुल।
उसके बाद पहला कॉल जो शूटर प्रियव्रत फौजी है उसको आता है, और उसके बाद दूसरा जो कॉल्स है गोल्डी बरार कनाडा से बकायदा अपने शूटर्स को बताता है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले का गेट, बड़ा गेट खुल चुका है। उसके बाद तीसरी कॉल्स में गोल्डी बरार बोलता है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला बिना सिक्योरिटी के अपने घर से निकल चुका है। तो कनाडा में बैठा गोल्डी बरार वो 3 ऐसे कॉल्स करता है, यानी उसको पूरी जानकारी थी। सिद्धू मूसेवाले के घर के बाहर जो रेकी करने वाले थे वो डायरेक्ट गोल्डी बरार को इस बात की जानकारी दे रहे थे, गोल्डी बरार शूटर्स को इस बात की जानकारी दे रहा था, और इस तरीके से सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या की गई। तो एक पूरी फुल प्रूफ प्लानिंग थी, ताकि अगर एजेंसी या पंजाब पुलिस इसकी जांच भी करती है तो इस जांच में वो पूरी तरह से एक तरीके से कंफ्यूज्ड हो जाए और गोल्डी बरार तक नहीं पहुंच पाए। लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल ने एक के बाद एक जो शूटर अरेस्ट किए हैं उनसे ये बातचीत में खुलासा हुआ है, और जो कॉल डिटेल्स है वो इंडिया टुडे के पास है, जिसमें क्या बातचीत हो रही थी उसके बारे हमने बताया कि कैसे 28 मई को, क्योंकि जब सिक्योरिटी कई वीवीआईपीज की पंजाब में हटाई गई जिसमें सिद्धू मूसेवाला था, इसकी जानकारी जैसे ही गोल्डी बरार को लगी 28 मई को, पहली कॉल उसने शूटर को की प्रियव्रत फौजी को कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की सिक्योरिटी हटा दी गई है, तुरंत काम करो।
और ये बिल्कुल एक हैंडलर की तरह काम कर रहा था गोल्डी बरार, कनाडा में बैठा हुआ गोल्डी बरार हैंडलर की तरह काम कर रहा था। एंड व्यूअर्स, दिस इज द मोस्ट कंक्लूसिव एविडेंस ऑफ द इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ गोल्डी बरार। आई थिंक वी really joined the dots. Arvind Oja with this exclusive report getting us a minute-to-minute conversation. Arvind, डॉक्टर साहब जो नाम वो यूज़ करते हैं, हैंडलर के तौर पे गोल्डी बरार काम करता है, और जो इस पे अटैकर्स हैं जो जिन्होंने मारा है सिद्धू मूसेवाला को, वो बार बार गोल्डी बरार को डॉक्टर साहिब के नाम से एक तरीके से कोड नेम जो कि है वो यूज़ किया जा रहा है इस पूरे कॉन्वर्सेशन में। और ये भी कहा जाता है कि 29 मई के पहले ये पूरा काम हो जाना चाहिए।
जी बिल्कुल, ये काम हो जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि देखिए इंडिया टुडे ने इसके पहले भी बताया था कि किस तरीके से जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है, गोल्डी बरार, वो कितना डेस्परेट था कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला को हर हाल में मारना है। इसके लिए कई बार प्लानिंग हुई। एक बार प्लानिंग हुई कि जो ये गैंग है इसमें 2 लेडी गैंगस्टर को शामिल किया जाए, जिसमें एक को लेडी पुलिस बनाया जाए, दूसरे को मीडिया कर्मी, और उसके बाद सिद्धू मूसेवाले के घर पर रेड के बहाने, ताकि ये पूरा ओरिजिनल लगे, और रेड के बहाने घुसा जाए, उसके बाद सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या की जाए। लेकिन वो प्लानिंग फेल हो गई। उसके बाद भी 2 से 3 बार अटेम्प्ट हुए, लेकिन सिद्धू मूसेवाला दूसरे रूट से चला जाता था। लेकिन 28 मई को जब गोल्डी बरार को जानकारी मिली कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की सिक्योरिटी हटाई गई है, उसने तुरंत कॉल किया प्रियव्रत फौजी को, और प्रियव्रत फौजी ने रिस्पॉन्स दिया कि जी डॉक्टर साहब, काम हो जाएगा। तो आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि दरअसल गोल्डी बरार को जो तमाम शूटर्स थे वो डॉक्टर साहब कहते थे, वो एक कोड नेम था। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को टाइगर कहते थे, और काला जठेड़ी, उसके भी शूटर इसमें शामिल है, काला जठेड़ी को अल्फा कहते थे। तो ये देखिए कि किस तरीके से ये जो गैंग है, एक तो ये इंटरनेशनल सिंडिकेट है, इंटरनेशनल गैंग है, क्योंकि इंडिया के बाहर से जो जर्मन मेड और तुर्की मेड और तमाम जिस तरह के हथियार है, P-30, उसके अलावा ग्लॉक पिस्टल, वो आती है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का कत्ल करने के लिए। और उसके बाद किस तरीके से पूरा ये जो प्लान है एग्जीक्यूट होता है, जिसमें गोल्डी बरार को डॉक्टर साहब नाम का कोड दिया जाता है, और वही बाकायदा बताता है 28 तारीख को सिक्योरिटी हटा दी गई है। 29 तारीख को कॉल करता है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला अपने बड़ा के घर का जो कोठी है मानसा में, वो बड़ी कोठी खुल चुकी है। तीसरी कॉल करता है कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला है वो बिना सिक्योरिटी के अपने घर से निकल चुका है। उसके बाद इस पूरे हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया जाता है। इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट ये है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले के घर के बाहर 2 से 3 लोग जो रेकी कर रहे थे, वो भी गोल्डी बरार को बता रहे थे, शूटर्स को नहीं बता रहे थे। यानी गोल्डी बरार की प्लानिंग यही थी कि अगर शूटर्स पकड़े भी जाते हैं तो रेकी करने वाले नहीं पकड़े, रेकी करने वालों के सामने उसके नाम का खुलासा न हो, और रेकी करने वाले पकड़े जाते हैं तो वो शूटर्स के नाम का खुलासा न हो।
अरविंद, मैं पूछना चाहूंगी आपसे इस हैंडलर गोल्डी बरार के बारे में, जिसका नाम बहुत ही दिनों से चल रहा है। ये कहते हैं शूटर्स को, उनको तरीका दिखाते हैं मर्डर के बाद की वेपन्स भी कैसे डिस्पोज ऑफ किया जाए। वो कहते हैं कि बब्बन नाम के एक इंसान को आप ये वेपन्स देंगे और आप फतेहाबाद ट्रैवल करेंगे, जहां पर आपको रामनिवास की सहायता मिलेगी। पूरी प्लानिंग की गई है कि वेपन्स भी कैसे डिस्कार्ड और डिस्पोज ऑफ किया जाए।
बिल्कुल स्नेहा, वही हम कह रहे हैं कि इंडिया टुडे ने एक के बाद एक ये पूरे एक बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी का खुलासा किया, जिसमें हम ये पहली बार बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से कॉल्स आई और किस तरीके से ये जो गैंग है ऑपरेट करता है। कि अगर कोई वारदात हो जाती है, जैसे सिद्धू मूसेवाला का जब मर्डर हुआ, तो वो जो वेपन्स थे वो दूसरी बार भी इनको इस्तेमाल करने थे, क्योंकि काफी महंगे वेपन्स हैं। इसलिए गोल्डी बरार कहता है शूटर्स को, जब वो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर कर देते हैं, कि आप सभी लोग फतेहाबाद जाइए, वहां पर एक शख्स मिलेगा रामनिवास, उसको वो आपको हैंडल करेगा। उसके बाद जो वेपन्स है वो आप दूसरे को दे दे, बब्बन नाम के शख्स को, और ऐसा होता भी है, वो वेपन्स देते हैं। उसके बाद जो आगे की इंस्ट्रक्शन आती है वो आती है कि आप ट्रक पकड़ के गुजरात बॉर्डर में एंटर कीजिए। देखिए कितना इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट ये है कि पंजाब पुलिस जो शूटर्स उनको तलाश रही थी, और शूटर्स ने चकमा देते हुए ट्रक पकड़ की छोटी गाड़ी नहीं पकड़ी, लग्जरी गाड़ी, बल्कि ट्रक में वो सवार हुए और सीधे पहुंचते हैं गुजरात। और शायद यही वजह है कि ट्रक में वो सवार थे और पुलिस उनको पकड़ नहीं पाई, पंजाब बॉर्डर उन्होंने ट्रक से क्रॉस किया। तो हैंडलर था पूरी तरीके से गोल्डी बरार, और एक एक चीज की जानकारी दे रहा था, कब शूट आउट को अंजाम देना है, हत्याकांड को अंजाम देना, कहाँ भागना है, जो वेपन्स है वो किसके पास देना है। ये वो तमाम चीजें हैं जिसके जरिए काफी दिनों तक यही वो प्लानिंग थी, जिसके जरिए वो पंजाब पुलिस के हाथ में नहीं आ रहे थे। लेकिन स्पेशल सेल ने चूंकि पहले से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कुछ की हुई थी लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग पर, तो एक के बाद एक लीड मिलती चली गई और जो अक्यूज हैं वो अरेस्ट हुए।
जी बिल्कुल। This conversation establishes conclusively the role of Goldie Brar, who was working along with Lawrence Bishnoi, was lodged in jail at that point in time, as he continues to be even now. the manner in which Goldie Brar was sitting in Canada and he planned this entire murder, acting as a handler and also using the code name of Dr. Saab. We'll continue to track that big exclusive story with my colleague Arvind Oja in just a few moments from now. Meanwhile, this is another exclusive report that we're getting before our viewers. India today has accessed the biggest disclosure in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. We have learned that days before Moosewala was killed, the gangster Lawrence Bishnoi is lodged in Tihar jail, got his brother Anmol Bishnoi and his nephew Sachin out of India by arranging a fake passport. The fake passports of the gangsters came made from the Delhi Regional Passport Office. It was a well-hatched-out conspiracy to protect his brother and nephew and to leave no link behind to the murder of Moosewala. Bishnoi settled them abroad from where they could coordinate, facilitate and successfully execute this crime. Arvind continues to be with us in that big story. Arvind, Delhi Regional Passport Office से ये fake passports बनी हैं. Delhi Passport Office से भी कई सारे सवालों को जवाब देना है, लेकिन ये मामला फिर से आगे आता है कि किस तरह इफेक्टिवली लॉरेंस बिश्नोई हर बार जेल में बैठा ये क्राइम एग्जीक्यूट करता है और कितनी सिस्टमैटिकली इसे एग्जीक्यूट करता है.
जी बिल्कुल, मैं और आपको बताऊं, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई बहुत शार्प है. LLB की डिग्री उसने हासिल कर रखी है और इंटरोगेशन करने वाले कई ऑफिसर्स ने ये बताया बहुत शार्प भी है. लेकिन इंडिया टुडे ने हत्याकांड के बाद इस बात का भी सोर्सेज के जरिए खुलासा किया था कि इसमें जो दो मास्टरमाइंड है उनको लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने इंडिया के बाहर भिजवा दिया है. लेकिन अब इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस किया है वो फेक पासपोर्ट जिसके जरिए दो सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर के जो प्लानर है वो इंडिया से बाहर भागे थे, जिसमें एक है सचिन बिश्नोई जिसने फेक पासपोर्ट बनवाया दिल्ली के संगम विहार के एक एड्रेस पर दिल्ली के रीजनल पासपोर्ट ऑफिस से, और पूरी प्लानिंग की इंडिया में रहते हुए सिद्धू मूसेवाले के कत्ल की, और कत्ल के ठीक पहले 21 अप्रैल को वो इंडिया से बाहर दुबई में फरार हो गया. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, हमने वो पासपोर्ट एक्सेस किया है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के ब्रदर का जिसका नाम है अनमोल बिश्नोई, जो फिलहाल यूरोप में है. इसने भी दिल्ली के रीजनल पासपोर्ट ऑफिस से हरियाणा के एड्रेस फरीदाबाद पर एक पासपोर्ट बनवाया और हत्या के पहले ये फरार हो गया. फिलहाल ये यूरोप में है. लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने इस बात का खुलासा किया था, जिसके बाद पंजाब पुलिस ने पासपोर्ट एक्ट में FIR दर्ज कर ली है. लेकिन ये दो फेक पासपोर्ट जो इंडिया टुडे के स्क्रीन पर है स्नेहा, ये बताता है कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला है उसके मर्डर की प्लानिंग कितने ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में काफी पहले से जो रची जा रही थी, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग के लोग रच रहे थे, और कैसे दिल्ली रीजनल पासपोर्ट ऑफिस को बाकायदा चकमा देते हुए इन्होंने फेक पासपोर्ट बनवाया. और मर्डर के पहले चूंकि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई चाहता था कि जब ये मर्डर की इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो उसमें उसका भाई और उसका जो भांजा है वो पूरी तरह से बचे रहे, इसलिए दोनों को पहले इंडिया से बाहर शिफ्ट करवाता, एक को दुबई एक को यूरोप. और ये दोनों भी गोल्डी बरार के साथ मिलकर इंडिया के बाहर से पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी को कहीं ना कहीं बुनते हैं, पूरी प्लानिंग करते हैं. उसके बाद सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर होता है. तो ये एक इंटरनेशनल सिंडिकेट बन चुका है जो आने वाले दिनों में पंजाब पुलिस के लिए तो फिलहाल चुनौती है ही, लेकिन अगर इस गैंग को क्रैक डाउन नहीं किया गया तो ये बहुत कहीं ना कहीं मुश्किल खड़ी कर सकता है एजेंसियों के सामने.
Well, Arvind is getting us all of those details on the investigations in this case. Every single detail as to how this conspiracy was hatched from Canada. 2 of his relatives, kin, one of them in Europe, one in Dubai. Lawrence Bishnoi packed them off, and this is the manner in which they executed this horrific crime against this popular singer, Sidhu Moosewala. Getting you all the details of the conversation, the manner in which Goldie Brar continued to act as a handler sitting in Canada, executed this crime, giving every single instruction to the shooters there, who then brutally pumped over 24 bullets into Sidhu Moosewala and killed him on the 29th of May. Goldie Brar's specific instructions that this job has to be done at any cost on before the 29th of May, or by 29th of May is what Brar said, sitting in Canada to the murderers here. In fact, he also went on to help them dispose of the weapons as per the conversations that have been accessed by India Today. Arvind Oja with their exclusive report. Arvind, हमारे viewers को फिर से बताइए किस तरीके से ये पूरा मर्डर प्लान किया गया था. गोल्डी ब्रार कनाडा में बैठे डॉक्टर साहब का नाम कोड नेम यूज करते हुए हैंडलर्स शूटर्स को स्पेसिफिक इंस्ट्रक्शंस दे रहे थे.
अब मैं यही भी बताना चाहता हूं कि इंडिया टुडे ने ये जो पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी, गोल्डी बरार जो कनाडा में बैठा हुआ है और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई जो तिहाड़ जेल में उस वक्त बैठा हुआ था, किस तरीके से इस कॉन्स्पिरेसी, इस पूरे मर्डर को अंजाम दिया गया. पहले कोड नेम फिक्स किया गया. जो शूटर्स थे वो गोल्डी बरार को डॉक्टर साहेब के नाम से कोड नेम से बातचीत करते थे. लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का कोड नेम टाइगर्स था. जो शूटर्स थे वो लगातार गोल्डी बरार के इशारे पर मानसा विलेज के आसपास ही काफी दिनों से मौजूद थे, क्योंकि काफी डेस्परेशन थी सिद्धू मूसे वाले को कई बार मारना है, और कई बार अटेम्प्ट भी किया, अलग अलग प्लानिंग भी बनाई गई, लेकिन वो प्लानिंग फेल हो गई. लेकिन 28 मई को सुबह एक कॉल आती है शूटर्स को. सबसे पहले जो प्रियव्रत फौजी है, जो हरियाणा का गैंगस्टर है, जो फिलहाल मानसा विलेज में 28 मई को मौजूद था, उसको एक कॉल्स आती है कनाडा से एक डॉक्टर की. वो डॉक्टर कोई नहीं बल्कि गोल्डी बरार था, जिसने कॉल किया कि सिद्धू मूसे वाले की सिक्योरिटी हटा ली गई है, कम कर ली गई है, इसलिए तुरंत अब जो मर्डर है उसको अंजाम देना है. उसके बाद शूटर एक्टिवेट होते हैं. 29 मई को जो रेकी करने वाले हैं वो सिद्धू मूसे वाले के घर के बाहर, जिसमें केकड़ा नाम का शख्स का नाम सामने आया था, 2 से 3 लोग जो रेकी कर रहे होते हैं सिद्धू मूसे वाले के घर के बाहर. जब कोठी का बड़ा गेट खुलता है, वो जो रेकी करने वाले हैं वो सीधे गोल्डी बरार को मैसेज देते हैं कि गेट खुल चुका है. गोल्डी बरार तुरंत शूटर को एक्टिवेट करता है कि गेट खुल चुका है. इधर से आवाज आती है, जी डॉक्टर साहब वी आर रेडी. उसके बाद तीसरी कॉल आती है, क्योंकि जो रेकी करने वाले हैं वो घर के बाहर से गोल्डी बरार को मैसेज देते हैं कि सिद्धू मूसे वाला अपनी ब्लैक कलर की थार गाड़ी में निकल चुका है, उसके साथ सिक्योरिटी नहीं है. ये जानकारी गोल्डी बरार को दी जाती है. गोल्डी बरार जो अपने शूटर्स हैं उनको मानसा विलेज से 3 किलोमीटर पहले एक ढाबे पर रुकवाता है. वहां पर उनको जानकारी देता है कि तुरंत आप लोग भागिए, सिद्धू मूसे वाला बिना सिक्योरिटी के अपने घर से बाहर निकला है. और उसके कुछ मिनट बाद ये मर्डर हो जाता है. तो ये एक एक करके जो पूरी कॉल डिटेल इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस की है. 28 मई की कॉल, 29 मई की कॉल, कि किस तरीके से कनाडा में बैठा हुआ डॉक्टर यानी जो कोड नेम है गोल्डी बरार का, वो कैसे एक एक करके शूटर को कोऑर्डिनेट करता है एक तरफ, दूसरी तरफ कोऑर्डिनेट करता है जो सिद्धू मूसे वाले के घर के बाहर रेकी कर रहे होते हैं. और एक ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में, एक बहुत प्लान वे में सिद्धू मूसे वाले का मर्डर होता है. और सिद्धू मूसे वाले के मर्डर के बाद की भी प्लानिंग इन लोगों ने. गोल्डी बरार मर्डर के बाद कहता है कि आप फतेहाबाद जाइए, वहां एक शख्स मिलेगा, वहां को रुकना है, और जो वेपन्स है, जो जर्मन मेड, तुर्की मेड, ये ग्लॉक पिस्टल है, जो काफी महंगी पिस्टल आती है, इंडिया के बाहर से मंगवाई गई थी, वो.
We'll reconnect with Arvind in a few moments from now, but remember. Okay, Arvind is back with us. Arvind, आप बता रहे थे हमें ये कैसे मर्डर के पहले, मर्डर के दौरान और मर्डर के बाद भी मेटिकुलस प्लानिंग की गई थी.
जी बिल्कुल. उसके बाद ये फतेहाबाद जाते हैं. वहां पर जो वेपन्स है, इंडिया टुडे ने वो एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल भी दिखाया था स्नेहा, कि कैसे ये मर्डर के बाद जब जो 5 स्टेट की पुलिस है वो इनको तलाश रही थी, और ये कैसे गाड़ी में म्यूजिक बज रहा है और ये जो पिस्टल है वो दिखा रहे थे, वो तमाम वो पिस्टल वो दिखा रहे थे. तो वो जो पिस्टल है वो जर्मनी और तुर्की और उसके अलावा दूसरी कंट्रीज से आई थी, और काफी महंगी ये पिस्टल्स है, काफी महंगे ये वेपन्स है, जो खास तौर पे सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर के लिए मंगवाए गए थे. और आपको बताऊं कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले के कई एल्बम में यही वेपन्स का वो जिक्र भी करते थे. उन्हीं वेपन्स को जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग है उसने इंडिया से बुलवाया था, और उसके बाद हत्याकांड को अंजाम देने के बाद शूटर्स को ये इंस्ट्रक्शन दी गई कि ये वेपन्स फतेहाबाद में एक शख्स को देने हैं. और उसके बाद वहां से गोल्डी बरार कहता है कि आप ट्रक पकड़िए, ट्रक से गुजरात जाइए. गुजरात में ही मुद्रा में पहली अरेस्टिंग हुई थी, जब 2 लोगों को स्पेशल सेल ने मुद्रा से अरेस्ट किया था. तो देखिए किस ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में इस पूरे हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया गोल्डी बरार. और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग ने, जिसमें बाकायदा कोडवर्ड भी होता है गोल्डी बरार का डॉक्टर।
वर्ड भी यूज किया गया है कई बार इन कॉन्वर्सेशंस में। अरविंद, फौजी वर्ड या कोड वर्ड किसके लिए यूज किया गया है?
देखिए, फौजी दरअसल प्रियव्रत फौजी है, जो हरियाणा बेस्ड जो शूटर था, शूटर्स का गैंग था, जो प्रियव्रत फौजी वो ये गैंग था। तो जो प्रियव्रत फौजी है, जो एक शूटर्स के पूरे ग्रुप को लीड कर रहा था, उसका नाम प्रियव्रत फौजी है। वो एथलीट था, वो काफी दौड़ में पार्टिसिपेट करता था, एक स्पोर्ट्समैन था और उसका एनरोलमेंट भी हुआ था आर्मी में। ऑल्दो उसके बाद उसने गैंग जो क्राइम है, क्राइम वर्ल्ड में उसने अपना हाथ आजमाना शुरू कर दिया। तो जो लीड कर रहा था शूटर्स को, वो प्रियव्रत फौजी है। प्रियव्रत रियल नेम है, लेकिन चूंकि आर्मी में उसका एनरोलमेंट हुआ था, इसके उसको फौजी का कोड दिया था। प्रियव्रत फौजी।
Just going back to Arvind in a few moments from now, fixing the line with him. But Arvind getting us all of those details, talking about how those code names were used. Fauji was in fact the sharpshooter there. That was the code name. And the person who's being referred to as doctor time and again in these conversations that India Today has accessed exclusively is the man whose name has been doing the rounds for weeks together now, Goldie Brown, the associate of Lawrence Bishnoi. Sitting in Canada, he acted as a handler and got this entire murder executed. In that sense, he's somebody who's being seen as a mastermind from the time of the murder to planning it with those who then carried out a recce, giving him information, every single information that Sidhu Moosewala's house's big gate has opened and that he is without his security. That information was passed out by those carrying out the recce. One of them went by the name of Kekra to Goldie Brar, whose code name was Dr. Sahab. He then gave this information to the sharpshooters there, asking them to carry out the murder and ensure that this job is done by the 29th of May, come what may. After which instructions were given to, in fact, move to Fatehbad and then hand over these weapons as well to a man called Babban. This is what was done by Goldie Brar sitting in Canada. The manner in which the plan was executed is rather mind-boggling. We have all the details, first and exclusive, right here on India Today. Well, this next report gets you all details on the anatomy of firearms used in Moosewala's murder. Take a look.
A killer breakthrough. They videoed themselves celebrating after shooting dead singer Sidhu Moosewala. They waved their firearms, which investigators have yet to recover. But their make and variety suggests how these gangsters may have upgraded their deadly arsenals. Turkish Zigana pistols, Austrian Glocks, a German Heckler & Koch P30 handgun, a Star pistol that originated in Spain. Investigators say an AK-47 assault rifle was also used in Moosewala's murder. But most of the firearms seen in the video are concealable, capable of firing multiple rounds quickly, requiring less reloading. All imported and likely smuggled in from international criminal networks.
कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब ISBT में अंकित सिरसा, जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई, उसको अरेस्ट किया।
Almost a month after Moosewala's murder, his father spoke about the scale of threat his star son had faced.
पैरेलल सरकार गैंगस्टर चला रहे ने और ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ? ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ? ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਲਾਂਗੇ, ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਜੂ, ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆਜੂ। किन्ने ग्रुप है की कुछ चली जाता है। ये भरा मारू जंग है भरावो। देखो ना कोई लीडर मरे ना कोई गैंगस्टर मरे, मरदे की दे साडे आम घरां दे विच।
Investigations show the gangsters also plan to involve a couple of women in the murder, one posing as a reporter and the other as a policewoman raiding Moosewala's home. Both were to be followed by the assassins. But the Lawrence Bishnoi gang didn't find the women to enroll for the actual killing.
Shocking details have emerged in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. It has now been revealed that the plot to kill him, in fact, we're getting more details of Sidhu Moosewala murder plot. This was the singer's song, Bambiha Bole, that triggered Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang to kill Moosewala. Bishnoi actually felt that this was an open dare by the singer. So how did he really plan to kill Moosewala? Arvind Oja gets us this India Today super exclusive.
The youngest of the attackers and perhaps the deadliest. His manifesto written in bullets. Ankit Sirsa, a school dropout aged 18 and a half years. Ankit Sirsa allegedly fired at singer Sidhu Moosewala from virtual point-blank range on the 29th of May in Punjab's Mansa. The special cell of the Delhi police captured him Sunday night in the national capital. With him was this man, Sachin Bhivani, who the police say provided logistical support to the Moosewala killers.
जो भी लीड मिलती रही उसको बड़ा डिलीजेंटली डेवलप किया और कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब आईएसबीटी पे अंकित सिरसा जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई उसको अरेस्ट किया.
According to the police, both belong to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. They changed their location almost every other day since the singer's murder before they were finally arrested.
The Delhi Police's special cell made 5 arrests related to Sidhu Moosewala's murder. They are booked under the Arms Act, and the 3 shooters that have been arrested are Priyavrat Fauji, Kashish alias Kuldeep, and the youngest being Ankit Sirsa. However, Jagpreet, Rupa, Manpreet, Manu and Deepak Munde, the other 3 shooters are still on the run.
Lawrence Bishnoi allegedly ordered Moosewala's murder from inside the high-security Tihar Central Jail in Delhi. The killing carried out by foot soldiers from across states. Instructions sent out to them from Bishnoi's close associate, Goldie Brar, believed to be operating from Canada. When questioned, Lawrence Bishnoi told investigators that this 2020 song in which Moosewala featured left him disturbed. He found the title track Bambiha Bole supportive of his arch rival Bambiha gang operating out of Armenia. As police announced fresh arrests in Delhi, Moosewala's father in Punjab lamented his son became a victim of gang war.
ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੈਰਲਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ? ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ? ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਜੂ, ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆਜੂ। ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਰੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਮਰੇ, ਮਰਦੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਮ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਨ। ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਦੂਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ, ਫਿਰ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਮਿੱਡੂ ਖੇੜੇ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ, ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਹੋਰ ਲੈ ਲੈਣਗੇ। ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਚ ਬਦਲੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਂਦੇ?
A month after the murder, Moosewala's distressed father spoke about the scale of threats the young singer faced. According to him, Moosewala was on the hit list of up to 60 people.
ਅੱਜ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੀ ਚੜਾਈ ਦੇਖ ਲਈ, ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ ਤੁਰ ਪਏ ਔਰ 50-60 ਬੰਦੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ ਤੇ ਲੱਗੇ। ਸਾਡੇ ਗੱਲ ਚੇਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੰਨਾ ਗਿਆਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਮਾਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਲੈਣਾ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਦੇ 8 ਵਾਰ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ, 8 ਵਾਰ ਆ।
Attempts were made on his life even during elections. The arrest has once again focused the spotlight on organized crime in Punjab.
You all the details exclusive and first right here on India Today. Stay tuned for coverage. It continues in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
आ गई। कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
एक भी फिंगरप्रिंट
A gun-toting individual in Japan on a shooting spree is a rare sight. This usually doesn't happen in places across Japan thanks to Japan's strong gun laws. These are sights more often seen in the US. And that's why the shocking incident of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe being shot twice is even more surprising. Due to the stringent gun laws, crime rate in Japan has been extremely low, and any deaths attributed to firing have also been on the lower side. Here is what makes the laws extremely strict in Japan. For a civilian to buy a gun is extremely difficult. It's only the police or military that can use guns. In fact, even a police official can only use a gun when he's on duty. And off-duty police personnel has to make sure that he is not carrying any weapon. Civilians can only possess air guns. Any sort of lethal weapon is a strict no. In fact, owning a gun because of these strict laws is a taboo in Japan. A look at the strict laws in Japan is the main reason why Japanese do not possess guns. For an individual to buy a gun,
We're getting you all the details first and exclusive right here on India Today. The story we're getting at this hour, the manner in which Goldie Brar functioned pretty much as a handler sitting in Canada and carried out this entire murder. Killing Sidhu Musewala with the help, Sidhu Musewala in fact, with the help of those who carried out recce right outside his house, giving Goldie Brar minute by minute information. The gangster Goldie Brar was tipped off by the shooters, in fact by those who carried out recce, and then he tipped off the shooters who essentially celebrated, drank and partied after carrying out the gruesome murder of Sidhu Musewala. How was this done? The entire conversation between the handler, Goldie Brar, was sitting in Canada, talking to those who were carrying out the recce and then giving the specific instructions on phone to the shooters, who then traveled to Fatehbad and eventually to Gujarat, where they were picked up by a team of the special cell of the Delhi police. Arvind Oja has that big exclusive report this Saturday afternoon, getting us all the details of the telephonic conversation. Arvind, जो viewers हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं अभी, उनको बताइए ये फोन कॉन्वर्सेशन में गोल्डी ब्रार शूटर्स को क्या कहता है और जिस तरीके से कोड नेम्स भी यूज किया गया है, स्पेसिफिक इंस्ट्रक्शंस देते हैं मर्डर के पहले, मर्डर के दौरान और मर्डर के बाद भी।
देखिए स्नेहा, हम अपने व्यूअर्स को ये बताना चाहते हैं कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर हुआ था, एक वो बड़ी साजिश का हिस्सा था, एक इंटरनेशनल लेवल की ये कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी। और कैसे जब गोल्डी ब्रार और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का हर हाल में मर्डर करना चाहते थे, कैसे जब उनको ये जानकारी मिली 28 तारीख को कनाडा में बैठे गोल्डी ब्रार को जब ये जानकारी मिली कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की सिक्योरिटी कम की गई, हटाई गई है, उसके बाद 28 मई को पहली कॉल्स गोल्डी ब्रार जो कनाडा में बैठा है वो मानसा विलेज में जो शूटर्स मौजूद थे उनको कॉल करता है, उनको बताता है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले की सिक्योरिटी कम की गई है, ये जानकारी मिली है, तुरंत जो मर्डर है, जो हत्याकांड है, उसको अंजाम दिया जाए। नंबर 1। उसके बाद जो शूटर्स है वो होते हैं और मानसा विलेज के आसपास ही वो शेल्टर लेकर रहने लगते हैं। जो दूसरी टीम थी, जो रेकी करने वाली टीम थी, वो 29 मई को सिद्धू मूसेवाले के घर के बाहर खड़ी होती है। रेकी वाली टीम कोई लगातार ये जानकारी देती है गोल्डी ब्रार को। पहली जानकारी दी जाती है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले का जो कोठी है उसका बड़ा गेट ओपन हो चुका है। ये जानकारी रेकी करने वाली टीम गोल्डी ब्रार को कनाडा में देती है। गोल्डी ब्रार तुरंत प्रियव्रत फौजी को फोन करता है और ये बताता है कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला उसका गेट खुल चुका है, जिसके बाद वो कहता है जी डॉक्टर साहब। यहाँ आपको बताना चाहते हैं कि जो शूटर्स थे वो गोल्डी ब्रार को डॉक्टर साहब कहते थे, यानी गोल्डी ब्रार का जो कोड नेम था इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के लिए वो डॉक्टर साहब था। उसके बाद शूटर सिद्धू मूसेवाले के घर के आसपास मौजूद रहते हैं। वहां से 3 किलोमीटर दूर एक ढाबा है, वहां पर गोल्डी ब्रार उनको रुकने के लिए कहता है। फाइनल जो कॉल है, जो रेकी करने वाली टीम जो सिद्धू मूसेवाले के घर के बाहर मौजूद रहती है, वो बताती है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला थार गाड़ी में बिना किसी सिक्योरिटी के अपने घर से बाहर निकला। ये जानकारी जैसे ही गोल्डी ब्रार को मिलती है, गोल्डी ब्रार शूटर्स को कहता है कि थार गाड़ी से सिद्धू मूसेवाला बिना किसी सिक्योरिटी के निकल चुका है और आज हर हाल में काम तमाम करना है। उसके बाद जो बुलेरो गाड़ी है, जो कोरोला कार है, उसमें शूटर्स वो पीछा करने लगते हैं सिद्धू मूसेवाले की गाड़ी का और उसके बाद गाड़ी को ओवरटेक करके पहले AK-47 से फायरिंग की जाती है। उसके बाद जर्मनी, तुर्की और दूसरे कंट्रीज से जो वेपन्स आए थे पंजाब में, उससे ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग की जाती है, जिसमें सिद्धू मूसेवाले की मौत हो जाती है। तो किस तरीके से इस बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी को अंजाम दिया गया, इस मर्डर को अंजाम दिया गया, ये अपने आप में काफी चौंकाने वाली बात है, जिसकी मिनट टू मिनट डिटेल्स स्नेहा हमने अपने व्यूअर्स को बताई। हमने कुछ दिन पहले वो वीडियो भी दिखाया था जिसमें कैसे शूटर्स सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं सिद्धू मूसेवाले के मर्डर को, जबकि उनको 5 स्टेट की पुलिस उनको तलाश रही थी, और कैसे वो गाड़ी में बैठे हुए हैं, म्यूजिक और वो वेपन्स दिखा रहे हैं जिस वेपन से सिद्धू मूसेवाले का इन लोगों ने मर्डर किया था। तो वो वीडियो भी हमने दिखाया। हम मिनट टू मिनट जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी है उसका खुलासा कर रहे हैं कि कैसे जो गोल्डी बरार है उसका कोड नेम डॉक्टर साहब था, वो मिनट टू मिनट जानकारी शूटर्स को दे रहा था और उसके बाद सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर हुआ।
जी बिल्कुल, बने रहिए हमारे साथ। Arvind is getting us all of those details and we're continuing to keep a close eye on all of those developments. And now shocking details have emerged in the Siddhu Moosewala murder case, where it now has been revealed that the plot to kill Moosewala was hatched not just across states but actually across countries. According to these details, the murder mastermind gangster Lawrence Bishnoi actually started plotting the singer's murder in 2021. India Today has accessed this exclusive information. Here is a detailed report.
Nearly a month since singer Siddhu Moosewala's killing, murky details of the murderous plot are emerging. It has now been revealed that the plot to kill Moosewala was hatched not just across states, but across countries. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, named as the murder mastermind, had actually started plotting the singer's killing way back in 2021. Bishnoi had enlisted his brother Anmol and nephew Sachin for the hit job. Lawrence Bishnoi flew his brother Anmol out of India as part of the Kill Moosewala plot. He was sent to Europe so he could evade security agencies. From Europe, Anmol got in touch with Bishnoi's partner in crime and another dreaded gangster, Goldie Brar, in Canada. That's how the conspiracy to kill Moosewala was hatched. The final signal for the singer's murder was given via a video call. After conducting a recce of Moosewala's house on 29th May, gangster Kekra accompanied Nikku Takhatmal on his motorcycle. They were present at Siddhu Moosewala's house when he came out of the gate. Nikku and Kekra took a selfie with Siddhu Moosewala on Nikku's mobile phone, who further made a video call to Sachin Thapan and informed him that the singer had left his house without security and that he was in the driver's seat of the black Thar. Not just that, the plan to eliminate Moosewala was hatched immediately after Bishnoi aide Vicky Middukhera's death. Lawrence Bishnoi has told the investigators that the motive to kill Moosewala was clear. Not only did he belong to a rival gang, but Bishnoi claims that Moosewala would provoke and challenge his gang with songs about weapons. With Arvind Ojha in Mohali, Bureau Report, India Today.
This conversation between Goldie Brar and those people who carried out this crime, the sharpshooters here, and also who carried out the recce. What were these conversations really about? Where Goldie Brar makes a phone call on the 28th of May, asking Fauji to listen. Hello, Fauji. Hello, Dr. Sahab is what Fauji, the sharpshooter here, replies. Remember, Dr. Sahab is a code name for Goldie Brar, and Fauji, of course, is the sharpshooter who carried out this crime. Moosewala's security has been removed is what Goldie Brar is informing to the shooters here. One of the shooters there being Fauji. Yes, Dr. Sahab. So he's, yes, confirming, in fact, saying that they know about this security being downgraded or rather removed. Take the rest of the boys and leave, instructing him to do the work. Yes, Dr. Sahab is what Fauji replies in the affirmative, then indicating that the work is going to be done. Work should be done is what Goldie Brar is indicating, or rather ordering, by the 29th of May at all cost. Yes, Dr. Sahab is what Fauji, the shooter, is confirming to Goldie Brar, who is really acting as a handler in all of this. After that, he says the work is going to be done, is what Fauji, the shooter, is confirming to Goldie Brar, who's sitting in Canada. This conversation takes place on the 28th of May. So this is the conversation essentially that goes on to show the manner in which these instructions essentially were given before this murder was carried out a day later on the 29th of May. We'll get to that conversation in a bit also, because we have conversations from the 28th of May, from the 29th when the murder was carried out, from the 30th and after 1st of July when the specific instructions were given by Goldie Brar or Dr. Sahab to the shooters to escape and also to dispose or discard of the weapons used in this crime. Arvind Oja is getting asked more details on that story. Arvind, it does appear, ये क्लियर है कि इंतजार हो रहा था कि कब सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ होगी और ये क्राइम कैरी आउट होगा। ऐसे में ये सवाल हमने पहले भी उठाया है, इस इंफॉर्मेशन को पब्लिक करने की क्या ज़रूरत थी और किस बेसिस पे ये जो सिक्योरिटी है ये विड्रॉ या डाउनग्रेड किया गया है, क्योंकि हमारे जो रिपोर्ट्स है वो सजेस्ट करते हैं कि 2021 से ये प्लॉट जो है वो हैच हो रहा था।
जी बिल्कुल, आपने सही कहा, ये 2021 से सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या की साजिश रची जा रही थी और एक बार तो दिल्ली के एक गैंगस्टर को स्पेशल सेल ने अरेस्ट किया था जिसका नाम था शाहरुख। इस हत्याकांड के 1 महीने पहले उसको अरेस्ट किया गया था 26 अप्रैल को 2022 को पंजाब से ही, जिसने खुलासा किया था कि उसने लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग के कहने पर वो सिद्धू मूसेवाला की रेकी कर रहा था। तो ये बात तो पंजाब पुलिस को भी जानकारी थी और दिल्ली पुलिस को इस बात की जानकारी थी कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला है वो बिश्नोई गैंग के रडार पर है। उसके बाद भी सिक्योरिटी कम की गई, जो पंजाब पुलिस ने कम की, पंजाब की सरकार ने, और उसके बाद वो पब्लिक में वो जानकारी आ गई और इसका फायदा जो बिश्नोई गैंग है उसने उठाया। और जैसा कि आपने सुना, 28 मई को गोल्डी बरार ने बाकायदा प्रियव्रत फौजी को कहा कि सिक्योरिटी कम कर ली गई है और अब जो हत्याकांड है उसको अंजाम दिया जाए। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है, इसके पहले भी कई बार अटेम्प्ट करने की, सिद्धू मूसेवाले पर अटेम्प्ट करने की कोशिश की गई, प्लानिंग बनाई गई, हालांकि वो एग्जीक्यूट नहीं की जा सकी बिकॉज ऑफ हैवी सिक्योरिटी सराउंडिंग में था सिद्धू मूसेवाला के। लेकिन जैसे ही सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉ की गई, गोल्डी बरार बिश्नोई गैंग को ये मौका मिला और जो कुछ भी हुआ 29 मई को वो सबके सामने है।
जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ अरविंद, getting us all of those details. In fact, our next report gets you these details on the anatomy of firearms used in Moosewala's murder. Take a look.
A killer breakthrough. They videoed themselves celebrating after shooting dead singer Sidhu Moosewala. They waved their firearms, which investigators have yet to recover. But their make and variety suggests how these gangsters may have upgraded their deadly arsenals. Turkish Zigana pistols, Austrian Glocks, a German Heckler & Koch P30 handgun, a Star pistol that originated in Spain. Investigators say an AK-47 assault rifle was also used in Moosewala's murder. But most of the firearms seen in the video are concealable, capable of firing multiple rounds quickly, requiring less reloading. All imported and likely smuggled in from international criminal networks.
कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब ISBT में अंकित सिरसा, जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई उसको अरेस्ट किया।
Almost a month after Moosewala's murder, his father spoke about the scale of threat his star son had faced.
पैरेलल सरकार गैंगस्टर चला रहे ने और ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ? ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਜੂ, ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆਜੂ। ਕਿੰਨੇ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਚੱਲੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਭਰਾ ਮਾਰੂ ਜੰਗ ਹੈ ਭਰਾਵੋ। ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਰੇ, ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਮਰੇ, ਮਰਦੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਮ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ।
Investigations show the gangsters also plan to involve a couple of women in the murder, one posing as a reporter and the other as a policewoman raiding Moosewala's home. Both were to be followed by the assassins. But the Lawrence Bishnoi gang didn't find the women to enroll for the actual killing.
With that report, it's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues on the other side. Do stay on with us.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel. On demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India.
Food wastage is not just a social problem, but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment, and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use, and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables, or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching watching India Today.
Hello there, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Moldani. Let's get you the top stories, the headlines, this Saturday afternoon first. This is an India Today mega exclusive Moosewala murder probe revelation. Chilling audio conversations leading up to brutal murder of Sidhu Moosewala has been accessed by us. Gangster Goldie Brar monitored the murder with every instruction given on the phone. All of this while he was sitting in Canada. India Today exclusively accesses a shocking video 8 days before Kanhaiya Lal's heinous murders. Sartan se juda chants openly raised in this rally. India Today uncovers massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage a cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's puppet remarks. Indian officials approach Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes once again, says My Kali is queer. Free-spirited slams Hindutva, saying My Kali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs have been filed against Leena in India. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath. 16 dead, over 48 severely injured after cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents washed away. NDRF ITBP rescue operations underway. After months of high drama, world's richest man Elon Musk terminates $44 billion Twitter deal, citing breach in merger agreement. Twitter vows legal fight. India Today has access to chilling audio conversation, in fact several conversations leading up to the brutal murder of Sidhu Moosewala. The tapes reveal how Canada-based gangster tipped off Moosewala's shooters on the day of the murder on the 29th of May and the day leading up to it. Moosewala's shooters drank and partied after the assassination. Shooters referred to Goldie Brar as Dr. Sahab, who kept close tabs on Moosewala's every single move. Brar informed the killers when Singer's security was removed. When he left the house, he even told the shooters where to drop off the weapons after the attack.
Finally,
Sidhu Moosewala.
Shreya Chatterjee is getting us more details on that story. We'll also go across to Arvind Doja in a few moments from now. But to Shreya first. Shreya, this conversation that has been accessed by India Today just speaks volumes of the meticulous planning that went into the murder, and two people who were not even physically present there or in the vicinity were doing this from another country altogether. Lawrence Vishnu was actually in jail, and most importantly in these conversations, Goldie Brar, sitting in Canada, executed this murder, and so effectively.
Well, absolutely so, Sneha. And, and all of these people, somewhere down the line, they were anticipating a move by the Punjab government of also downgrading the security of Sidhu Moosewala, because that is what points out from those call details that has been exclusively accessed. Now, it was on 28th of May that the first call was made by Goldie Brar, sitting in Canada, to Priyavrat Fauji to say that now the security has been downgraded. The entire plan has to be executed. Priyavrat Fauji very categorically said that, yes, we are ready for it, and that's how the entire murder plan then went ahead. Remember, two more calls were made by Goldie Brar on the day of the murder. First, when Goldie Brar said that there is a dhaba near to the location on the Haryana route where both the modules should be meeting. That is the Bolero module head, which was being headed by Priyavrat Fauji, and the Corolla module, which is by another shooter, Manpreet Mannu and Jagreep Rupa. Now, these people, they met at the dhaba. Following that, at 4:30, security just prior to the murder, they were again given a go-ahead call. Remember, the other people like Kekra who were wrecking the locations were also on direct touch with Goldie Brar, who was sitting in Canada. All of them addresses Goldie Brar as Dr. Sahab. But the interesting point, Sneha, as I was earlier saying, that somewhere down the line, Goldie Brar was in anticipation that the Punjab government will be downgrading the security, is why these modules, these shooters, they were already located in Haryana, one at the Uklana Mandi area, the other at another location, and they were ready for it. So that is a loophole that, you know, time and again is coming forward. However, the Punjab police has definitely failed to take any strong action, because it's the Delhi police, in fact, who has arrested all these shooters so far. 3 more even now, they are still on the run.
3 of them are still on the run. But it just goes on to show the manner in which this entire conspiracy was hatched. And it actually all began in the year 2021. We'll tell our viewers more about that. But for the moment, we're playing out this report. India Today has accessed the biggest disclosure ever in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. We have learned that days before Moosewala was killed, gangster Lawrence Bishnoi was lodged in Tihar jail, got his brother Anmol Bishnoi and his nephew Sachin out of India by arranging a fake passport. The passports of gangster skin were made from the Delhi Regional Passport Office. It was a well-hatched-out conspiracy to protect his brother and nephew and to leave no link behind to the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Bishnoi settled them abroad from where they could coordinate, facilitate and successfully execute this horrific crime. Shocking details have emerged in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. It has now been revealed that the plot to kill Moosewala was hatched not just across states but across countries. According to the new details that we have accessed, the murder mastermind, gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, started plotting the singer's murder in the year 2021. India Today has accessed this exclusive information. Here is a detailed report.
Nearly a month since singer Sidhu Moosewala's killing, murky details of the murderous plot are emerging. It has now been revealed that the plot to kill Moosewala was hatched not just across states, but across countries. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, named as the murder mastermind, had actually started plotting the singer's killing way back in 2021. Bishnoi had enlisted his brother Anmol and nephew Sachin for the hit job. Lawrence Bishnoi flew his brother Anmol out of India as part of the Kill Moosewala plot. He was sent to Europe so he could evade security agencies. From Europe, Anmol got in touch with Bishnoi's partner in crime and another dreaded gangster, Goldie Brar, in Canada. That's how the conspiracy to kill Moosewala was hatched. The final signal for the singer's murder was given via a video call. After conducting a recce of Moosewala's house on 29th May, gangster Kekra accompanied Nikku Takhatmal on his motorcycle. They were present at Sidhu Moosewala's house when he came out of the gate. Nikku and Kekra took a selfie with Sidhu Moosewala on Nikku's mobile phone, who further made a video call to Sachin Thapan and informed him that the singer had left his house without security and that he was in the driver's seat of the black Thar. Not just that, the plan to eliminate Moosewala was hatched immediately after Bishnoi aide Vicky Middukhera's death. Lawrence Bishnoi has told the investigators that the motive to kill Moosewala was clear. Not only did he belong to a rival gang, but Bishnoi claims that Moosewala would provoke and challenge his gang with songs about weapons. With Arvind Ojha in Mohali, Bureau Report, India Today.
We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. The RSS has slammed Mahua Moitra's remarks on Ma Kali. RSS says no one should hurt religious sentiments. Use creative freedom carefully is what the RSS essentially has indicated. Remember, this comes at a time when filmmaker Leena has depicted Ma Kali in a controversial way, showing her smoking a cigarette and holding an LGBTQ flag. This has sparked off huge outrage in India, and the RSS now has stepped in. Devankur is getting us more details, joining us from Jhunjhunu right now. In Rajasthan, Dev, the RSS has spelled out his position, rather predictable though, saying that there is a limit to creative freedom as well, isn't it?
Well, good afternoon, Sneha. I can tell you that this was one of the main issues that was discussed at the Jhunjhunu All India Prant Pracharaks meet of the RSS. At this particular meeting, the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, apart from several other senior functionaries, including C.R. Mukund, Arun Kumar, apart from that, Dattatreya Haspole and several other members of the organization were present. And as far as the remarks by Mahua Moitra in the wake of that poster depicting Ma Kali is concerned, the RSS has clearly mentioned that creative freedom has been a tradition in India, but no one should think that that person can hurt the sentiments of the religious sentiments of another person, and creative freedom is something which needs to be handled carefully. Also, when asked about the communal harmony or the disturbances in communal harmony in the country in the wake of the Udaipur killing and the Pune killing, the RSS clearly maintained that no one has the right to kill anyone. If you are protesting against something, if you do not agree with something, there are ways of protesting peacefully. Should have been done rather than issuing death threats to someone. So the RSS has clearly stated in unambiguous terms that it believes that no one has the right to kill anyone, and it has also, importantly, Sneha, Sunil Ambekar, who is the All India Prachar Pramukh of the RSS, minced no words while mentioning that if you disagree with someone, then you have the rights to protest peacefully. And he also mentioned that there are several protests going on against the Udaipur killing in the Hindu society, and also mentioned that the Muslim society should also come forward and condemn unequivocally the killing of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur. So the RSS, clearly coming out and hitting out against the kind of communal violence that has taken place in India in the last few days. Sneha.
Yes, Dev, you mentioned an important point that the RSS has made today, given the kind of aggressive muscle flexing that we're seeing from both sides, talking about revenge and talking about threats. The RSS clearly says that this is not the way forward, essentially. That too is a message to many, in fact, from both sections of both of these religious communities, where there is a lot of aggression that is on display, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sneha. We have witnessed the kind of violence that had taken place in the aftermath of the remarks by the former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma, and in the aftermath of the Udaipur killing of Kanhaiya Lal, there have been several protests in almost all the major districts of Rajasthan against that barbaric, horrific killing that took place on June 28th. The RSS clearly coming out today and maintaining that if you disagree with someone, then you have the right to protest peacefully, to register your protest, but no one has the right to kill someone. And he mentioned that, any amount of condemnation against such a killing is less, that the Hindu society has already been protesting. There have been protests going on in various parts of the country against the killing. And he also importantly mentioned, Sneha, that the Muslim society should also come forward in a bid to maintain communal harmony in the country, in a bid to ensure that the social fabric of the country is not disturbed. So I also asked, the All India Prant Prachar Pramukh that whether the Sarsang Chalak or the RSS chief mentioned anything to the Swayam Sevaks regarding maintaining communal harmony. So he mentioned that, that this has been the underlining theme of this meeting. It's a very important meeting which had been going on in Jhunjhunu district of Rajasthan since July 7. And he also mentioned, Sneha, that in the centenary year of RSS, which will be 2025, in the run-up to that, the RSS is planning to expand itself. It's planning to ensure that it holds programs, at least 1 lakh programs in various parts of the country. The bid is to ensure that more members are added to the organization, and it has also maintained that it will do whatever it thinks is right for ensuring that the protection of the Hindu society is ensured in the future. The RSS, importantly, Sneha, all the Prant Prachar Pramukhs of the RSS of the 45 regions in the country are over here. Senior functionaries of the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh are currently camping in Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan, and all of these people have been deliberating, discussing all the important issues of social importance, of political importance. In fact, importantly, Sneha, BL Santosh, who is the organizing secretary from the BJP, he is also present at this RSS meet. There are several elections also which will be held, assembly elections which will be held next year and this year in the country, and perhaps the BJP wants to get a sense of what the RSS thinks on the various issues of social importance and the way the communal harmony has been disturbed in the country in the last few days and months, including the horrific.
All right, Dev, Ankur getting us all of those details. I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll come back to you for more on that. Meanwhile, the controversy around TMC MP Mahua Moitra's remarks doesn't seem to end anytime soon. BJP's Amit Malviya has now attacked Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for not taking any action against Mahua's Kali is meat eating, accepting alcohol, accepting goddess remark. In a scathing attack at Mamata, Malviya said she's not taking any action against Mahua because it may upset a Muslim vote bank. Malviya said Mamata fears she will be labelled as pro-Hindu if she acts against Mahua. Malviya's attack comes days after TMC party distanced itself from Mahua's attack. Filmmaker Leena has provoked yet again and she remains defiant. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena said her Kali is queer and called her free-spirited. She's also called the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. Here is a detailed report.
Facing massive outrage, protest and multiple FIRs across India, filmmaker Leena provokes again. She remains defiant and combative. In an interview with Voice of America, Leena has said, "My Kali is queer. She's a free spirit. She spits at the patriarchy. Kali dismantles Hindutva." Leena, now based in Canada, termed the reaction against her smoking Kali poster an outrage. The latest defiant statement comes after she tweeted a picture of a man and woman dressed as Shiva and Parvati smoking. Meanwhile, trouble is mounting for the filmmaker in India. The Madhya Pradesh government has issued a lookout circular against Leena. Multiple FIRs have also been filed against her in India.
दिनांक 7 जुलाई 2022 को वादी मुकदमा श्री अनिरुद्ध जायसवाल पुत्र स्वर्गीय काली शंकर जायसवाल निवासी थाना जूही कानपुर नगर ने लिखित तहरीर देकर फिल्म काली की फिल्म मेकर लीलामणि व अन्य उनके सहयोगियों के ऊपर कथित रूप से धार्मिक भावनाओं को अपमानित करने के संबंध में अभियोग पंजीकृत कराया।
The BJP has sought suspension of a Twitter account for allegedly insulting Hindu gods and goddesses. The microblogging site, while not acceding to the BJP's demand, has taken down Leena's post on Goddess Kali that shows the deity as smoking cigarettes. Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, India Today has accessed a shocking video related to Kanhaiya Lal's gruesome beheading. The video exclusively accessed is of the 20th of June, which is 1 week before he was beheaded by Islamists. The video shows how Sar Tan Se Juda chants were openly raised without fearing anyone. Hundreds of Muslims chanted Sar Tan Se Juda slogans from just a kilometer away where Kanhaiya Lal was beheaded. It was this protest where the proposal to behead Kanhaiya Lal was passed for backing Nupur Sharma's comment against Prophet Muhammad. Sources say cops and intelligence department did nothing to stop such a gathering. The Gehlot government is now under fire for inaction against the mob that raised these slogans. Kanhaiya Lal was beheaded a week after this mob march took place and raised सर तन से जुदा स्लोगन्स।
पिछले कुछ दिनों में इस्लामिक जिहादियों द्वारा संपूर्ण भारत में कभी कहीं से तो कभी कहीं से हिंदुओं को डराने धमकाने, उनको मारने, नृशंस हत्याएं करने और इस्लाम के नाम पर लोगों को आतंकित करने का जो षड्यंत्र बड़े पैमाने पर चल रहा है।
Meanwhile, Hindu groups also hit the streets in the national capital against the Udaipur and Amravati killings. Protesters raised "Desh ke gaddaron ko" provocative slogans at this protest, holding the national flags in their hand. Protesters demanded strict action against the forces working against the country. The protest took place from Mandi House in Delhi to Jantar Mantar. It led to massive traffic jams. The group called the march Constitution Sankalp Yatra. Earlier, the VHP, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal also released helpline numbers on Twitter for various states, asking people to approach the Bajrang Dal activists if they face any threat from people of another community.
Against the gruesome killings in Amravati and Udaipur, the Hindu Manch has called for a Sankalp March, which you can see is happening right now in the New Delhi district of the national capital. You can see the visuals of people carrying the national flag with a very pertinent call that is action against any forces that is against the country. However, in the same yatra, we've seen controversial slogans also being raised. This yatra is right now happening in the New Delhi district, and from the Mandi House region till Jantar Mantar, they will be walking, post which there's a stage that's been put forward where there will be discussions and dialogue on how to probably take forward, as they believe there's an action that is.
This is a Mega India Today exclusive. We are being joined by AGS Dhaliwal, Special CP, Delhi Police. Thank you so much for your time. Arvind Oja, who's brought us that exclusive story on the telephonic conversations of Goldie Brar with the shooters in the case of Sidhu Moosewala murder, is also with us. Mr. Dhaliwal, I want to begin by asking you, what more information can you share with us about this telephonic conversation, the manner in which this conspiracy was hatched with Goldie Brar sitting in Canada?
See, we have already shared the details. I mean, we all know that there were 3 masterminds who were sitting abroad and trying to organize all the shooters and logistics. So they were brother of Lawrence Bishnoi. Then there was Goldie Brar, and third person was Sachin Bishnoi. And another supporting guy was Vikram Brar. And we all know the names of 6 shooters and how it panned out.
Yes. So this essentially is a conspiracy that was carried across countries. The other 2 people who were sitting abroad, apart from Goldie Brar, are the nephew and the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi?
Yeah, one is a cousin of Lawrence Bishnoi and one is the real brother of Lawrence Bishnoi.
How did Lawrence Bishnoi manage to pack them off to these 2 countries? One of them is in fact Dubai and the other one is Europe. Do we have a confirmation?
I mean, you know, now presently, see, they all have gone on fake passports, both of these people, and it is not, definite where they are at the moment. We know broadly the names and details now as to, what aliases they used and addresses they used to get those passports and leave the country.
This conspiracy, Mr. Dhaliwal, was hatched from 2021 is what we really understand from our own report. How is it that the security of Sidhu Moosewala was withdrawn? There's a huge question mark if this conspiracy was being hatched from the year 2021, isn't it?
See, now, these are, basically, Delhi police is only focusing on catching the criminals involved in shootout, the shooters, the mastermind, the people who did logistics. These are all questions which actually we have not really looked at any of these, so we may not be the right organization to ask these.
I understand, but this appears to be a well-oiled machinery with Goldie Brar in conversation with the shooters, with those who carried out recce.
Yes, it's a very elaborate planning, the way it has been staged, the way, everything was on need-to-know basis. And one set of people did not know about the other set of people. we all have shared these details are like, weapon supply did not know who the person, the recipient was. The people who organized vehicles, they did not know the purpose of the vehicles meant for, and where all these shooters stayed subsequent and even before the crime. Many of those people did not know as to their real motives. So, I mean, it's a very well planned crime.
I also want to know, the father of Sidhu Moosewala has said that Moosewala was in fact on the hit list of at least 60 people. 60, that's a mind-boggling number. What really could have been the motive behind this? Is this some sort of inter-gang rivalry? What had Moosewala got to do with this inter-gang rivalry?
See, we have already, there were a lot of smaller factors which could have led to some, misunderstanding, in Punjabi music industry, etc., etc. But we already have mentioned this earlier. I mean, at the cost of repetition, one of the main trigger points was Vicky Middu Kheda's killing on 7th August 2021 in Mohali. So Vicky Middu Kheda was very close to Lawrence Bishnoi, and since Moosewala's very close associate's name figured in it, in receiving the shooters who shot Vicky Middu Kheda, and his role in providing them logistics, providing them vehicle, showing them Vicky Middu Kheda's house. So that was one reason why there was grave, I would say miscommunication or whatever, where this part of, Lawrence Bishnoi syndicate, they thought that, the person who's in very close proximity to Sidhu, he has been instrumental in, getting their very close associate killed. But Sidhu Moosewala's personal name, nothing has come, yes. I would say, in all our investigation till now, because, the main, again, we have repeated this, the investigation of the case per se is not our focus. Our focus is just to, catch the mastermind and the shooters and the people who provided the logistics.
Now, how do you really get to Goldie Brar, who's sitting in Canada? How difficult is it going to be?
See, Punjab Police has already moved RCN for Goldie Brar, and they are working on it, and I'm sure they will get him.
Sir, be with us. In fact, Arvind Oja, who broke this exclusive story for India Today, is also now with us. Arvind would like to take a couple of questions from you as well. Arvind.
सर, मिस्टर धालीवाल, पहला सवाल ये है कि ये जांच में खुलासा हुआ है, आप ही ने सारे शूटर्स पकड़े हैं, कि ये कोड नेम में बात करते थे, जिसमें गोल्डी बरार का जो कोड नेम डॉक्टर बताया जा रहा है, तो ये कोड नेम रखने का क्या मकसद हो सकता है? क्या आप एजेंसी से बचना, कन्वर्सेशन अगर हो जाती है तो सर?
हाँ, ये मेन पर्पस तो यही होता है, और जो मेन परपेट्रेटर्स हैं क्राइम के, वो नॉर्मली एलियासेस और अपना कोड नेम रख लेते हैं. जैसे काला जथेड़ी का अल्फा रखा हुआ था, गोल्डी ब्राड का डॉक्टर रखा हुआ था, एक इनका और एसोसिएट था, उसका टाइगर रखा हुआ था. तो दे कीप यूजिंग दिस.
सर, एक और चीज मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि जब आपने शूटर्स को पकड़ा और आपने खुद ने कई गैंगस्टर को इस दौरान इंट्रोगेट किया खुद ने, तो ये जो पूरा ये मर्डर था, 28 मई को क्या पहली कॉल गोल्डी बरार की आई थी शूटर्स को, और क्या 29 तारीख को भी गोल्डी बरार लगातार शूटर्स से कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहा था सर?
हाँ जी, 28 को भी आई थी. 28 को उसने बोला कि कल काम करना है. 29 को भी आई, तकरीबन 4 बजे के आसपास आई, जब उसने बोला कि इनके घर के दरवाजे खुलने वाले हैं या इनकी मूवमेंट होने वाली है. फिर जैसे मूवमेंट हो गई तो फिर उसने दोनों मॉड्यूल्स को कॉल किया और बोला कि उनकी मूवमेंट हुई है, उनके दोनों साथी जो हैं आर्म्ड गार्ड नहीं है, 2 दोस्तों के साथ हैं और थार गाड़ी में हैं. और फिर वारदात को अंजाम देने के बाद ये बोलेरो वाले का तो हमें पता है क्योंकि इसको अरेस्ट किया है, तो प्रियव्रत फौजी ने उसको कॉल बैक करके बताया था कि जो हमें काम दिया था हमने कर दिया है.
तो सर, आप फिर से मैं आपसे वो सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा, एक तो कोड नेम का 28 तारीख को सर क्या पहली कॉल्स आई थी गोल्डी बरार की कि सिक्योरिटी कम की गई, तो अब पोस्ट वाला उसके पीछे लग जाओ प्रियव्रत फौजी को सर?
नहीं, उससे पहले भी आई. जब वेपन आए 2 हफ्ते पहले तकरीबन प्रियव्रत के पास फतेहबाद में, तब भी गोल्डी बरार उससे संपर्क में था. तो काफी देर से वो प्लानिंग में शामिल था.
सर, मेरा ये सवाल है कि क्या पहले भी इस तरह की कोई प्लानिंग थी कि जो जब ये नहीं मार पा रहे थे, क्योंकि कई बार प्लानिंग की आप ही की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में हुई ये खुलासा हुआ है, क्या 2 लेडी गैंगस्टर को भी इन्वॉल्व करने वाले थे? वो क्या प्लानिंग थी सर, उसके बारे में कुछ बता दीजिए।
अरविंद, हम बार बार देखो ये चीजें पहले काफी बोल चुके हैं। आपको बताया कि तरन साइड के कोई 3 शूटर थे जिन्होंने इनके साथ शामिल होना था। तब एक लड़की का भी जिक्र आया था, लेकिन वो बहुत ज्यादा प्रोब नहीं हो पाया क्योंकि वो लोगों ने इवेंचुअली इनको ज्वाइन नहीं किया। आई एम श्योर पंजाब पुलिस भी इस पे काम कर रही होगी, तो हम वही चीजें बार बार क्यों पूछे जा रहे हैं।
शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए।
थैंक यू।
All right, that was an exclusive conversation with AGS Dhaliwal. I'm thanking you for the moment. Thank you for joining us and sharing your views with us on that important story that we're tracking as far as Sidhu Moosewala's murder case is concerned. Right now, there is a big story and that is breaking in our neighboring country of Sri Lanka. This is rather shocking. The president of Sri Lanka has fled amid a massive protest that has broken out. In fact, these are pictures coming in from Sri Lanka of protesters who were storming into the president's residence. They managed to do so in spite of the huge presence of the police force right there. The turmoil in Sri Lanka, essentially the political turmoil, continues amid the economic crisis, with President Gotabaya Rajapaksa fleeing as protesters storm his residence. The beleaguered president has fled his official residence in the capital, is what we are confirming for our viewers. Remember, the island is struggling under a severe foreign exchange shortage that has limited essential imports of fuel, food and medicine. There's growing discontent with the administration and with the government. Now the president is having to flee Colombo. He's fled from his official residence as protesters storm it. Tear gas shells being used by the police. You can see the protesters trying to shield themselves also from the effect of tear gas shells. They're pouring water into their eyes. However, we're talking about the economic crisis in Sri Lanka. Now, this is the worst financial turmoil in years together that Sri Lanka has seen. Protesters have been carrying black flags and national flags and shouting slogans against Gotabaya Rajapaksa, asking him to run away, asking him to go back home. The police has fired tear gas shells at the anti-government protesters, telling our viewers that the president has now fled. We don't know about his whereabouts, but what we know is that he has fled Colombo. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees as protesters surround the residence, is what we can confirm to our viewers. These are pictures of tear gas shells being used by the Sri Lankan police against the protesters who've cleared out the residence, the official residence of the Sri Lankan president there. The crisis in Sri Lanka continues. The political turmoil and the economic crisis in Sri Lanka continues, with the president fleeing as protesters surround his official residence. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled his home as protesters surrounded his residence. This comes at a time when the economic crisis in Sri Lanka continues, and this of course has led to a political turmoil as well. Protesters, we understand, have entered the residence of the president, is what we know. Thousands of them gherawing the main entrance of the President House in fort after putting down layers of barricades, and the police seen withdrawing from the area as well, trying to first fire tear gas shells, trying to bring the situation under control. Shots have been also heard, is what we understand. Continuous rounds of tear gas is being fired, is what we are picking up from independent reports. Well, that report brings us to the end of this edition. For all details, you can log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Killer robots sound like something out of a science fiction horror film, but advances in technology mean that fully autonomous weapons could one day become a reality, transforming warfare. Autonomous weapons, which use artificial intelligence to select targets, are already being developed, aimed at reducing cost and risk to human soldiers, while increasing speed and efficiency in action. Unlike drones, which are operated by humans, killer robots would have some autonomous decision-making ability and capacity to act. Fully autonomous weapons would be capable of acting without any human intervention. They've been described as the third revolution in warfare after gunpowder and nuclear arms. Some of the world's most prominent scientists believe that fully autonomous weapons pose an unacceptable threat to humanity and could trigger an artificial intelligence arms race. In April 2013, a group of non-governmental organizations launched the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots, an international coalition working to ban fully autonomous weapons. The International Committee for Robot Arms Control, meanwhile, campaigns for the peaceful use of robotics and regulation of robot weapons.
You are watching India Today.
A lot of us are now vaccinated against COVID-19, but does that really protect us against the fifth variant of concern, which is Omicron? It apparently doesn't. The recent subtypes of Omicron seem to be escaping immunity, both from natural infection and also vaccine-acquired immunity. New research seems to be suggesting that the new subtypes of Omicron, including the second-generation subtypes, are much more transmissible. Subvariants BA.2, .12, .1, BA.4 and BA.5 were already reported in India. So is there a higher risk of reinfection, or is there a higher risk of breakthrough infections? Yes is the answer. Researchers found that Omicron appears to be able to evade the antibodies generated by other variants as well. In vaccinated individuals, the virus neutralization is less, but for unvaccinated people, it remains superior. And that's the reason why Omicron has the highest number of percentage of breakthrough infections. Scientists are trying to understand and develop strategies to prevent severe disease, hospitalization and deaths. Evidently, the virus continues to evolve. The subvariants are becoming much more dominant. Though the subtypes are becoming stronger, vaccines continue to protect against severe infection. Vaccines, however, may not protect against the spread of the infection. These findings can be a cause of concern for India, where the new subtype of Omicron, BA.2.75, has emerged in at least 10 states. Medical experts believe that in this case, there can be more infection.
A robotics special. Is Alexa always listening? A lot of tech hacks. I'm smiling, but I'm not only smiling because of this action-packed show, but also because we're back in the Tech Today studio here in Mumbai. We were in the US for a while and we covered a lot of cool things. You've seen them on the Business Today and India Today social media and digital handles, but now this is the finale on our show. My name is Ayush Alavadi. You are watching your favorite technology show, Tech Today. Let's begin. I want to start off today's show with a question. When you look at a robot, especially in a YouTube video or an Instagram reel, what goes on in your mind? Is it that this is just a cute little monster with no real use case? Is this a gimmick? Is this a game changer? Something that can actually make your life a whole lot easier. Now, I met a bunch of robots over the past couple of weeks here in India and of course in the US as well. And I found a few of them very, very useful. Some of them were cute as well, but some of them were very useful. I also spoke to the experts, especially at Amazon Robotics and a bunch of other experts, and asked them, is there a genuine threat from robots, or do they make our lives a whole lot easier? And will they one day take my job away? Here's what they had to say.
A lot of people will lose jobs when we're talking about robots becoming a lot more ubiquitous and a lot more adoption in that space. And then the other side talks about how this can really augment what already exists. Where does Ty Brady stand on either end of that argument?
I stand with our data. And our data shows that we've added more than 520,000 drive units to our fulfillment centers. And in that period, we've created more than 1 million new jobs, right? So more robots, more jobs. Now, robotics has to be done right. It has to be done in a way that enables human capability, that extends human reach. And this is where we focus on making our robotics easier and safer for our employees to use. And when done right, that actually helps create jobs. And that's what we've seen inside of Amazon. But it has to be done right. It's not a humans versus machine type of relationship. Hardly. The way that we frame our relationship with machines is it's humans and machines working together to create a symphony of amazing work to be done.
This is a robotic dog from Boston Dynamics, and he and I seem to be getting along quite well. Right, Spot? Like I said, my cute friend Spot is like a lot of the robots here, but then he's no ordinary robot either. He can do a lot of cool things and has very interesting use cases. Spot, hundreds, maybe 1,000 of them have sold already here in the US, and it's not a cheap robot. It costs $100,000 for an enterprise edition. It essentially works on these 4 legs, and whilst it's working on these 4 legs, it perceives the area around it. It's got 5 camera sensors, which are controlled by the joystick I was using earlier. It took me half an hour to understand how it works, and maybe I can become a Spot driver or a controller in the future. But this has a lot of use cases. Think about it. Robots like this, with capabilities like this, you can put it on a dock and charge it, right? In an hour, you'll have a decent amount of charge to get you going. And once it's done, you can take this to places where human beings can't go, or things that human beings can't do. You know, send it to construction sites, work in the mining space. That's what Spot can do. It's yellow colored, and I've heard that a lot of customers have taken Spot and then colored it and customized it the way they want it. They'd have to be very careful whilst doing that because it's full of technology all over it, right? You have sensors all over. It can essentially map everything that it sees, scale a mountain as long as the battery lasts, get into all sorts of construction sites where there's debris, climb steps. Yes, Spot is fantastic at climbing steps. We've seen it do it a lot out here at this conference as well, and it's quite a crowd puller at that too, right? Everyone wants a photo with Spot. He's quite a popular guy. Yes, Spot, thank you so much. He seems to like me, like I said. Maybe he seems to like getting featured on Tech Today. Look, Spot is the sort of technology that we like to showcase in terms of innovation on Tech Today. For the past 2 years, we've been seeing it from afar, but today we wanted to spend a day with Spot, bring this Boston Dynamics robot to you on Tech Today, and let us know what you think of Spot. For now, I'm going to chill with him a little bit more, and maybe Spot, do you want to get something to eat? Let's do that. I'll see you soon. What kind of fields and sectors are we seeing people actually spending $100,000? That's a lot of money on a robot, but this is no ordinary robot. What fields and what sectors are we seeing customers coming for?
We've seen Spot being used in a wide range of fields. So there's the academic field where we open Spot up through an API and allow universities around the world to be able to develop their own platforms and their own innovations on top of this robot. So it's a really great platform for research and innovation that you're going to see years down the road. Some of the innovations that are being developed on this robot today are just going to come to light years from now from some of the great universities using this solution. Commercial applications,
Spot is in manufacturing facilities, it's in energy plants, anywhere where equipment needs to be monitored and assessed for its overall equipment health, right? So, when you think about, yes, it's a six-figure investment for a robot, but it is substantially more than that when a piece of equipment is going to fail, or better yet, provide maintenance, proactive maintenance on that equipment to prevent it from failing. You've saved as much for the robot and then some. Savings become astronomical at that point. So it becomes an investment for companies who want to make sure that they don't have unexpected failures that are far more costly than the robot is.
Now, working on tech today is a lot of fun, but there's also a lot of travel, and we come to a lot of conferences like this all over the world. We're here right now in Las Vegas, and I've been carrying this bag around with me. We also have a camera bag, a backpack. There's a lot of work, and there's a lot of majduri as well. How can we use technology to make our lives easier? Well, this is the Piaggio Jita Mini. And this can make your life a lot easier if you're at a tech conference. What it essentially does is you can keep your bag in it. Then it has a sensor package right over here, which comes with an RGB camera. It has sensors which let it know where the owner of that bag is. I press this button, and you know what? My bag's out there, and now I'm on my way. It's going to follow me around as I walk and check out all the stalls at this conference. And this is the sort of tech that makes your life a whole lot easier. The Piaggio is right here. You press the button and take your bag, and you're on your way. For more such content, stay tuned to Tech Today. Oh, you're shooting. Well, let me stop this bike. This is the wheel bike, no ordinary bike. It looks kind of cool. It's here in Las Vegas, but you will be able to get this maybe sometime later only in Seattle. It is a prototype, and we love focusing on innovative products here on Tech Today. And this is a special electric experience. This electric bike can go up to 20 miles per hour, and on a single charge, well, you can get nearly 20-30 miles on this bike. Depends on how you ride it, of course, like any other electric vehicle. But what makes this kind of interesting is one feature which I think is a USP. For a lot of people who don't know how to ride a bike or struggle to, or have issues riding a bike, this one has a self-balancing feature, which I tried out. It takes some time to get used to, but it is fascinating if it finally ends up working. And if it works for you, I think that's a great feature. It has an electric brake right over here. I'll tell you how to get into that self-balancing feature. There's a button, there's a couple of buttons here. You flick the lower button when you're past 2 miles per hour, and this bike will then go into self-balancing mode. Another thing I want to tell you about the bike is that it is quite interesting in terms of what the app looks like. Now, this app is, of course, still work in progress, but even then, it's quite impressive. If you enter a location that you want to go to in the maps, this bike and this app will tell you how much charge you'd require to get there. And I think that is an interesting proposition. Now, you also have a dashboard which tells you everything about the bike, whether you have no hands, one hand. I think it's a cool concept. And I think, of course, when people will start riding stuff like this, it'll be interesting to see how a lot of people back home would respond to this, because this seems compact. It seems kind of cool. You work a little more on the design, and we have a winner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ride around Las Vegas in this and maybe hope to get it to the Tech Today studio very soon. Until then, well, see you soon. Now, from all the robots that we met in the US, and even the CyberDog by Xiaomi that we met here in India, this, the Jita Mini, was something. Not only is it a really cute robot, but also something which I think has a very strong use case. At the end of the day, if you have a robot carrier which can take your cargo and follow you around and hopefully not get stolen along the way. There were a lot of interesting features on the app as well, which I didn't necessarily cover in a short video, but I think there's a solid use case. If this becomes affordable, this would be the first robot that I would pick up. Now, there's a lot more coverage from our travels around the world on the Business Today and India Today social media handles. And if you prefer reading your content, then on our website. And of course, in the Business Today magazine, because this is a place where all things cool happen as well, and Tech Today is available.
as a bunch of pages here in the magazine as well. Now, a very interesting conversation that we actually had whilst we were in Las Vegas was with the chief scientist and SVP at Amazon Alexa, Rohit Prasad, and I had a bunch of questions. Now, we have a bunch of Echo Show devices over here, so are they always listening? Also, what are the privacy and security features that a company like Amazon has? What do they do with our data? And of course, who's the smartest assistant out there? Well, let's find out what he had to say. On the show today, we have a very special guest, Rohit Prasad of Amazon Alexa, the man who really understands what makes Alexa a very smart assistant. But now that's going to be my first question to you, Rohit. Firstly, thanks so much for joining us on the show. And what I really want to understand is in the battle of voice assistants, from a consumer tech standpoint, everyone looks at Siri, Google Assistant, and Alexa. Alexa seems like the smartest of the lot. But first question to you is it the smartest of the lot?
So we in Amazon focus on customers, less so on competition. The competition to just inspire us here, our customers need a lot from us and Alexa, and we are focused on that. And from that perspective, it's a privilege to have billions of requests issued to Alexa every day from hundreds of millions of devices. It's in 70 plus countries, 17 languages. Of course, as you know, it's in Hindi, which makes me very proud because my heritage is there. So I love the fact that we have so many engaged customers, and that's what we measure. Like, are we satisfying our customers' need? Of course, Alexa's AI is one of the most sophisticated systems in terms of the complexity that it has, because to what seems simple with Alexa is actually quite complicated. When you just ask it to play, tell you the weather or play a song, you assume a lot of things that is very hard for the AI to know. And we make it super simple because of its intelligence. That's what I work on every day. And we have a lot to do here in this space.
So, all right, you know, what they say is what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So we'll still say Alexa's the smartest of the lot. And, you know, in terms of the AI sounding a lot more like a human, in India, something very interesting is a localization play with the way Alexa understands Hinglish, gives you these really interesting responses like, you know, eating dal chawal every day, or Gabbar and Shah Rukh Khan, and also an Amitabh Bachchan voiceover. Are these things the Alexa team works on at the global level to understand how they can crack other markets?
Absolutely. I would say less so about in the way of we don't view it as markets per se, but more about that your personal assistant, advisor, and companion needs to have that natural voice. And because it's personal to you, you may want a lot of customization to it. So I love I'm a huge Amitabh fan, and I grew up with idolizing him. So his voice is just like amazing voice to have. And when we had the opportunity to work with him, that was awesome. And I have that voice. And I'm saying many of that, but there is a lot of things that we are working on, which is to make the voice be easily customizable to what you want, right? And we are doing that with a lot of markups that you can change the emphasis on the voice, or we have Santa voice, or we have the Amitabh voice, as you mentioned. But this is a huge area of research. Like today, I announced a capability where we can actually generate any personal voice. Like if I would love to have my mom's voice. So that's the kind of capability we announced today as well, that we have the capability in the lab where with just 1 minute of audio, we can generate a very natural voice for anyone.
You know, Rose, we've been talking so much about Alexa devices being ubiquitous. They're always learning, listening, now even seeing and following you around in the form of Astro. Now, for the viewers and, you know, tech enthusiasts watching, we started off talking about privacy and security, but there are always concerns when people read media reports saying, you know, Echo devices are logging all of our conversations. But how do you respond to that in terms of placating some of those concerns?
Absolutely. As you said, privacy is paramount to us. The data security is, we take everything on protecting your data and your privacy very strongly, as we should, because we want to be that trusted service. And for that perspective, I think one thing, if you look at all our decisions, we talked briefly about how when you speak the wake word Alexa, then the light ring comes on, right? When you actually start the conversation, you have to say the word Alexa. And it only listens when it's confident that you have heard the word Alexa on the device, then only starts streaming to the cloud. So that's one set of features. And then you can even go and look up all the data that Alexa has heard you say. and through your companion application or go to the website, all that data is available to you. But we also know that some people will be concerned. So you can opt out of data collection, or you can opt out of human review of the data. So there's more control for you, because we want you to be comfortable with this service. I have 20 plus Alexa devices in my home. Wow. So, and of course I have a lot of private conversations, a lot of critical conversations. So of course I'm also a customer, right? So so we want the same kind of controls in your hands as you being the customer. And we are also brought in the convenience of voice to managing your data. Right. You can say, Alexa, delete what you heard me say today. Right, so that is, those are the kind of controls we want, and hopefully our customers will continue to trust us with this.
Fascinating, technological, scientific insights from the man at Amazon Alexa. Thank you so much, Rohit, for joining us.
Well, so much talk of privacy and security. Now we at Tech Today believe in giving you innovative solutions so that you can keep your privacy and security intact. In the second half of the show, we're going to tell you all about it. But until then, we'll take a short commercial break.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Shinzo Abe's tragic assassination has shaken the entire world. The former Japanese Prime Minister was shot dead by a 41-year-old man during an election speech. Shinzo Abe came from a powerful family that has been in politics for decades. His grandfather served as a prime minister between 1957 and 1960, and Abe's father served as a foreign minister. He attended the Seke Elementary School and Seke Junior and Senior High School. He studied public administration and graduated with a bachelor's degree in political science from Seke University in 1977. He studied public policy at the University of Southern California School of Policy Planning and Development, now the USC Price School of Public Policy, for 3 semesters in the United States. He served as Japan's Prime Minister for 2 tenures, first from 2000.
Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Elavadi. Now, if you're talking about privacy and security, then we at Tech Today want to come up with innovative solutions or tech jugaad to make your life a whole lot easier. That's why my colleague Shivan has come up with a very cool solution by which you can give your phone to someone to use without making it an awkward situation, but ensuring that your privacy is intact. Have a look.
Have you ever hesitated handing your phone over to someone because you just know that after the person is done using your phone to make a call or whatever they've asked you for, they are going to peep into your phone, into other apps which you don't want them to see? Here is a hack with which you'll be able to ensure that whoever you hand your phone to, they will not be able to see anything beyond what you want them to see. Here's how you go about it. So first we'll begin with Android users because this hack is available for both Android as well as iOS, but the techniques are different. So first thing what you do is you take your device and you go to settings. Once you're in the settings, you need to go to security. In security, you scroll down and you will find this option of app pinning. Now app pinning, first of all, you need to switch it on, and at the same time also ensure that the pinning range ensures that you pin this page and disallow actions. Basically, that means you need to choose this option so that nobody is able to navigate further beyond the app that you want them to see. Now, after this, if you're handing your phone over to somebody, and if I want them to just stick to this Themes app, okay, I go here and right on top, I push on the drop-down button and I pin it. Now, no matter what they try, they will not be able to go anywhere beyond this app. And this is all that they'll be able to access in your phone. Now, once you get your phone back, how do you unpin this? Press on the back and the options button together, and your app will be unpinned and you can go back to this. Now, if you're using an iOS device, the technique is going to be different, but again, you'll have to start with the settings. So first you go to your settings, and when you hit settings, go to accessibility. Accessibility will take you to an option called guided access, which you need to turn on. Now you choose an app which you don't want the other person to go beyond. I'll open an app called InShot. Now here, what I do is I press on the home button thrice. And I see this option right up top which says start guided access. I start and I need to put in the passcode of the phone which only I know. So here we go, and guided access has started. Now beyond this point, anybody else will not be able to navigate anywhere else in your phone. This is the only app they will have access to. This is how you do it on iPhones. Now if you want to switch this off, once you've got your phone back, press on the home button again 3 times and put in your passcode once again and end guided access. There we go, and you're back to your home screen. So you'll be safe and sound with this hack. It's very simple to do. It's available on all phones, regardless of whether it's an Apple device or an Android device, and you'll ensure that your privacy remains intact. So we received a request asking us to give this tech hack, and that's why we're presenting it to you. This is one way with which you can ensure that anybody who has your phone will not see anything beyond what you want them to see. If you want further tech hacks, write into us, leave a comment, and we will ensure that we bring another tech hack for you very soon.
Well, I can only hope that you've enjoyed the show as much as the Tech Today team has enjoyed putting it together for you. If you have, you must write into us. If you haven't, you must let us know on the Business Today, India Today handles, and of course, you can tell me as well if there's something that you didn't like. But you can also tell me if you fancied one of those robots, especially if it was Spot or Jita Mini, or did you like the bike? You gotta let us know what really caught your eye. Until next week, this is your host Ayush Alavadi saying adios. Hey.
I was ready to run through a brick wall when I heard that speech. When we call ourselves cricket-loving nation, are we really cricket-loving nation, or are we men's cricket-loving nation? If we love the sport, then who is holding the bat? The gender of the person holding the bat should not really matter. So that is what it conveyed to me. So that's why it is a pivotal moment in the film. It will speak to a lot of us who are going to watch the film and make us think a lot. Why is it important to know the gender of the hero of the film, and basis that the budget is decided of a film? Why is it that an audience has to go for an advance booking of a male hero-driven film, but when it comes to a female protagonist film, they have to wait for the reviews? So there are a lot of these whys that I keep questioning and waiting for them to convert into why nots.
You are watching India Today.
Hello there, good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the top stories this Saturday afternoon. Sri Lanka on the boil. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled from his residence in the capital of Colombo as tens of thousands of protesters break police barricades blocking the president's house, even getting into his house right now, demanding his resignation. India Today's mega exclusive Moosewala murder probe revelation. Chilling audio conversations leading up to the brutal murder of Sidhu Moosewala has been accessed by us. Gangster Goldie Broad monitored the murder with every instruction given on phone. India Today exclusively accesses a shocking video 8 days before Kanhaiya Lal's heinous murder. Sar Tan se juda chants openly raised in this rally. India Today has uncovered massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage a cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's Prophet Muhammad remarks. Indian officials approached the Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes once again, says My Kali is queer, free-spirited, slams Hindutva, says My Kali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs have been filed against Leena in India. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath. 16 dead. Over 48 have been severely injured after a cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents have been washed away. NDRF and ITBP rescue operations underway. Breaking this story from across the borders, this crisis in Sri Lanka deepening even further as protesters stormed President Rajapaksa's residence in Colombo city, the capital of Sri Lanka. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled as protesters surrounded his residence with slogans of Gota, go home. Protesters tried to barge into the president's residence as they engaged in violent clashes with the police. Police have used tear gas shells to disperse the crowds who tried to jump over the barricade at Rajapaksa's residence is what we know. Absolute mayhem from Colombo. These are pictures, in fact, of heavy bandobast of the police. Sri Lankan police has a while ago used tear gas shells as well to bring the situation under control. Even as he's fled is what we are picking up. These are pictures live on your screen from Colombo there, where protesters have cleared out the residence of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who himself has fled. We do not know of the whereabouts of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, but what we know is that he's left his official residence as the Sri Lankan police there is trying to bring the situation under control. Remember, there's been an economic and a financial crisis brewing in Sri Lanka for weeks together now. My colleague Pramod Madhav has been tracking these details, is now joining us for more on that. We know nothing absolutely, Pramod, about the whereabouts of the president, the beleaguered president of Sri Lanka, who's now fled. But what we know is that from these pictures, they managed to enter the residence, the official residence of the president.
Well, one thing we clearly know is that the situation has gone worse to completely worse in the island nation, and this has been a situation for several weeks now, and people are unable to tolerate, and reports from the ground claim that this protest was already planned, and that's the reason a police curfew was earlier announced. But seeing that how people were reacting to it, that curfew was removed, and almost an hour ago, several hundred people entered the president's residence, and not just that, in that particular chaos, 7 people were injured, including 2 policemen. But for now, the president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has fled his residence, and no one exactly knows where he is. And amidst this chaos, we are getting reports that schools will be declared holiday from 11th to 15th in the island nation. And Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has also called for an emergency party leaders meet, and post which probably an emergency parliamentary session as well. In fact, 2 days ago when Gotabaya went to the parliament session to attend it, he was actually booed and sent back with the members in the parliament very clearly stating, "Go back, Gota, go back." That was the only statement. And this is what we could hear from the protesters today as well. They were only saying, "Go back, Gota," which means that for now, all they demand is the resignation of President Gotabaya.
Horrific pictures there coming in from Colombo. Also, what we know from all is that efforts have been made by the president also to try and help the people of the country. In fact, some efforts were made by Gotabaya Rajapaksa only very recently to approach Russia as far as help is concerned vis-a-vis the shortage of fuel in the country, because of which this economic crisis has sparked off, isn't it?
And from people, the Sri Lankan Tamils who have come from Sri Lanka seeking refugee here, we have got several stories. They very clearly mentioned that there is no food, nothing is affordable. In fact, a kg of rice over there is costing more than 400 rupees, and for a family, if they have one meal, they cannot have another two. That's a big issue. And the second problem is that if they have to go to work, transportation is very important, but there is no fuel over there. That is turning into a very big problem. In fact, certain people from there who reach Indian shores, they state that they have to wait for nearly 3 days, 4 days to get 2 liters of kerosene for cooking, and the situation is much worse when it comes to petrol and diesel. So these are the things that actually, even though on one side Gotabaya tried to actually take care of the situation, it looks like either they need much more counseling as to what to be done at the present time, or it looks like they don't have much time anymore because the people are completely gone. They have no hopes at all, and that's the reason you could see such massive protests and even people storming the president's residence.
Our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan is also with us. Pramod, I'll just come back to you for more on that. I'm going to go straight to Geeta for the crisis, Geeta, that we're seeing in front of us. As far as Sri Lanka is concerned, what do we know about the president right now? Has he been escorted to safety? And what really was the trigger to this, Geeta, given that this is not a new crisis per se? This has been brewing for weeks together, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sneha. Crisis, an unprecedented scale of crisis in Sri Lanka, never seen before. A country that is witnessing the worst kind of economic stress, the kind of food shortage, fuel shortage that the country is facing and witnessing is now showing in the streets of Sri Lanka, Sneha. And while it is not a new phenomena, how long can people stay without fuel and without adequate food supply or food at very high prices? So patience worn out is what is being witnessed in the streets of Sri Lanka, that the people over there no longer can bear the cost of living in Sri Lanka and have no other option but then to question the government. We do know that Mahinda Rajapaksa had left the residence when the crisis came upon him, when he was Prime Minister, and had moved to Hambantota, which is their own home constituency, to the naval bases there, meaning taking refuge under the security of the armed forces. The president also now has left his residence, but we do not really know of his whereabouts. In all probability, it would again be taking refuge under the security and safety of the forces. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, in a series of tweets, has been talking about and tweeting about the state of affairs. We are also given to understand now that he has called for a meeting, and that meeting will be with the cabinet ministers and party leaders to discuss the situation and resolve the situation swiftly. But the fact is that there is no swift resolution to the crisis that we're seeing.
Yes, Geeta, just come back to you. Please continue to be with us, Geeta. Just hold on to your thoughts. I'm coming back to you in a few moments. Gadapati Subramaniam, senior journalist, is also now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. What is the way out of this crisis, given that the president has approached Russia already, saying that help us when it comes to the fuel shortage, and this is something that we will appreciate. Up until the 22nd of July, there is no fuel in Sri Lanka. And this crisis now, with the president having to flee, what's the way out?
India has been helping as much as possible. Not only India, China has also offered some help, and the international institutions are also trying to help. But it is the people of Sri Lanka and the government of Sri Lanka who have the primary responsibility to rectify the situation. People who are protesting on the streets have made it very clear that the Rajapaksa family does not have their trust. The slogan you would have heard again and again is that go back Gota. Already Mahinda Rajapaksa has resigned. Gotabaya Rajapaksa should have also resigned, but he has not resigned, and he has installed a new government. And the situation continues to go from bad to worse. People are going from frying pan to fire. There is no fuel. The inflation is uncontrollable. And there are so many issues which they are not addressing at all. The priorities seem to be elsewhere.
Given
in
that,
a situation,
Mr.
in a
Ganapati
situation
Subramaniam,
like this,
the populist sentiment, sir.
Only if they can help themselves.
Yes. Mr. Subramaniam, I want to ask you, given that the populist sentiment is against the Rajapakshas, did you really see this coming? And is this something that eventually is going to, you know, so to speak, end the rule of the Gotabaya of the Rajapaksha brothers? Both Mahinda, like you said, has been shown the door, and this is the time for Gotabaya to go then.
Yeah, you are right. Already Mahinda Rajapaksha has disappeared from the scene. And now probably it is time for Gotabaya and rest of the family members also. It is this dynasty politics and one family controlling everything has led to corruption and the total lack of governance. And that's what people of Sri Lanka are pointing out again and again. On all these protests for the last 2 months has been going on continuously, emphasizing that this government has been, it's a complete failure. And why do they want to stick to power when they can't rectify the situation? So therefore, it is not just an economic crisis or a monetary crisis. It's more of a political crisis now. And if there is a regime change, the possibility of neighboring countries like India and international institutions helping will be far brighter for Sri Lanka.
You know, what I want to understand from you is that what next, given that the president has to physically flee, in fact, and we have this news. Amid massive protests, the Prime Minister has called for an emergency meeting, key meeting to discuss resolutions amid the crisis in Sri Lanka. A meeting has been called by the Prime Minister to discuss the situation. Ganapati Subramaniam continues to be with us. What next as far as the political administration is concerned, given that the President has also pretty much been forced to really flee, given there are protesters. In fact, we have those pictures of them occupying the President's Secretariat in Colombo. Mr. Subramaniam. Okay, we'll just in fact connect with my colleagues in a bit from now. These are pictures, in fact, from the President's house. Insane, absolutely. With the President having to flee, the President's Secretariat, the official residence of the Sri Lankan President, has been occupied by protesters who are now taking a dip in the pool. These are pictures from inside the President's official residence in Sri Lanka. Unbelievable the manner in which security has been breached. The Sri Lankan police was unable to bring the situation under control with thousands of protesters who initially geared out the official residence, and now we have this with them taking a dip in the pool at the President's house. With the President nowhere in sight, he's been escorted to safety. He's fled essentially. This is the residence of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who in fact is the sitting president of Sri Lanka, which has seen the worst economic crisis in decades together, which then translated into a political crisis with the popular sentiment being against the Rajapakshas. Both Mahinda Rajapaksa, who's been shown the door, and Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who continued to hold on to the President's chair. But what next? Is this not end road? And how is then this mayhem really going to be explained by the Sri Lankan police? Our Foreign Affairs Editor, Geeta Mohan, continues to be with us. Geeta, I have not seen anything like this really, with these protesters now taking control of the President House. They're taking a dip into the pool, enjoying this mayhem pretty much. What really is going on and what is the way out of this crisis, given that the popular sentiment indeed is against the Rajapakshas?
Well, Sneha, news that's just coming in again, reports from local media in Sri Lanka is that several SLPP, which is the party of the Rajapaksas, so several SLPP MPs have written a letter seeking resignation and asking the president to resign so they can appoint an all-party government and a new prime minister, which means that the SLPP still want to hold on to power, keep the reins of the government, and have asked for a change in leadership. That certainly speaks volumes of the kind of hatred that people now have shown towards dynasty politics, Sneha, and they are asking the Rajapaksas to move out of the political sphere, the political spectrum in Sri Lanka. And this is coming from none other than the party. So this is yet again another country with another with the party in control seeking a change in leadership. We saw that in the UK. There is no comparison, but just saying that the same party now is seeking a change in leadership. No more Rajapaksas is what they're saying. They want a new government with a new president and a new prime minister. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, who was appointed to put up a united front in this tremendous financial crisis that the country is facing, has had to deal with a lot in terms of the uphill task to get funds for the country. And like you're rightly pointing out, it's not just about getting fuel from Russia. They've looked at the Russia option. They're looking at the India option. India, in some reports, we've already seen that India said that Sri Lanka would have to make advance payments for fuel, because India has already sent out a huge credit line when it comes to helping them financially, the financial aid package that India provided to Sri Lanka. Besides that, they're still looking at the international community, IMF, but there are no takers. And lastly, the most important ally, so-called ally and economic partner of Sri Lanka, is absolutely amiss from this entire scenario, where Sri Lanka has had to face the brunt of very, very bad economic decisions and change in governments, where infrastructure projects were put on hold, but the money that was taken as loan was used. And that country is China, absolutely amiss in this crisis, has not come to Sri Lanka's rescue or help. But when it comes to keeping a strategic stronghold, they were the first ones to look at Sri Lanka as a strategic asset and wanted to get inroads, have a foothold in the country. But today, we don't see China really coming out and helping the country in the manner in which they should have, and rescuing them from this financial crisis that really was kicked off because of many of the projects or the loans taken from China, or projects that China is indeed involved in too. We're not saying that that's the only reason why. There have been a lot of terrible economic decisions. One government comes to power, puts other governments' decisions and infrastructure projects on hold.
Yes.
Uses the infrastructure for purposes that it was not built for. Like the airport in Hambantota had been made a granary storage space, so on and so forth. So very bad decisions, and now the country is facing the worst crisis ever. In terms of a country, globally also, we've not seen...
Devadas, Geeta, I'll just come back to you. We are being joined by R. Rajagopalan, senior journalist. Thank you so much for your time, sir. You know, several times, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has really sidestepped so many demands for his resignation that has come in many, many weeks together. Was this inevitable in that sense? These were peaceful protesters who have now turned extremely violent and occupying the president's official residence.
It's a very, very sad situation, and your editor Geeta Mohan has explained it very well. My understanding, taking the clue from Madam Geeta Mohan, I would like to say the crisis in Sri Lanka is grave. The China and the Russia have given their, lost hope on Sri Lanka, because the economy of Sri Lanka, based on tourism is over now in Sri Lanka. No one goes to Sri Lanka. And moreover, Sri Lankan embassies in the world are being closed. Such a grave situation, financially, economic-wise. They have no kerosene, they have no petrol, and they are looking for Russia and other countries. India helped its maximum. My understanding is, day after tomorrow, when the Cabinet Committee on Security meets, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take stock of the situation, and Mr. Jaishankar, a Sri Lanka expert, will definitely give his opinion. My understanding, madam, if you want to have a South Indian perspective, from Tamil Nadu, if you understand this, whatever is happening in Sri Lanka will affect Tamil Nadu per se. Tamil Nadu law and order problem, because there are spillover refugees and militants in the garb of the banned LGBT organization. They will be, coming into Tamil Nadu, which is a very crisis situation. Second thing, most important is day after tomorrow when the Cabinet Committee on Security in the Government of India meets, definitely they will arrange for the security of refugees. Second, whether they have to help the Sri Lankan crisis with more monetary aspects, health-wise, food-wise. They don't have bread, they don't have rice cooker. Can you believe? There are 25,000 pressure cookers have been sent last week to Sri Lanka. Therefore, Sri Lankan community as such are facing immense crisis. There is going to be a feminine type of situation in Sri Lanka. Therefore, it is going to affect India's security also, which is major apprehension.
Absolutely. Mr. Rajgopalan, you did say that as far as Sri Lankan Tamil refugees coming to Tamil Nadu is concerned, this is something that has been flagged off as well in the past, and the situation might just get even worse from here on, is what you suggested.
It is going to be worse. It is going to be a challenge for Mr. M.K. Stalin, the DMK Chief Minister, because the spillover, madam, it is only 10 kilometers, the border from Tamil Nadu to Sri Lanka. They come by boat. You can't restrict them if they come in huge numbers. And many of them have gone to Australia, many of them have gone to Philippines, many of them have gone to other countries by boat. So therefore, it's a crisis situation. People are running away from Sri Lanka. It's a crisis, like as Geeta Mohan explained it very well. My understanding is also same thing. Economic-wise, political-wise, no world capital has recognized Sri Lanka so far. Ranil Wickremesinghe is sworn in as the Prime Minister 2 months ago, but no foreign country greeted him. Can you believe that? Because Ranil Wickremesinghe, cannot manage this type of thing. Today, he has just now called for a special session of the Parliament to discuss about the Rajapaksa fleeing Colombo.
Absolutely. Be with us. I'm just going to go across to my colleague from Tamil Nadu, Chennai. In fact, I'll just go back to Akshaya in a bit from now as we stay with these pictures from Colombo, where initially tear gas shells were fired at the protesters. Thousands of them gherawing the official residence of the President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa. The populist sentiment is that the Rajapaksas must go. This is dynastic politics, and that the family must go, essentially. Mahinda Rajapaksa was forced to step down. But Gotabaya Rajapaksa, his brother, the president, did not. There were several demands that he too should be stepping down, but he sidestepped those demands, unable to pull Sri Lanka out of this crisis. What has the administration essentially done? Just some hours ago, Gotabaya Rajapaksa informed that it sought help, credit line from Russia, to ensure supply of fuel in Sri Lanka. That sort of assistance essentially has not come. But what next for Sri Lanka? And whether Rajapaksa, the Gotabaya Rajapaksa's exit essentially means that things can limp back to normalcy. Mr. Rajgopalan, I want to ask you this. Does the exit of Gotabaya Rajapaksa pacify the people? And does it give peace a chance? Does it give recovery a chance? These pictures of thousands of protesters, in fact, gherawing the official residence of the President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Unimaginable situation where the Sri Lankan police has been unable to bring the situation under control, has been unable to prevent these protesters from entering the residence of the President of Sri Lanka. These are protesters who are taking a dip in the pool right now. Akshaya Nath has travelled to Sri Lanka in the past as well. Amid the growing economic crisis, Akshaya, that has now turned into a huge political crisis. What's really going on? Give us an idea about the current situation in Colombo from where these pictures are coming.
Unit.
Akshay, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the current situation. It looks very, very dramatic, and this complete mayhem, as is evident, right at the residence of the President of Sri Lanka, who's now fled. Where is he? What really is going on? Can you tell us more?
Well, Sneha, what we are seeing in Sri Lanka currently is a very dramatic situation. It's a pile-up of anger that we have seen for the last 92 days. We've been seeing that people have been assembling in Golfos, which is one of the main stretches, beach side of Sri Lanka's Colombo. And this is where all the senior officials' offices are. And outside Gotabaya Rajapakse's office, we had been seeing for 92 plus days, people had been protesting, they had been demanding for Gotabaya to resign, but that demand was not kept with. A solution for the economic crisis was sought for, that again was not given to them, and that piled up anger is what we are seeing today, witnessing in Sri Lanka, where thousands of people have thronged Colface and have got into the presidential office and also into the president's residence, which is Janadipati Mawata, which is the official residence. And both the places we're seeing hundreds of people gathering in. We even saw pictures which are coming out from there where people have been jumping into the pools of the official residence. And all this is because of the anger that they have towards the Rajapakse family. They have been very clear that the economic crisis and the current situation that the country is in is because of the Rajapakse family is what is the public perception, and that is the reason for the outrage that we're seeing there. As far as information that we're getting from the island nation is concerned, we've been told that Gotabaya Rajapakse has fled from the place according to the different sources, and also we've been told that 2 naval ships from the coast have also moved, and it's suspected that the Rajapakse family is inside that naval ship, but we are still awaiting official word on this, Sneha. But what we can see at the moment is that situation is getting intense. The Prime Minister, who's Ranil Wickremesinghe, he was appointed by Gotabaya Rajapakse after Mahinda Rajapakse, who was the brother of Gotabaya, had resigned. At that point of time, Ranil Wickremesinghe had started conversations with multiple foreign organizations to find a solution for the economic crisis. World Bank, IMF, even countries, neighboring countries like India was also approached to give a helping hand for creating a solution for the current economic crisis. But what we have seen is that multiple efforts taken, but no solution has been brought about. And today, Ranil Wickremesinghe has called for an emergency senior leadership meeting.
Be with us.
He's also
Akshay, I'll just come back to you for more on that. Continue to be with us. I'm bringing in Shashi Dhanatunge, former bureaucrat. Thank you so much for your time. What is really going on in Sri Lanka? And given that there were several calls that were given for the exit of the Rajapaksa brothers, the president held on to the chair and today is having to flee Colombo, having to leave his official residence in such a way. Was this really unexpected?
Yes, actually, it's something which was on the menu from the time the economic crisis began. A social crisis was on the menu, and so here is a situation where the final curry has been delivered to the table. Because if you really look at, we had the 9th of May, the Prime Minister was basically asked to forced to leave the office, and then on the 9th of June, exactly month after, we had the other brother of the Rajapaksa family, who was the Minister of Finance, had to basically resign from the Parliament. And then came the 3rd month, which is the 9th July. We basically, the country is seeing today, as we speak, the president had to leave his official residence after being confined himself for both work and for his living for the last 3 months, away from his personal residence, and vacating that because of the forces that came from all sides of the public, which was angered and was very unhappy with the situation the country was dragged into.
You know what I want to ask you, and this would be a rather simplistic way of looking at things, but do give us an idea. The popular sentiment really is against the Rajapaksas. And like I said at the outset, Mahinda Rajapaksa had to go. The president is having to also flee, literally flee his residence, as we've seen today. But does this mean that this gives peace and recovery a chance, given that the people are now largely upset with dynastic politics in Sri Lanka? And this is something that gives them hope.
Yes, obviously, because this particular dynasty was going on for almost 2.5 decades, and during that time, we saw probably 30-year war, civil war that was in the country, ending with the President Mahinda Rajapaksa, who was in power at that time, giving the political leadership. That gave him the kind of freedom to get his brothers into politics, as well as give them a lot of power in the system. And finally, what happened, even the people who were backing him for that particular victory, war victory, and ending the situation which the country was going through with the war, basically he took everything for granted. And most of the projects what he was carrying on, most of the infrastructure projects that he was carrying on were not up to proper due diligence, or not with proper due diligence. If you do a large infrastructure project, of course, you have to do pest analysis or pest analysis. I don't think they did those analyses. And finally, if you look at even 10 years later today, only the P will tick in the pestle analysis, because only the political motives have been achieved through that. Nothing to do with the social or economical or any other environmental aspects have been achieved through those developments. So, and most of those borrowings that they took for development of these projects have been at very high rates, and those were not at all sustainable to an economy like Sri Lanka, which was just coming out of a war and also having so much of other constraints within the system to meet and develop. And so that all added up with the Easter attack in 2019 April, and then coming the pandemic, and on top of that, with the new government, that is President Rajapaksa now, who has just had to flee, introducing a huge tax cut, which was not actually warranted. That was not even asked by the business people or even the society. He gave a huge tax cut immediately after taking office. That took completely about 600 billion of the treasury revenues. So with the pandemic adding in, naturally, Sri Lankan economy couldn't sustain at all.
Yes, but Mr. Shashi Dhanatunge, even as we stay with these pictures from earlier today of tear gas shells being fired at the protesters, I want to ask you, these are live pictures for our viewers. Be with us, Mr. Shashi Dhanatunge. I'll just come back to you in moments from now. These are tear gas shells that have been used on the protesters, putting them at discomfort right now, as you can see on your screens. The police trying to bring the situation under control. But what situation under control, as we had put out those pictures of thousands of protesters completely storming the President House. This is the President Secretariat in Colombo, where the President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has had to flee. Visuals from the streets of Colombo, where protests have broken out. Shashi Dhanatunge continues to be with us. What is the way out, sir, of this? Now, I know it's not a simple question to answer, but does this exit, like I said, in a way pacify these people who've been upset with the political dispensation? And does this really pave the way, at least slowly, pave the way for recovery in a sense?
Yes, actually, this is something I would say the new generation, mainly. The new generation who is well educated and exposed to the world, and also very intelligent, creative, and also they really wanted a new country. And they saw the country was not going in the right direction, and they also saw what the world around them is going and progressing, and they were demanding the rulers to be more open, transparent, and accountable to their actions. But sadly, those are missing big time. And even today, what the IMF is reporting is that Sri Lanka has come to IMF on 16 occasions. Out of that, on 10 occasions, we have failed to meet our obligations. So, so with all those negatives, here is an opportunity now. Even IMF very recently during the visit, they have even told that Sri Lankan corruption issue has to be addressed. So this is one new condition, which probably none of those other countries have been asked to address. So it shows the level.
Shashi Ranatunge, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your views with us. I'm going to go straight to Manu Ganesan, Member of Parliament in Sri Lanka. He's a member of the opposition party of the Democratic People's Front and Tamil Progressive Alliance. Thank you so much for your time. I want to begin by asking you, what is the way out of this mayhem that Sri Lanka has found itself in? Is the exit, is the fleeing of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, was that inevitable? And is this going to pacify the people and at least put Sri Lanka eventually, slowly, albeit, on the road to recovery?
Yes, the mayhem is the right terminology you can use right now, but I'm concerned about my country. The reports that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has left the country has not been confirmed yet. We have seen social media footage that VIP vehicles traveling to the Katanayak International Airport, and also another footage he's been going through that VIP group has left via the Colombo port in Sri Lanka Navy vessels carrying large suitcases, cages, and these are not confirmed yet. Right now, the protesters have entered the president's residence, official residence, and also the president's secretariat, both located close to each other, that is Colombo Port. And I am being the leader of the Tamil Progressive Alliance and also member of Parliament for Colombo district. I'm very much concerned. Most of our people are over there. And right now, the Sri Lanka Parliament, the Speaker, the number 3rd in command, who has now called a special party leaders meeting in next 1 hour. Right now, I am preparing to go to the Parliament and attend the party leaders meeting. And also, the opposition leader, Sri Premadas, has called opposition leaders meeting by 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. will be followed by Speaker's meeting.
Okay.
So that is the situation right now. And we are responsible party leaders and politicians and member of Parliament. We don't want this situation to continue. We had been also calling for the resignation of the President. And also, I personally also advised Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe also to tender the resignation and respect the ambition and the struggle of the people, and so that interim government can take over until there is a climate which should allow us to conduct an election and go for this people's mandate.
Yes, what I want to ask you is that you just said the Speaker has called for a meeting. This is an all-party meeting called at 3 o'clock. Am I correct? Have I heard you right, Mr. Ganesan?
Yes, 3 p.m. the meeting is called by Sajid Premadas, leader of opposition, for the party leaders of the opposition. And 4 p.m. Speaker has called a party leaders meeting for all the party leaders, that is the opposition as well as government.
For those who don't understand Sri Lankan politics, how does this really work from here on? Is there going to be a legal battle of sorts? Or is this matter going to be decided by Parliament itself on what next as far as the political dispensation of Sri Lanka is concerned?
Obviously, as with the Constitution, if the President resigns, for the time being, Speaker can act as the acting President, and also Prime Minister also can do that. But anyway, within 30 days, Parliament should elect Member of Parliament for the presidency. That is how Sri Lanka law says. So there won't be a presidential election until the term of the presidency ends. The Parliament will elect a president in case of the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa resigns.
Okay, so his not coming back to Sri Lanka, at least at this point in time, because we're staying with these pictures, and these are very, very disturbing in a way, but also shows the manner in which just the people are so fed up. Mr. Manu Ganesan, what are the chances of Gotabaya Rajapaksa really returning? We don't even know of his whereabouts yet. What we only know that he's been escorted to safety. That's all we know, Mr. Ganesan.
Yes, obviously. My first question to the speaker today at the official party leaders meeting would be to know the whereabouts of the president. The speaker is duty bound to tell us where the president is, because president is the number one, is the head of the state and head of the government, both. So therefore, we should know. Rightfully, we should know where he is. He can't go into hiding. If it goes into hiding, he should resign and get out of this administration. Then pay way for the alternative arrangements. We can't do that. He can go into hiding. And the Mahindra Rajapaksa, former Prime Minister, and his son, Namal Rajapaksa, and his other brother, Chamal Rajapaksa. The Rajapaksas are supposed to be, who had been considered as kind of a royal family in this country some years before, some months before. But now they are very much hated by their own voters, the Sinhalese community. Sinhalese community put them into the administration and the rule, into the government against all the votes, all the accusations against them. The Rajapaksas were accused of corruption, wastage, and war crime too. So, but they ignored everything and voted into power. Based on the war victory they obtained against LTT. So, but now the same people are opposing them, chasing them. They walked into the President's Secretariat and Presidential Palace, searching for them. If by chance, if I wish Rajapaksas are not there, if they are found there, if they get into the hands of the protesters, it will be really mayhem. I don't want to see that, because as a Democrat, I don't want to do that. I don't want to see that happen.
Okay. Also explain to us, and you did, but once again, sir, if you can, what can the speaker do? What really falls within the purview of the speaker? What are his powers essentially?
Yeah, well, as I explained, now we party leaders, the elected party leaders, we'll have to seek a solution within the constitution. This is the legal framework. What is happening on the streets, it is out of the legal framework. But that happens in the west of our countries when people protest in anger, opposition. But we, as also party leaders, we'll have to seek a solution within the constitution. That's what I say. We will ask where the whereabouts of the president today, and we will unanimously ask Speaker and at the party leaders meeting to call for the resignation of the president and call for the resignation of the Prime Minister too. Then Parliament will convene officially, legally, nominate a president. Anyway, whoever comes there will be only interim president, interim Prime Minister, an interim administration until there's a new election where we can seek a new people's mandate. That is the way out, that is the roadmap. Only available roadmap, that is what Speaker can do. We can do. We should do.
You are going to ask for a change in regime and the Speaker to take a call, Mr. Manu Ganesan. And by law, this has to be done within 30 days is what you're saying, not later than that.
No, in case of from the date of the resignation of the president, we don't know whether the president has resigned or no. We don't know where the president is. So we will first of all ask the whereabouts of the president, and Speaker is duty bound to tell us. Speaker should contact him and ask him. Then once we come to know that where the president is, then we will, as party leaders, we will ask him to resign. Officially resign, voluntarily resign. If he doesn't resign, Parliament has to pass an impeachment motion against him, but that will take some time. But at this crisis hour, I hope the Rajapaksas will understand the situation.
All right, this is unreal, Mr. Ganesan, as we in India look at these pictures. Our viewers also have been talking about these pictures doing the rounds that have gone completely viral. Look at these images on these protesters taking a dip in the pool. We have these protesters gherawing the official residence of the President of Sri Lanka. There is a meeting at 3 o'clock that the opposition has called. There is a meeting at 4 o'clock that the Speaker has called. What next, we don't know yet, but we hope this is the beginning of things to change, essentially, given that the people have in fact been in a desperate situation, and our heart really goes out to them because for weeks together they've been battling a worse economic crisis in Sri Lanka. Manu Ganesan, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to continue to be on this story, getting our viewers these visuals right now from Colombo, where tear gas shells have been used against these protesters, many of them who've gherawed out the residence of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. We don't know of his whereabouts. The opposition says That's the first question they're going to be asking of the speaker. That if you don't know where the president is, there should be a new president. And that call should be taken sooner rather than later, given the economic crisis that Sri Lanka is in right now. Just yesterday, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa had approached Russia seeking a credit line for some relief as far as fuel supply to beleaguered Sri Lanka is concerned. They've in fact been seeking this sort of credit line and help from different countries, and often it's not been forthcoming. I'm going to go across to Akshay Nath also for more details on that. Have the police been able to bring the situation under control, at least to some extent, Akshay? We have visuals of these protesters storming inside the kitchen of the President House, essentially. They're taking a dip in the pool and now they're at the kitchen. What more can you tell us?
Well, Sneha, the situation is out of control in Sri Lanka, as Colombo, the capital city. We can see hundreds of people thronging, the presidential secretariat, then also at the official residence, that is the Janatipati Mawatha, and all these places. We can see thousands of people gathering. The golf phase area, which was the main hub for protest against Gotabaya, where the slogans of Go Back Gotha was raised. We are seeing a sea of humanity there, all of them protesting, many of them even, breaching into the area of the presidential office. Similarly, at the president's official residence too, we're seeing people inside the homes, many of them, jumping on the beds, many of them taking a bath in the pool, and even in the kitchen. The situation is not under control, Sneha. We're seeing that even police officials who were trying to, control this crowd are not able to. Technically, they don't have the manpower to control such a huge crowd. People are just coming more and more, is what we're getting to know from the local reporters who are there at Sri Lanka. This is coming at a time when people have been on the roads protesting against Gotabaya Rajapaksa for over 90 plus days. They have had only one agenda, which was the Rajapaksa family, the Rajapaksa clan to be out of the political system. They have been saying that the current economic crisis that Sri Lanka is facing, the reason is the Rajapaksa family and their poor management is the allegation made by the people. And right now, as we're seeing that the situation is getting tense economically with price hikes just continuing, and the new Prime Minister, the interim Prime Minister who was appointed by Gotabaya Rajapaksa after Mahendra Rajapaksa resigned, which was Ranil Wickremesinghe, not able to find a solution to the economic crisis. The anger among the people only rose. We've been seeing for many days how people have been waiting outside petrol stations, fuel stations, just to, get the amount quota of fuel for their vehicles. Similarly, LPG gas prices had hiked, medicines were not available, basic amenities were missing, and all this has led to the kind of anger which has led to Gotabaya Rajapaksa now fleeing from his residence also. We still don't know the president's whereabouts, but one thing is very clear. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has called for a special party meeting, and also the Speaker has called for a special leaders meeting at 4 p.m. And apart from this, Sajith Premadasa, who is one of the main opposition party leaders and who was the name suggested earlier for being the replacement for Mahendra Rajapaksa, he too has called for an all-party leaders meeting at 3 p.m. today. And this is something that we will have to watch very closely, because Sajith Premadasa's party has been echoing the people's sentiment. They have been saying that Gotabaya Rajapaksa should step down. The power hunger which has been there in the Rajapaksa family should no longer continue, since the public sentiments is against them, and at this point of time, for the public's welfare and for the economy's welfare, a new government, an all-party government should be formed, was the appeal which Sajith Premadasa had earlier kept. And a similar letter of 16 MPs has been submitted to the Speaker, wherein they once again said President Gotabaya has to step down and an all-party Parliament has to be set up under a new Prime Minister's leadership. So it seems like right now, even for Ranil Wickremesinghe, there seems to be a lot of of opposition that is coming up. And another interesting fact that we need to see in Sri Lanka, Sneha, is the kind of effort and the joint venture that people are having. We even saw several popular faces like Sanit Jayasuriya and all tweeting out, talking about how this anger is only an outburst for the kind of situation that the country is, and this is a united front that the people of Sri Lanka are putting forward. But is the violence the way to go forward is one big question. But already we've seen India being a good friend of Sri Lanka, contributing for the Sri Lankan economic crisis, is to bring out Sri Lanka from the current economic crisis. We had seen how ships of goods were sent to Sri Lanka, even monetary aid was provided, but there is only a certain extent to which foreign countries and foreign associations and aids and organization can help. It has to come from within the country to find a solution for the economic crisis, and that is what is lacking right now in Sri Lanka. And clearly the public anger, the public fury is in display, where we are seeing thousands of people thronging through Golfways and also the Janatipati Mawata, which is the president's official residence. And right now the big question is, where is Gotabaya Rajapaksa? That again is a mystery, but the defense sources in Sri Lanka have very clearly said that he has fled the place, but where to is something that we'll have to know very soon. And that's exactly what the members of the parliament of Sri Lanka are also asking. They've said that they will be putting forth this question to the Speaker of the House as well, because they need a clear answer on the president's whereabouts, and he will have to step down. That is the kind of pressure that the Rajapakshas are facing now, Sneha.
Wanted to come to that. You did mention the Prime Minister, Ranil Wickremesinghe, and what next as far as the Prime Minister is concerned? Here's a man who's been handpicked by the President, Gotabaya Rajapaksa himself, and we have the President's whereabouts unknown completely. The country does not know where is the President. What happens to the Prime Minister then? Akshay.
Well, Sneha, right now we know that Ranil Wickremesinghe is trying to hold the ground. He's trying to hold the parliament together. That's one of the reasons why he had appealed to the speaker to call for a parliament session immediately. And we've also seen the speaker calling for an all-party senior leaders meeting at 4 p.m. So all this will be a step to understand what will be the fate for Ranil Wickremesinghe. And when Mahinda Rajapaksa left his seat and the prime ministerial seat was open, there was a lot of talk on who will be the next to fill the space, and all eyes were on Sajith Premadasa, the current opposition party leader. But unfortunately the demand made by Sajith Premadasa, which was Gotabaya to resign, was not met with, and we had seen Gotabaya picking Ranil Wickremesinghe, who did not even have majority support in the assembly to even make him the prime minister. But in spite of that, we had seen how Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his party and his alliance members had chosen Ranil Wickremesinghe, but that again was told by many a senior analyst as a very poor choice. Though he had the experience of a good prime minister, he had seen several crises that had come up in Sri Lanka. For him to handle an economic crisis and without the support of the people was a big challenge. But what Ranil Wickremesinghe had told even India Today exclusively for the first time after becoming the prime minister was that he had a plan of action which he would implement in the long run for the welfare of the people. And as per that claim, they had spoken to IMF, to World Bank and to several other organizations and several other countries to get aid for Sri Lanka. But unfortunately, none of those had materialized. And even now we are seeing that the island nation is reeling in one of its worst economic crises, and it seems like they don't even have an action plan to come out of it. So taking all those things into consideration at this point of time, the big chorus that we are seeing in Sri Lanka from the parliamentarians is for a new government with an all-party leadership and also a new Prime Minister, which means Ranil Wickremesinghe's current post as the Prime Minister will also be in question, and he might have to also step down from the post, is what we can understand from at least the general sentiments from what most of the members of parliaments in Sri Lanka are talking to us about. And as far as the other developments in Sri Lanka is concerned, it is a very, very tough tough situation. It is a sensitive scenario where people are out on the roads fighting against even the military that is there and also the police force which is there. So which means that how long will it take for the current government to bring this situation into control is also a big question, Sneha. And we had seen the places that these people have reached into, be it the presidential secretariat or Janatipati Mahavata, which is the official residence of the president. Both of these are well secured buildings.
We'll come back to you, Akshay, for more details on that story as our non-stop coverage on the Sri Lankan crisis continues. We're leaving our viewers with those pictures. Back in just 2 minutes.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Sri Lanka is on boil. Political turmoil now deepens in the country. More than 100 protesters reportedly injured in violent clashes. They're currently taken to the National Colombo Hospital. Now, amidst the chaos, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe summons an emergency party meeting to discuss the crisis. Sri Lankan protesters have also barged into the president's office cum residence. Surprisingly, the protesters have been joined by Sri Lankan cricketer Sanath Jayasuriya. 16 SLPP MPs, including Dalasa Alapurima, request president to resign immediately. As the economic crisis worsens in Sri Lanka, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees his residence. Now, police used tear gas to disperse the crowds who tried to jump over the barricade at Rajapaksa's residence. Absolutely incredible scenes that we're witnessing in Colombo today. Those are visuals that you can see from inside President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's residence. Protesters have stormed into his residence. You can see some of those protesters who've jumped into the pool inside the presidential palace as well. Complete chaotic scenes. Thousands and thousands of protesters have descended into Colombo today in order to register their growing fury and anger over the economic crisis that has gripped the country for months right now. They're demanding the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and reports suggest that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled his residence, probably even the country, but no official confirmation of the same right now. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, who was in fact appointed in the month of May, is also facing pressure and calls to resign. Those visuals you can see, those absolutely incredible pictures that are coming in from Colombo. Lakhs of protesters who have descended into Colombo today. People have been getting angry. You can see tear gas and water cannons that have been used against these protesters by the police in order to try and stop them. But clearly, that didn't stop them from storming into the presidential residence, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's residence in Colombo. Those pictures, those inside pictures that have been shot by the protesters on their mobile phones, as you can see, they run ransack completely inside the residence of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who is not in his residence and is reported to have fled his residence. His whereabouts currently are not known, but protesters are demanding that the president step down immediately. Remember that the Rajapaksa family, in fact, has dominated Sri Lanka's politics for over close to 2 decades. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and former Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Mahinda Rajapaksa, in fact, dominated Sri Lanka's politics for a very, very long time. Mahinda Rajapaksa stepped down, and that's when Ranil Wickremesinghe was appointed the Prime Minister, sworn in the Prime Minister of the country. He too is now facing calls for his resignation. You can see those top view images from Colombo. The streets are filled, the streets are packed. They have all surrounded President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's bungalow there, the presidential palace in the city, in the capital city of Colombo. The anger of the people of Sri Lanka, the island nation, now spilling over onto the streets. Absolutely incredible images right now. We are, of course, hearing reports of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa having fled. Where he is at the moment is not known. But we also hear that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has called for an emergency meeting today because he wants some sort of decision to be taken, and all political parties of Sri Lanka, in fact, to be taken on board with the sort of chaos and crisis that Sri Lanka seems to have descended into. Those pictures on the left of your screens, you can see those images, in fact, from inside the presidential palace, protesters having entered the various rooms of the palace, having jumped into the pool as well inside the palace over there. In fact, it was on Friday that the United Nations urged Sri Lankan authorities to show restraint in the policing of assemblies and ensure every necessary effort to prevent violence. In fact, over the past 5 months, this calls for the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa grew. He defied those intensifying calls for his departure. In fact, he forced his own family members to resign, including his brother Mahinda Rajapaksa, who was Prime Minister. My colleague Akshay Nath is now joining me on this story. Akshay, absolutely incredible pictures that we're seeing from Colombo over there. Protesters having stormed into President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's presidential palace over there. It seems the whole of Sri Lanka is currently out in the streets of Colombo right now. Absolutely incredible drone images that are coming in from Colombo right now, Akshay.
What we are seeing in Sri Lanka right now is an anger which has been piled up for over a period of 7 months. The last 7 months, Sri Lanka has been facing one of its worst economic crises. The kind of price hike that they've seen on basic commodities, medicine, food, and non-availability of medicine, LPG, gas, fuel, all of this, and the number of people who have been suffering on a day-to-day basis is one of the reasons why we're seeing the kind of anger that is being displayed in the capital city of Colombo now. We can see that thousands of people have thronged Golface, which is the main protest area and also the place where the President Secretariat is at.
Akshay, just hold on for a minute. I'd request you to hold on for a minute. Sulochana, in fact, senior journalist from Sri Lanka, is joining us on the phone line right now. Sulochana, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Can you explain to us what exactly is happening on the ground in Colombo? Because the images that are coming in are absolutely shocking.
This was anticipated because the whole protest for today was pre-planned. It was on social media from WhatsApp and other tools they were using to connect with all the people around the country, and it was very well planned. And people's frustration that actually took a different turn today, because earlier also they tried to do the same thing, but it was not very successful with the current crisis situation. But it came to a point, it's a boiling point, because there was no solution found. The people gave some time, and the government also kept repeating, saying that you will get fuel today, you will get gas tomorrow, and the food items would be available, sort of broken promises. So it is a boiling point that actually took a different turn. Today it is do or die sort of attempt the protesters wanted. Today really they wanted to find a solution, and they wanted to make sure that the president resigns. So it seems to be a successful attempt, and today unexpectedly we also never thought that people would gather in such big large number in the city of Colombo, but they had come from various places. Even railway stations were full of people. They were trying to get into the train, and this all happened because yesterday evening around 6-7 o'clock the curfew was imposed, a police curfew. And then people were very angry and very annoyed. But later on, it was found to be not a legal curfew was not legally accepted. The legal bar association also fought back and said there is no such a thing called a police curfew, and that was turned off. And in the morning today at 8 o'clock, the curfew was lifted. Basically, there was no curfew. There was no curfew in force, but that curfew notice was lifted, and then people started to travel. And they all came to Colombo as planned, and then it was a massive crowd. Initially, in the morning, there was some tear gas that was thrown at the protesters, but they managed. It was such a huge crowd that the army and the police could not control the crowd. Finally, they gave up. They gave up and they gave in to the protesters, and they finally made it into the presidential palace. And it was something that they achieved today. Actually, this is leading to a different platform of climate. By evening, we will hear a different story because the Prime Minister has called for an urgent meeting.
Right.
So we are waiting to see whether there will be a new development by evening, and there will be any new announcement as to whether the president is going to resign or not.
So, Lochana, also what we're hearing is that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled. Are his whereabouts known?
His whereabouts are not known, but there are a lot of videos, social media is circulating through the social media. One is that a lot of several security vehicles, armor vehicles are going towards the airport, and there are another video that has been circulating saying that there is somebody rushing into Colombo port and then boarding a ship, a Navy-owned ship. So we don't know actually whether these are the accurate information we are getting, but very soon we will come to know where he is, and they are saying that he is trying to escape and go to Dubai through using the airport, and some are saying he just boarded into a ship that's owned by the Navy. But so far, officially, nothing has been informed to the public.
So while these protesters have been gathering in Colombo, Sulochana, there's been no word, you're saying, from President Gotabaya Rajapaksa.
Yeah, because as I told you, the financial crisis and the political crisis, it has gone beyond it has tested our patience so much. I mean, I am being a journalist. I'm for the last 3 months, I don't have gas in my house. And I don't have fuel, and I'm unable to travel to office, and we are unable to work from home also because there is power cuts daily. So your entire life is under severe stress, and you cannot take it anymore. That's why people have come to a point that this has to come to an end. This kind of a governance is no good for the people because people elected him and they expected a lot from him, a person who strategically won the war, and he had a lot of credibility, and they loved him so much. That's why 69 lakhs of people voted for him, and so the anticipation were all basically washed down into the drains, I would say, and this is why things have turned out to be very sour. Actually, this is very unexpected. We never expected this kind of a governance. But it is the worst kind of governance, and in our history, we never had a leader like this, and we had people who were getting so agitated and could ambush and go into the presidential secretariat as well as into his presidential palace. And in the month of May 9th, there were so many houses torched, including the Prime Minister's residence, ancestral residence, and their museum. So these were all reflection of the anger and the agitation and the frustration people have over their lives. It is their own life that has been impacted so badly. And you can't go on with your life in this manner until his tenure ends. His tenure ends in 2024 or 25, I think. But you can't hold on until then. And he's also was very adamant that he will complete his tenure. That's what he was targeting for. And this was explicitly told at many conferences that he will stick to his presidency and try to change things for the people and try to rectify the matters he made. He even said sorry about the fertilizer issue. So things like that. But we didn't see anything turning out to be good for us. We didn't see anything practically taking place, whether we get fuel and gas and the food commodities, prices are skyrocketing day by day, and this can simply need to rectify immediately. That's why I think this instant decision the people took into their hands.
Right. Sulochana, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. The way you described things personally as well, the way you described what you're facing, that just goes to show how much the people have been patient and, of course, completely their anger now spilling out onto the streets after months of course, waiting by and watching as the economy was mismanaged by the Gotabaya Rajapaksa government. Sulochana, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. My colleague Akshay Nath continues to be live with us. Akshay, we just heard from Sulochana in Sri Lanka as to how the people have just sort of run out of patience. They've just run out of patience right now. And this was very well organized in the way that Colombo today saw one of its biggest yet protests, where they've basically managed to storm into the presidential palace, and the president, of course, is missing now. He has been escorted to a safe place, quote unquote, say some defense sources in Sri Lanka, but clearly he's fled the people's fury.
Polami, when we see the people's love for their leader, we saw how Gotabaya Rajapaksa was elected as the president with a huge majority. And the same people's anger, the fury, when it's converted, we're seeing how the president has had to flee from his official residence. And we don't know where the president is right now. His whereabouts are something that is not revealed yet. But what we have seen is 7 months of piled up anger. As just like how Sulochana was saying, several of the Sri Lankans have been suffering because of inflation, because of the economic crisis. The raw materials are not available. Basic necessities like even medicine has been unavailable to people. People have been dependent on electricity, and when they're dependent on electricity for even cooking, electricity shortage is there. So, you know, the country has been reeling in one of its worst economic crises since its independence. And this time, since early May, we've seen protests going on for close to 92 days. This anger against Gotabaya Rajapaksa was evident at Golface, where public were protesting against Rajapaksa. But finally, today we're seeing that anger has reached its peak, and people have just stormed into the presidential secretariat and also into the Janatipati Mawata, which is the official residence of the president. And all this is because of the kind of governance that the people have seen. Well, there are a lot of things to blame. One is the pandemic and the economic crisis that came. Tourism is the most important kind of revenue there, and because of pandemic, there was no tourism for the last two and a half years. And now, when they're trying to figure out an action plan to come out of this economic crisis, well, the new Prime Minister, who's Ranil Wickremesinghe, also does not have a concrete action plan. And that lack of plan is also one of the reasons why the anger that we're seeing right now has also come out. And despite all these curfews that the government was trying to impose on the people, today at 8 a.m. in the morning, once that curfew was lifted, we've seen hundreds and thousands of people thronging across Colombo city. All the major roads of Colombo is filled with people, and the kind of action by these people inside Gotabaya Rajapaksa's residence is also a reflection of the anger that they have towards the president. They've stormed into his house, they've stormed into the pool, they are trying to drag out everything that was belonging to Rajapaksa there. They're making videos and making fun of it. So all this is a piled up anger which is being revealed. But what is the solution for it? Should Gotabaya Rajapaksa have taken the step of stepping down even before this kind of an action had happened is the big question, because the hunger for power that the Rajapaksa family had showed could be the reason why this kind of public anger is now being there. And secondly, we need to remember that an interesting fact is every 9th since May has been a bad day for the Rajapaksa family. On 9th of May, we had seen Mahinda Rajapaksa had resigned. On 9th of June, we had seen the finance minister, was Basil Rajapaksa, another sibling of the Rajapaksas, resigning. And today, on July 9th, we're seeing one of the massive outbreak of anger by the general public there. And we're seeing that right now, the government is in a standstill. Ranil Wickremesinghe, the Prime Minister, has requested the Speaker to call for a special special meeting of senior leaders of all the political parties. And at the same time, we're seeing at 3 p.m. today, there will be a meeting which is being organized by Sajid Premadasa, who is the opposition party leader as well. So the situation in Sri Lanka is extremely tense without any action plan for the future. We've seen IMF, World Bank and different other monetary organizations with which Sri Lankan government have had talk with failing terribly. So what will be next for this island nation is a big question. But one thing is clear, that 16 SLBP leaders have demanded that a new government with all party members and a new prime minister be formed. So that is one major demand that we're seeing from at least the elected representatives. But as far as the general public is concerned, anger is towards every other politician as well, because we had seen how Samagi Jana Vedaya, one of the main opposition parties in Sri Lanka, which is led by Sajid Premadasa, their representatives had gone to the protest site today, but he too was dragged out there. People were seen throwing water bottles at him and, trying to attack him in a way, and officials had to drag him out of that facility to see the safety. So the kind of anger that we are seeing amongst the people is towards all the politicians is what we can understand at this given point of time. And they have only one demand, that is to bring back Sri Lanka to normalcy, but in the fastest way possible, because this economic crisis is only dragging them to an uncertain future more and more with every passing day, Pauline.
Right. Akshay, just stay on with us. We will, of course, take our viewers through some of the top developments that have taken place on this Sri Lanka crisis story.
Higher interest rates.
Amid the ongoing violent protests, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is holding a key party meeting. The meeting comes after President Gotabaya Rajapaksa reportedly fled the country. Lankan Prime Minister is also asking the Speaker to summon Parliament. Furious protesters stormed into the presidential palace. The protesters have been blaming Rajapaksa's family for the economic crisis in the country. Protesters took a dip in the pool after storming President's residence. They also shared videos of a fleet of luxury cars at the President's residence. Cops clashed with protesters during the violent protests. According to reports, over 100 protesters were injured in the protests. Former Sri Lankan cricketer Sana Jayasuriya was among the protesters. He said the siege is over and Aragalaya and People's Power has won. Those images, of course, coming in from Colombo today, viewers, of the crisis now which has spilled over onto the streets of Colombo. Protesters, they're storming the presidential palace in Colombo. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his whereabouts are still unknown. He seems to have fled. My colleague Akshay Nath is still live with us. Akshay, you were on the ground in Colombo just a couple of months ago. When you spoke to the people over there, and then, of course, you witnessed the sort of, the ramifications of the economic crisis that were being felt on the ground, what did you see?
Well, Polami, I was in Sri Lanka during the time when people of Sri Lanka had attacked Temple Tree, which is the prime ministerial residence. This was around the first week of May, and we'd seen how Mahinda Rajapaksa, who was the then prime minister, had to step down. That was on May 9th. So following that, when India Today was there, we had seen and spoken to so many people at Golface who had tented up there and were continuously protesting against the Rajapaksas. They were continuously talking about how the country is in such a pitiful state only because of the Rajapaksas. So we've seen that the mentality of the general public there was to blame, Mahinda Rajapaksa and the other Rajapaksa family members who were part of the government back then. And we had also seen that as soon as Mahinda Rajapaksa had resigned, the next demand was that Gota, go back. And this was a slogan which was echoed across the island nation. But we had seen that despite this kind of a sentiment going on there, Gotabaya Rajapaksa held on to his position. He said that he will serve his entire tenure and he will ensure that Sri Lanka will reel out of the current economic crisis that they're facing. But unfortunately, the person whom they had chosen as the Prime Minister was Ranil Wickremesinghe, who once again was a choice of the Rajapaksas, unlike the popular demand which was the most, the opposition leader who was Sajith Premadasa. He was hinted out to be the right choice for the Prime Ministerial candidate because he and his party had the second highest number of votes and supports and MLAs in the Parliament is concerned. But what we had seen was completely different picture. Ranil Wickremesinghe, a very experienced politician, had stepped in, and even after that, the scenario in Sri Lanka did not change, and that had brought in a lot of piled up anger. What they had expected out of their new Prime Minister was to bring in an action plan wherein they will be able to come out of the economic crisis. But unfortunately, we had seen how Sri Lankan government was not able to fix up a proper economic plan. They were not able to get the support of IMF or the World Bank or any other monetary funds, or a majority nations whom they approached also were not able to support them. And also one needs to know how much can an external party can help a scenario in Sri Lanka. This is a crisis which was created in the island nation itself. If you see the kind of revenue that Sri Lanka gets, it's mainly from tourism and then from agriculture, whereas all other things are imported into Sri Lanka. They don't really have a good system of manufacturing or a way in which they can employ their the general public. So there was a public anger that they were not able to do well, and the public were suffering because of the kind of planning and schemes that were brought in by the Rajapaksas and the leaders back then. And at this point again, the same anger is what has brought the public once again to Golface and also to the Janatipati Mawata, and we're seeing the kind of breaching into these fortified areas, which are well secured areas. This is all the piled up anger of the general public, and their demand that they want a change is being reflected in the action also. How much can a government control the raging public, a mob-like public? Is what we're seeing here. They are not being able to do that, and despite all the curfew that was put for the island nation, once the curfew was lifted at 8 a.m. today, all of those people who wanted to protest have come out on streets, and we're being told that by every passing minute, the number of people who are gathering at Golface and the other public areas is only increasing. And what is the solution for it? Well, it is a big question mark, because right now we're seeing that the government missionaries, which is led by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, has requested the Speaker to call for a meeting. A new government has to be formed, is the suggestion given by the SLPP leaders. But how much of a time will all this process take, and when will this scenario come to a control? All this is a big question, because we're saying that the kind of forces that they can use on this public is also limited, and they are outrun by the kind of public force that we can see there on ground. So at the moment, Sri Lanka, the island nation, which is generally known as a very peaceful nation, is at its worst scenario, and the president who had promised to take care of the country till his term gets over has fled the nation, fled the region. We don't even know his whereabouts at this point of time, Paulami.
Right, Akshay, given that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has been defiant through this entire time when there have been calls for his resignation, what are the chances that today, looking at the rage and the anger of the protesters who have stormed into his presidential residence, who have stormed into the secretariat, he will in fact step down wherever he is, from wherever he is?
Well, the pressure is on Gotabaya for the last 92 odd days, Paulami. We need to understand from day one, the demand of these public who are raging and who have been on the ground is for Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign. And right now, the scenario is such that the people have clearly shown their mandate. They've clearly shown that they do not want a leader who is named Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who is holding the position right now. And the only option that is left for him is to step down. In fact, we had even seen that Sajid Premadasa, who was seen as the best contender for the prime ministerial post, had back then said that his party will form a government only and only if Gotabaya Rajapaksa would step down. And because of this very demand, did we see that the offer of being the prime minister was handed over to Ranil Wickremesinghe. And now, with the kind of scenario that we're seeing in Sri Lanka, it's very unlikely that Gotabaya Rajapaksa will be able to continue in his position any longer, and he will have to step down sooner or later. That is the kind of scenario that has come up, and it's very clear that if he is going to come back into the city of Colombo, then the repercussions that he and his family will have to face is going to be the mob-like scenario, mob-like crowd that have thronged into his residence, and that is not something the Rajapaksas with any number of supporters or any number of police force will be able to handle. That was what we have witnessed in the last couple of hours also. And talking about the next possible scenario for Sri Lanka, we have been told by senior member of parliament that they will be demanding for an entirely new government to be formed, and this time the government will have members of all the parties, and there will be a new prime ministerial person also appointed, which means that Ranil Wickremesinghe, the current prime minister, might also be facing a lot of resistance from his fellow parliamentarians. And just to go back a few days prior, Paulami, just to give you a recap, we had seen how in the Parliament House also members of the Parliament had raised slogans against Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and the continuous sloganeering forced Gotabaya to leave out of the Parliamentary House. So the sentiments among the parliamentarians as well as the general public is very clear. When Mahinda Rajapaksa had to resign on the 9th of May, we had seen how at least Rajapaksa, the Gotabaya Rajapaksa, was trying to step forward and saying that, he will manage the show and he will ensure that a new prime minister, new government will be in place, and Mahinda Rajapaksa and all other Rajapaksas will be removed. And keeping in consistence with that word of his, on June 9th, we had seen how Basil Rajapaksa, who was the then finance minister of the Sri Lankan government, also stepped down. And now, a month later, July 9th, we're seeing another big resistance being showcased by the general public. And with the kind of crowd that is coming into Golf-Face, the sea-facing area in Sri Lanka's Colombo, things are only getting heated up, and it really needs to be seen how this can be brought into control. The only way that we can see is that by Gotabaya Rajapaksa, from wherever he is, announcing that he will be stepping down and not interfering with the governments there.
Things into perspective for viewers who possibly have not followed the crisis in Sri Lanka as minutely as you have. What exactly happened? How did things come to such a pass? Of course, the Rajapaksa government will blame the pandemic, but the fact is that many experts will tell you it was pure mismanagement.
Yes, Paulami, while we talk about the current economic situation that has arisen in Sri Lanka, we'll have to go back a few years as well. What we have seen in Sri Lanka is that the governments have always been insisting on, bringing out big budgets, mismanagement of funds, taking up huge loans from neighboring countries, including China, which can be also blamed for the kind of current scenario that Sri Lanka is facing. We've seen that Sri Lanka has invested in many of its huge projects, but these projects have not turned into revenue models for the Sri Lankans. Even the work, the construction work, and the way the the whole projects go about, all this has only benefited foreign countries and not really the Sri Lankans or the Sri Lankan citizens. And we've seen that multiple massive projects had been brought about by the Rajapaksa family. Even in their hometown, they had set up an airport, they set up an port. All of these things did not convert into revenue but had put the Sri Lankan government into huge debt. that is one important factor that we need to remember. Secondly, we have to also blame the pandemic. The pandemic saw that the biggest revenue for Sri Lanka, which was tourism, that had come to a standstill, that had come to a halt, which thereby led to a lot of financial crunch for the Sri Lankan government. So as the Sri Lankan government continued paying its exuberant debts, which they had to incur because of their projects which were not benefiting the nation or the general public, and secondly because of
Akshay, I apologize for interrupting you over there. We will of course come back to you because this is the story that we will be following. We're just slipping into a very short break, leaving you with those images, those absolutely incredible images that are coming in this afternoon from Colombo in Sri Lanka.
Watching India Today.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, e-sports।
E-sports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
are watching India Today.
We're staying with our continuous coverage of the crisis that has in fact broken out in Sri Lanka, with protesters taking to the streets of Colombo, storming the presidential palace and the secretariat as well. Here are the top developments on the Sri Lanka crisis. Amid the ongoing violent protests, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is holding a key party meeting. The meeting comes after President Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the country, reportedly. Sri Lankan Prime Minister has also asked the Speaker to summon the Parliament. Furious protesters stormed into the presidential palace. The protesters have been blaming Rajapaksa's family for the economic crisis in the country. Protesters took a dip in the pool after storming the presidential palace. They also shared a video of a fleet of luxury cars at the president's residence. Cops clashed with protesters during the violent protests. According to reports, over 100 protesters were injured in the clashes. Former Sri Lankan cricketer Sana Jayasuriya was among the protesters. He said the siege is over and Aragalaya and People's Power have won. My colleague Akshay Nath is, of course, bringing us all the live reports on this. She, of course, was on ground just a few months ago in Colombo, has witnessed the people's anger as well. Akshay, what is expected to happen now? We believe that the Prime Minister has called for an emergency meeting of all political parties. He also wants the Speaker to summon Parliament. What is expected?
Polami, Sri Lankan government will be looking at an immediate solution to pacify the warring or the kind of mobbing crowd that is being witnessed in the heart of Colombo city, which is Golf Face. We've seen that hundreds and thousands of people have gathered at the President Secretariat and similarly at the Janatipati Mawata. And these two locations are in the heart of Colombo city. And to ensure that the general public are pacified and given, a hope of goodwill, these the Prime Minister and the other officials in the cabinet will have to give an olive leaf, and that would be by way of showing that Gotabaya Rajapaksa will not remain as the president, and that could be one promise that they can make to ensure that the crowd is pacified. Second thing that they will immediately be looking at is to ensure that demand of the majority of the member of parliamentarians are heard, and that is to have a new government, and in that new government all the major political parties should have a representation is the demand, and apart from that a new Prime Minister should also be elected, which means there will be resistance shown towards Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. So at this given point of time, we know that Sajid Premadasa, who is the opposition party leader, has called for a senior leadership meeting at 3 p.m. And apart from that, the Speaker has also called for senior political party leaders meet at 4 p.m. So back to back, we are going to see that the political fraternity is going to work towards ensuring to the general public that they are working towards meeting their demand. And as soon as we see the government working, we'll also have to address to the other bigger question as to how this situation is going to be solved. Because at this given point of time, the public anger is from almost 7 months of piled up scenario that they have been facing. They have not been having proper electricity, proper medicine, food, LPG, fuel. All of these scenarios are things that these people have been suffering for. And given at this scenario, even Ranil Wickremesinghe, who came to power in the early weeks of May, had promised that he will be bringing about a solution. He will be bringing about, external organization funding to ensure that the current economic crisis is slowly resolved. But none of that has panned out into action. And that is the reason why we're seeing this kind of an agitation in Sri Lanka. Next, we need to understand how Sri Lanka has come into this kind of a scenario, Paulmi. Because when we talk about the economic crisis, which is never seen in Sri Lanka since its independence, we need to understand how this island nation, a very peaceful country, has gone into such a crisis. So when we describe this, it starts from the time when the governments that have come in Sri Lanka for the last several years have mismanaged their funds. Especially the Rajapaksa family, against whom these people are protesting now, need to be at least held at fault by the majority because of the kind of projects that they brought about, which did not bring about revenue to the country, but only put them in severe debt. And then comes the scenario of the pandemic for the last 2.5 years, which again saw that the biggest revenue system for Sri Lanka, which is tourism, came to a standstill, and that thereby again led to a huge loss for the general public. At the moment, we're seeing that the common man there are struggling to buy even the basic amenities, Paulmi. When we were in Sri Lanka, we were seeing that the prices of LPG had tripled in a matter of just 3 months. And now, in the last 3 months, again, from May till July, again, the prices of all essential commodities have increased, which has led to the mob-like mentality, which we have seen today morning, which has thronged into the presidential secretariat as well as into the Janatipati Mawata, which is the president's official residence, Paulmi.
Okay. Akshay, stay on with us. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more updates from on-ground Sri Lanka. Akshay is, of course, speaking to her sources on the ground as well to get us all the latest details and developments from the ground. But earlier, we spoke to Shashi Dhanatunge, former bureaucrat and other senior journalists, on the crisis which is unfolding on the streets of Colombo right now. Let's listen in. Of course, from Colombo today. As you can see, protesters there have clashed with the police in several parts of the capital city. Tear gas, water cannons were used in order to disperse the crowds, but clearly they were determined to register their anger and their fury. This was an organized protest. Social media was basically behind all of this. They organized this protest. They sent out calls. They ensured that everyone, of course, came out on the streets, so much so that they have managed to storm into the presidential palace and the president's office, the secretariat as well. Let's listen in to some of the conversations that we've been having with experts and journalists on the ground in Sri Lanka, telling us exactly what is happening.
It's something which was on the menu from the time the economic crisis began. A social crisis was on the menu. And so here is a situation where the final curry has been delivered to the table, because if you really look at, we had the 9th of May, the Prime Minister was basically asked to, or forced to take, leave the office. And then on the 9th of June, exactly a month after, we had the other brother of the Rajapaksa family, who was the Minister of Finance, had to basically resign from the parliament. And then came the 3rd month, which is the 9th July. We basically, the country is seeing today, as we speak, the president had to leave his official residence after being confined himself for both work and for his living for the last 3 months away from his personal residence and vacating that because of the forces that came from all sides of the public, which was angered and was very unhappy with the situation the country was dragged into.
Gadapati Subramaniam, senior journalist, is also now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. What is the way out of this crisis, given that the president has approached Russia already saying that help us when it comes to the fuel shortage, and this is something that we will appreciate. Up until the 22nd of July, there is no fuel in Sri Lanka. And this crisis now, with the president have to flee, what's the way out?
India has been helping as much as possible. Not only India, China has also offered some help, and the international institutions are also trying to help. But it is the people of Sri Lanka and the government of Sri Lanka who have the primary responsibility to rectify the situation. People who are protesting on the streets have made it very clear that the Rajapaksa family does not have their trust. The slogan you would have heard again and again is that go back, Gota. Already Mahinda Rajapaksa has resigned. Gotabaya Rajapaksa should have also resigned, but he has not resigned, and he has installed a new government. And the situation continues to go from bad to worse. People are going from frying pan to fire. There is no fuel. The inflation is uncontrollable. And there are so many issues which they are not addressing at all. The priorities seem to be elsewhere.
Given that, Mr. Ganapati Subramaniam,
like this,
the populist sentiment, sir.
They can help themselves.
Yes. Mr. Subramaniam, I want to ask you, given that the populist sentiment is against the Rajapakshas, did you really see this coming? And is this something that eventually is going to, so to speak, end the rule of the of the Rajapaksa brothers? Both Mahinda, like you said, has been shown the door, and this is the time for Gotabaya to go then.
Yeah, you are right. Already Mahinda Rajapaksa has disappeared from the scene, and now probably it is time for Gotabaya and the rest of the family members also. It is this dynasty politics and one family controlling everything has led to corruption and the total lack of governance. And that's what people of Sri Lanka are pointing out again and again. On all these protests for the last 2 months has been going on continuously, emphasizing that this government has been, it's a complete failure. And why do they want to stick to power when they can't rectify the situation? So therefore, it is not just an economic crisis or a monetary crisis. It's more of a political crisis now. And if there is a regime change, the possibility of neighboring countries like India and international institutions helping will be far brighter for Sri Lanka.
Senior journalist.
We're slipping into a very short break, but we're leaving you with these images of the protests that are coming in from Sri Lanka, where protesters in the lakhs have now descended onto the streets of the capital city, stormed the presidential palace, the presidential secretariat, and Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the president of the country, is nowhere to be found.
Watching India Today.
आपको कैसे पता कि मैं?
मेरा नाम है वलीद। तुम्हारी परनानी की दास्तां की मिसालें दी जाती हैं। जब तैयार हो बताओ। बहुत बातें करनी है। Honestly, I'm not the person to answer this question. I'm, like I said, I consider myself very lucky to have been part of the very first one that's been created from the Marvel universe. To be a part of it, I consider myself lucky, and I'm sure. There is such a buzz about the show. There is such love coming in for the character of Kamala and for the show itself, that I'm sure it's going to open up more doors. And it'll create more content. So there has to be a first. So it's just that it happens to be now, and we should all be thankful that it's happening and look forward to some more fun times. Hey, what do you mean by thought? I still think that there must be. We are one little tiny dot in a very large universe, so I'm still living with the hope that there are superheroes out there. I think after watching almost everything that is released from there, I think I would have to say that I have a bias towards Iron Man and towards Robert Downey Jr. So it would possibly be him.
On that note, I'm imagining you and RDJ in the same frame. Let's manifest that. You never know; it might just happen.
That is true. That is true.
You are watching India.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Lanka on the boil. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees his residence in the capital as tens of thousands of protesters break police barriers, blocking the President's house, demanding his resignation. India Today's mega exclusive Moosewala murder probe revelation, chilling audio conversations leading up to the brutal murder of Sidhu Moosewala accessed. Gangster Goldie Brar monitored murder with every instruction given over the phone. India Today exclusively accesses a shocking video 8 days before Kanhaiya Lal's heinous murder. Sar Tan Se Juda chants openly raised in a rally. India Today uncovers massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's prophet remarks. Indian officials approach Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes once again, says My Kali is queer, fear, free-spirited. Slams Hindutva, saying My Kali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs filed against Leena in India. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath, 16 dead, over 48 severely injured after cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents washed away, NDRF ITBP rescue operations underway. Here are the top 10 defining images of the Sri Lankan political turmoil. Violent crashes break out between police and angry citizens who tried to storm president's residence in Colombo. Sri Lankan police fire tear gas at crowds in an attempt to control and disperse the crowds. Sri Lankan police struggled to control the crowd, used water guns, water cannons at protesters. Massive crowd storms into the president's residence after breaking down police barriers. Chaos erupts inside Sri Lanka's presidential palace. Protesters ransack Sri Lanka's presidential palace, loot belongings. Amid the chaos, several protesters take a dip in the pool of the presidential palace. Protesters also stormed into the presidential secretariat near Gal Face. A sea of protesters gathered at Sri Lanka's presidential palace and surrounding areas. Over 100 protesters injured due to the violent clashes between the police and the protesters. VIP movement seen at Colombo port. 2 naval vessels have left Colombo with VVIPs. Those are images that are coming in this afternoon from Sri Lanka, from the capital city of Colombo, where you can see that a sea of protesters have descended onto the streets of Colombo and marched straight into the presidential palace. These protesters even clashed with the police, who were trying to control them and in fact stop them from proceeding towards the presidential palace. They used tear gas, they used water cannons, but the protesters were determined to register their anger, their fury over the deteriorating economic situation in the country, calling for the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. They stormed into the presidential palace, the sea-facing palace in Colombo. They've also stormed into the presidential secretariat, the office of the president as well. They've ransacked the presidential palace, looted belongings, as well as the president's whereabouts are currently unknown. It is reported that he in fact fled the presidential palace before the protesters marched and stormed into the building. His whereabouts are not known. Several reports over social media at the moment as to whether a flight has left for Dubai carrying President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, or whether it was the port route which was used, because 2 naval vessels were seen as well leaving from Sri Lanka as well, possibly in fact carrying some VVIPs of the island nation. The people absolutely angry now, spilling out onto the streets after having organized this protest the Saturday over social media. Calls went out over social media. The police in fact had tried to impose a curfew overnight. It was imposed as well, but because of the resistance of the people, because of the resistance of opposition parties which called for the curfew to be lifted, it was lifted earlier this morning at about 8 a.m. Sri Lanka time, when these protesters then marched towards the city of Colombo and straight into the presidential palace. In fact, trains were halted as well so that not many protesters could gather in Colombo, but these protesters used all routes and means available to them in order to land in Colombo and register their anger. They want Gotabaya Rajapaksa gone. Gota, go back is the cry, the chant, in fact, which was given out by these protesters. They have been feeling absolutely anguished and completely broken down over the situation in Sri Lanka, which the island nation has been now facing for months, together with the fuel crisis, the shortage of essentials like medicines, for instance, as well. Recently, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa had even spoken to Russian President Vladimir Putin, asking for him to extend fuel on credit to Sri Lanka, to which there was no response. But clearly, it appears now the people have had enough. They want a change of regime in Sri Lanka. Earlier, because of their anger, Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa, who is the brother of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, had to step down. And in May, Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe took over the office of Prime Minister. Everyone had hopes that he would have some sort of an action plan in order to pull Sri Lanka out of this economic crisis, but that did not happen. And now the people have run out of patience. Today, of course, the Prime Minister has called for a meeting with all political parties, an emergency meeting with all political parties, but we're already hearing that there are political parties that may be, of course, boycotting that meeting. In fact, it has now been confirmed that opposition and SJP leader Sajith Premadasa has said that he or his party will not attend the party leaders' meeting called by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. So already it appears that Ranil Wickremesinghe is being boxed into a corner. There are also calls for his resignation now. The people want a complete change of regime. They want a new Prime Minister, they want a new President, and they do not want anyone from the Gotabaya Rajapaksa family, from the Rajapaksa family, to in fact be in any position of power. This was a family which was celebrated, which was feted by the people of Sri Lanka. Gotabaya Rajapaksa won the election with a massive mandate, but these are the very same people now who want him out. Dr. Aruna Kulatunga, political analyst and former advisor to the Ministry of Primary Industries, is currently live with us. Sir, the kind of anger that we're seeing on the streets of Colombo at the moment, with people spilling out, storming the presidential palace, those images are absolutely incredible. Clearly, sir, the people have had enough. They want Gotabaya Rajapaksa out.
Agreed. They want him out. And it is quite possible that by the end of the day, President Rajapaksa would have resigned his post.
You are, of course, saying that it is possible, given that the president so far in as many months, sir, has been absolutely defiant. This is not the first time that the protesters have called for his resignation. Gota, go back is a chant which has been reverberating in Sri Lanka for months right now. It was Mahinda Rajapaksa who stepped down, Basal Rajapaksa who stepped down, but Gotabaya Rajapaksa stayed on in his office, and even now, there seems to be no word from him. He's fled the presidential palace, but we don't know his whereabouts, and there seems to be no word from him. So you're absolutely certain that he will today, under pressure, step down?
Let me explain what the situation is.
Right.
There's a constitutional issue. So the issue really is, when he leaves, what happens next? So up to today, there was no clarity in how we can manage that and how we can arrange that. So today, I believe he has agreed, and this is somewhat unofficial, but I understand that he has agreed with Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe that whatever the decision that will be coming out of the all-party leaders conference, that in fact is going to take place in about half an hour's time from now, that he will abide by that decision. Now, this also comes in the background of a number of very senior members of his own party sending him a letter as of his last evening that he should leave. So I believe the tipping point came today. If he was defiant and he was going to stay on, he would have not left the president's house. There was ample security measures that were in place which could have prevented the people from coming in. But in fact, the army was given the order to withdraw, and the army withdrew. So there was no clashes as such. The people simply walked in without too much of resistance. There was some shooting reported, but I believe this is some of the police shooting in there to basically defend themselves from the crowd that was pressing forward. Now, what next is the biggest question, because there's if Gotabaya goes home, wherever that is, and the Prime Minister is also being forced to leave, there's going to be a power vacuum. And this is what we have seen in some other countries like Libya or Lebanon, for example. And as Sri Lankans, we don't want to see that happening here. We don't want anarchy to be taking place in this country. This is a country which has had democratic history. In fact, our parliamentary history is longer than India, and we are one of the longest parliamentary democracies in the world, if not just in Asia. So therefore, we have to have some kind of peaceful closure to what is going on, and I believe that is being worked on now, and that will be constitutionally done rather than done extra constitutionally.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a possibility that he could still resign, because you're hearing reports that he's communicated to the Prime Minister's office that in fact he will respect any decision that is taken at the party leaders meeting. Though of course, so I was of course speaking to someone in Sri Lanka, and a journalist said that they've spoken to the Prime Minister's office and that was not officially released by the Prime Minister's office. So there's no clarity about that. In fact, about whether
official release. You're absolutely right. There's no official release on that. It is just that what we are getting from sources inside the Prime Minister's office.
Right. Okay, so let's just get an update from my colleague Ashutosh. Sir, stay on with us. Ashutosh, what is the latest? Because we're hearing of multiple meetings that have been called, but we're also hearing that the party leaders meeting, which has been called by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, will be boycotted and not attended by the opposition and SJP leaders such as Premadasa. He has categorically stated that he or his party will not attend that meeting. What's happening on the ground right now?
Well, the Prime Minister already faced the heat in the Parliament. Remember, just 3 days back, there was a session and then there was a slogan, "Go Gotabaya, go." So President, Prime Minister both faced the massive protest even within the National Assembly. Now, what they are seeing on the street clearly, there is also pressure on the opposition. Remember, in the month of April and May, there was also similar strategy, that was that there should be an all-party government. Let the opposition also join the cabinet when the Prime Minister resigned. But remember, nothing had happened because largely people believe that until and unless Gotabaya, the president himself, resigned, being in the constitutional framework of Sri Lanka, the president has the biggest executive power. So Prime Minister and the cabinet really means nothing. So unless president himself resigns, there will be barely any change as the people demanding. So in 30 minutes from now,
just hold on over there, because Anya Vipulasena is now joining us from Sri Lanka. She's a journalist. Anya, can you tell us what's the latest? We do hear of a party leaders meeting which has been called by the Prime Minister, but we're already hearing of top leaders who might be from the opposition, who might be, of course, boycotting that meeting, including SJP leader Sajid Premadasa. Okay, we seem to have some trouble with Anya's link. We'll try and re-establish that link with her. You can imagine the situation on the ground. Ashutosh, please go on.
So it will be very difficult, Pallavi, even for the opposition at the moment to join any meeting called by the government, because they will be clearly under pressure from their own audience, from their own crowd, that the kind of protest we're seeing on the street. And that's exactly what we're also hearing. The Sajid Premadasa just a couple of hours ago was taken to the National Hospital in Colombo. Clearly some issues, of course, related to his health.
I'll come across to you right now. This possibility that is being talked about of a government which has all political parties, how does that work? Is that possible?
It is possible. I mean, what your correspondent said was absolutely correct. The opposition, especially Mr. Premadasa, simply refused to join when the invitation was extended for him to join. He said until the president goes or until the president gives a definitive time frame for him to leave, that he would not join an all-party government. Now, however, so the situation is slightly different now. The next president or the interim president, constitutionally what happens in Sri Lanka is that if the president leaves, the Prime Minister takes over, and he has, I believe, 1 month to get the support of the Parliament to continue until the remainder of the term of the previous president. So Ranil Wickremesinghe at least has 1 month to get all of these people together. So if given that, of course, the animosity between Mr. Wickremesinghe and Mr. Premadasa is, I believe, much more stronger than the animosity between Mr. Premadasa and President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, but that's a personal thing, and I don't think that should come into the greater politics of this country, but one never knows. So one has to wait and see how Mr. Premadasa is going to react, but I believe most of the other political parties will join with Mr. Wickremesinghe in trying to go for interim government.
Okay, so you're saying that Mr. Wickremesinghe...
under his presidency.
So you're saying that Mr. Wickremesinghe has basically 1 month's time when, of course, and if, of course, the president resigns, in order to put together a government which the people, of course, will accept, and a government which basically can then get a grip over the situation. Just stay on with us, sir. And also, Ashutosh, we're getting some news that's coming from the ground right now. Now, as protesters storm the presidential palace, what we're hearing, the heat is mounting on President Rajapaksa. Obviously, the Prime Minister is holding an emergency party leaders meeting, and Rajapaksa has allegedly said he will respect the decision taken at the party leaders meeting, which is what Dr. Anna was saying as well. Earlier this afternoon, Prime Minister, in fact, Wickremesinghe had called for an emergency meeting of party leaders. This, of course, is the news, but it is not officially confirmed, because there are those who are saying that this was not officially released. So this is source-based, that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has in fact communicated to the Prime Minister's office that whatever the party leaders meeting in fact decides and concludes, he will be abiding by that decision. But at the moment, of course, Dr. Arna, are you hearing anything about President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's whereabouts? Where is he? Because there are multiple reports floating around on social media that he may have fled the country. He's probably headed to Dubai at the moment, or possibly there are VVIPs who are leaving on 2 naval vessels from the port route as well, using the port route as well. What's going on, sir?
I wouldn't want to take a guess at all. I only can say that he's no longer at the president's residence. He, in fact, left long before the protesters came there. So he's at a secure location, very much like what happened with the former Prime Minister, Mr. Ranil Rajapaksa. So they're in secure locations at the moment. I do not think that President Gotabaya will leave the country at this juncture. It's very unlikely that will happen.
So over these months, let's not go into the background of why possibly things came to such a pass, but over these 6-7 months that Sri Lanka has been witnessing this economic crisis, why do you think the leadership was not able to get a grip over the crisis? Because many are talking about the fact that, there was no action plan. There was a lot of hopes attached with the fact that when, of course, Ranil Wickremesinghe took over as the Prime Minister of the country in the month of May, that again, there would be some sort of an action plan. That didn't seem to be happening, because everywhere they tried to, of course, speak about some way, some sort of relief. They just hit a roadblock.
I mean, as you said, as we don't have time to go over what has happened over the past, several decades. It's not just the Rajapaksa regimes that were responsible for this mess, but the successive governments since, I would say, 1993 has been responsible for this, and this is a result of long period of mismanagement, non-governance, corruption, all of those things. Now, what I think, to be fair to the Prime Minister, he's been there only for 2 months. He is trying his best to build up a coalition of different parties, also with the international community, and those talks are proceeding. But given the situation we are in, the biggest problem that we have is nothing else but an energy situation. We don't have fuel, we don't have electricity, and this is simply because we have a dollar crisis. So to change the dollar crisis into a positive situation, we can't do it overnight, we can't do it in 2 months' time, it has to be built up again. We have an issue obviously of getting money from not just donors or creditors, simply because of the bankruptcy that we have declared that we are a bankrupt state. We have defaulted in our payments, and that's adding to all the woes that we have. So it is going to take time. The IMF talks are proceeding. It has, I believe the Prime Minister has always said that the darkest hour is yet to come. And that's true, because when we looked at this about 2 years ago, we realized that the darkest hour really would be in 2023, not now. That's when we really hit a wall. And unfortunately, we have hit that wall before we actually expected that would happen. Okay. But to come out of it is going to be a long and, I would say, even a hazardous journey, not a hard journey, because we don't know what pitfalls are before us in the next 6 months. So it's going to be very difficult. Whoever who's going to be there in the next 6 months to 1 year is going to be very, very difficult time for us.
Okay, you're saying it's going to be a hazardous journey for whoever comes into power, because they'll have their task cut out, and it's not going to be some sort of a magic pill or a magic wand that they'll be able to use in order to, of course, alleviate the people's concerns. It's going to take some time, and the people will have to be patient as well. Ashutosh, you have some update for us?
Yes, Paulimi, what we're hearing that around 1:30 p.m. when the intelligence department anticipated the protesters moving towards the presidential headquarters and also the president house, there was multiple contingency plan drawn, and amongst one, which was the cavalcade, which was rushed to the airport. Of course, one family member and also certain belongings to the president house, that was taken to the Colombo airport. Subsequently, there was another contingency plan, which was the Sri Lankan Navy. That is one of the fleet, which is called Gajabahu, among the Navy services, where also the vehicles and this contingency plan was taken. So what we are hearing from our reliable sources, the president perhaps...
Ashutosh, we just lost your audio over there. Could you just fix that? We'll come back to you. Anya Vipulasena is also joining us from the ground in Colombo. Anya, what's the latest? What's happening on the ground? Please take us through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Anya. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. So right now, what we can see is a lot of people coming in, like thousands of people. Most of them younger crowd, and they're very peaceful. So in a sense that they were also told to be very peaceful also, so that it wouldn't turn violent today. And we are also hoping that it wouldn't turn violent. And it's a little hard for me to hear you. Hello?
No, go ahead, Anya. We can hear you clearly. Please go on. Anya, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Please carry on. Please carry on. We can hear you very clearly.
We've been having really bad internet connection around the protest site. So I've been trying to go to different places to find internet as much as possible. So we are currently now near a mall where the connection is really good and pretty good. And also you can see some protesters and protesters coming in, going towards Golfest. I'll try to take you there, right? Hold on.
Anya there, of course, is moving towards Golfest. She says she, of course, is surrounded by some of those protesters who've gathered in Colombo today. She is, of course, walking, and she says that she's trying to move towards Golfest, the sea-facing area of the city, where, in fact, the presidential palace is also located, also the area which was stormed by protesters. As you can see over there, several thousands and thousands of protesters, a sea of people virtually that descended onto the streets of Colombo. You can imagine the network, of course, is a little sketchy over there in Colombo at the moment. These are some of the difficulties, just some of the difficulties, but nothing like the actual difficulties that the people of Sri Lanka are facing in terms of fuel shortage, in terms of essential items not being available. Fuel, of course, being a huge aspect. You earlier heard from some of the voices on the ground talking about having no gas at home, and of course people were being asked to ration fuel as well as they went to fuel stations, that for non-essential vehicles petrol and diesel would not be available. Dr. Aruna Kulatunga is, of course, a political analyst and a former advisor to the Ministry of Primary Industries. He is, of course, with us, sir. Sir, give us a sense of the difficulties that have been, that the people of Sri Lanka have been facing over the past few months, really. What is exactly the problem on the ground?
Very, very personal situation for me. I actually work about 300 kilometers out of Colombo. I work as a construction supervisor at the moment, and in that situation, I am unable to go to work for the last. I'm sorry about that interruption.
No,
I'm unable to go to work for the last 2 months. I have been housebound. I have no fuel to go. I have no intention at my age of sitting in a queue for over 5 days. I'm also a diabetic and heart patient. A couple of almost 7 people have died of my age, people who have the similar situation with high blood pressure and diabetics. They have died in these queues. So 7 people. I don't want to be a statistic as well. So this is very, very personal to most people like me. 5 days in a petrol queue, even then you don't know whether you're going to get your petrol. Gas, I haven't seen a gas cylinder for the last 4 months now. Basically, we haven't not been able to procure gas. So it's a very unfortunate situation. It's all to do with the foreign currency need that we have. We don't have exports. We've been living beyond our limits for many years now. We don't have enough exports to have earn enough dollars to import stuff. What we do is we just print our money, we get some loan from some other country or from some individual, and then we import based on that. So that is what we have.
Okay, sir, I'd request you to hold on. Sanath Jayasuriya, former Sri Lankan cricketer, is on the phone line with us right now. He was among the protesters that hit the streets of Colombo earlier today. Sanath, you were among the protesters who hit the streets of Colombo. Give us a sense of what exactly, how frustrated are the people on the ground that today they had to descend on the streets in the numbers that they did, storming the presidential palace. Sanath.
Yeah, I think the protesters have been protesting for the last 3 months to president to step down because of the country's situation, but unfortunately not listening. So the protesters decided today, July 9th, is the last day. Before that, if they don't resign, they will come to Colombo and by force the people's power will ask him to resign. So what they did is the same thing. People came to Colombo today without no petrol, no diesel. There's no transport today in the whole of Sri Lanka. But people have managed to come to Colombo to protest and ask President to resign. So all these security was there, everything was there. But the protesters managed to pass through and went to President's house and the President's secretariat.
Right, so you're demanding that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa should immediately step down, resign. His whereabouts, of course, currently are unknown. Nobody knows if he's still in the country or not, Sanath.
Yeah, that is, no one knows at the moment whereabouts is President. But I think the Speaker has convened a part leaders meeting. I think then they will decide what they are going to do. But the people, what they want is make sure that the people want President to resign. So that this is what people are asking. We are suffering, and this country has been going through hell last almost 7 months. No fuel, nothing at all. Power cuts, petrol, no diesel. So it's very difficult for the people in this country. So they can't tolerate anymore.
Right, they can't tolerate anymore. You stood with the people today in Colombo as well, Sanath, because you, of course, you were noticing all of these difficulties that they were facing. Give us a sense of what the people have been going through for all of these months, possibly you included as well.
Yeah, these last few months, it was really bad in Sri Lanka. The people been dying on the petrol queues. There are about 20, the people have died. All these petrol queues. So it's so sad to see all these things. I think they have not taken any decision about what they're going to do with this fuel crisis and power crisis, all the gas issue. The people is going through a very, very difficult time, which we have never seen in my whole life. So unfortunately, the people have decided to come out and protest. This is all non-violent protest we started. So even today it's non-violent. Even when they went into President's house, they have not done anything. They have not damaged anything. That is the main thing. That's a good thing. So people still are going towards the goal face. Even tonight will be there. Will be so much. A lot of people will be there at the goal face to protest.
Right. And what made you, Sanath, as an individual, step out and join these protesters?
The thing is, we have been, without doing anything, we thought that it will come better. The whole of Sri Lanka was patiently waiting. They will do the best for the people in this country. It didn't happen, so that is why I started to come out and protest. And I said, no, this is enough. The vote has gone over the nose. They can't breathe anymore. The people should protest, and this is the people's power. End of the day, people have been the one who give the power, and the people is the one who get them out of the power. So that is what the people did in this country.
And you hold the Gotabaya Rajapaksa government, Sanath, responsible for this crisis today that Sri Lanka is facing?
This is not only Gotabaya Rajapaksa. It has been there, but the thing is, they should tell the people what is going on. They have not told the truth for last 2.5 years. Otherwise, people would have been expected this, but they have always said nothing will happen. The people trust the government for last 2.5 years, and that is what happened.
So you think the solution lies in a change of regime, Sanath, that Gotabaya Rajapaksa steps down, that Ranil Wickremesinghe also steps down? He's just had 2 months.
This is the people have gone through so much. I'm not the politician or to tell who is good and who's not good. But at the moment, we need the change. Then the governing council or the party leaders, the other opposition leaders get together, and they'll have to come up with a plan to save the Sri Lanka, save the people. This is what people are asking. So whoever who takes this responsibility, they need to save our country. That's all. It's simple. We don't ask anything else.
Right. Just my final question to you, Sanath. If Gotabaya Rajapaksa continues to be defiant, he doesn't step down, these protests will continue?
Definitely, it will be continuing if he's not resigned. And I hope he will resign, because the party leaders have met today. At the moment, the meeting is going on in our country. I don't know. So hopefully, fingers crossed, he will resign.
Okay, hopefully, fingers crossed, you say. He will resign. Gotabaya Rajapaksa will in fact resign. Sanath Jayasuriya, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. That is, of course, former Sri Lankan cricketer Sanath Jayasuriya, who joined the protesters earlier today in Colombo as they hit the streets and then stormed into the presidential palace. Eventually, he was out on the streets with them, protesting against the regime in Sri Lanka and asking for Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down. But he says that he hopes today, seeing the people's anger, the pressure from the people, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, wherever he is right now, will listen to these protesters and will step down as the president of Sri Lanka. Mohammad Nazik, journalist, is joining us live from Colombo at the moment. Mohammad, give us a sense of the situation on the ground at the moment.
heavy bandwidth issues. And right now, the heavy crowd is yet in Colombo. Many people from many parts of the country are mobilizing themselves as groups to Colombo to see the resignation of the Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and we hope that he will resign today itself, because it was told to Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, the Prime Minister of the country right now, that
Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Mohammed. He, of course, was earlier mentioning about how, even journalists, of course, and everyone on the ground basically is facing a lot of difficulties, that including, of course, the bandwidth network issues as well. Connecting with people on the ground is, of course, a challenge as we speak right now. Those images, of course, of protesters who had in fact stormed into the presidential palace at Golface in Colombo and in fact jumped into the pool, some of them as well. Mohammed is back with us. Mohammed, carry on. You were of course telling us about how the people hit the streets now, today demanding the resignation.
The news coming from the political interiors that they are telling the party leader's decision has been taken that the Gotabaya Rajapaksa should step down. That's the decision from the party leaders meeting. But at the same time, today morning, the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa got admitted to the private hospital, stating to the media that he has some personal health issues. But at the moment, right now, he has issued a statement that's stating that both Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe and President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, both of them have to step down. That is the actual people's demand during today's massive gathering and massive protest. So,
okay, Mohammed, just to get that clear, you are reporting that after the party leaders' meeting, which was called by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, a decision has been taken to call for the resignation of the president?
Yes. That's the newest news coming inside the political arena right now. But another news is that the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa didn't attend that meeting and told, they issued a statement for the media stating that both the Prime Minister and the President should resign. That is the actual demand from the people who came across the country to Colombo today. And they captured both the President's house, President's Secretariat house, and whole city of Colombo. So he states that the Prime Minister also should step down. That is the actual people's demand.
Right. Okay. So, Mohammed, just hold on to that line for us. You're saying two things. You're saying, one, that the party leaders meeting, which was called by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, has in fact decided that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa should go. And secondly, what you're saying is that Sajith Premadasa, SJP leader and opposition leader, had basically boycotted the meeting. He didn't attend the meeting, but he has called for the resignation of both President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. Also, Mohammed, what you can tell us, if you can tell us that, who all attended the meeting which was called by the Prime Minister, and if that decision is official, will we possibly hear from the President as well? Will he go?
I couldn't hear.
Who all attended the meeting, the party leaders meeting, which was called by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe?
As far as I know, that the Sajith Premadasa didn't attend, but whether we don't know the another opposition party, Janata Vimukti Peramuna, National People's Power. I don't know whether they attended the meeting. They didn't release anything, but I think the people, the other leaders from the ruling party, Sri Lanka Podujana Peramuna, Sri Lanka Federation Party and other parties, small parties, they all got together and took that decision under the leadership of Ranil Wickremesinghe.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Mohammed, also from the ground, also what can you tell us about the situation right now in Colombo? We've seen those earlier visuals of protesters storming into the presidential palace. Right now, what's happening?
Right now, as far as some of the known or famous protesters who fought all through 100 days in Golface, they are stating, some of them are stating that Ranil Wickremesinghe is trying to use this opportunity to take over the presidency for a certain part of a certain period of time. But the protesters didn't want to happen that. And some of the protesters stated in their social medias, they are posting that we have to go to the Prime Minister's residence, which is situated in Kollupitia, to go there and ask him to resign also. Some of the social media, the influential social media figures are posting those things.
Okay, so you're saying that there is the likelihood... Absolutely. Social media did play a big part in this protest, in fact, taking place in Colombo itself. So what you're saying is that the protesters are now likely to move to the Prime Minister's residence demanding Ranil Wickremesinghe's resignation?
Yes, some of the famous influential social media people are posting like that, and some of the people are mobilizing also towards that.
Okay, so the protesters have not left the city of Colombo. They're camping in the city of Colombo is what you're telling us.
Yes, they are camping, and also a lot of people are coming. They are coming again. Like a lot more people are coming to Colombo from several transport mediums to Colombo, because actually initially there were thoughts of a lot of firings and a lot of deaths because of a lot of clashes, but actually it didn't happen. Only, I think, as far as I know, 40 people got injured, and 3 people got admitted to the hospital. That's the hospital source a message. So that's the thing happening.
Okay, so you're saying that more protesters are right now reaching the city of Colombo?
Yeah, more protesters are coming to Colombo, because a lot of people, it's a time for a celebration or cheno if Gotabaya got resigned.
And where is this party leaders meeting happening, Mohammed?
Oh, actually, we don't know exactly where it is happening, but the influential media people are posting in social media and sharing with us the news that this is what happened inside the party leaders meeting.
Okay, so we're waiting for an official word on it. Also, what you're telling us, importantly, is that there is a possible decision which has been made by the party leaders meeting that Gotabaya Rajapaksa needs to go immediately. But Sajid Premadasa, who is one of the more influential opposition leaders of Sri Lanka, is demanding that both Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Ranil Wickremesinghe need to go, and there has to be a complete change of regime in Sri Lanka. Mohammed, stay on with us. Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs editor, is also joining me right now. Geeta, what are you picking up from your sources about the situation on the ground? How is it likely to pan out?
Well, it is a very, very difficult situation for Sri Lanka. What we're given to understand, like our reporters and journalists from Colombo are saying, following the fact that there is a meeting that is going to be held. Ranil Wickremesinghe is still at the helm of affairs, but Gotabaya Rajapaksa out. His own party, in fact, Mahinda Rajapaksa's own party, SLPP, MPs from SLPP wrote to the president asking him to resign. He hasn't resigned yet. His whereabouts are known. He could very well not be in the country, but expect an announcement sooner than later, because it seems untenable for the Rajapaksas to hold on to power at a time when they have not been part of the solution, but rather part of the problem, Bollywood.
Right. Okay. So it is going to become untenable for the Rajapakshas and Gotabaya Rajapaksa in this case to hold on to power. Would you agree, Dr. Aruna Kulatunga?
It is untenable. I must make a couple of corrections before I go forward.
Sure, sir.
Mr. Sajid Premadasa actually attended the meeting.
Okay, he did.
And it was a virtual meeting. So almost all the party leaders, other than I think one of the minor parties, have attended this meeting, and they have all confirmed that Mr. Rajapaksa should resign. So as the question is it is untenable for him to remain? It is untenable. He has to go, and he will go. By the way, he's in the country. He has not left the country either.
Okay, he's in the country is what you're saying?
Yes, he is. Very much so.
Okay, so why is he not attending the meeting? Where is he? What is he doing at the moment, sir?
It was not that meeting was not for him, because he's not a party leader in the first place. This was the party leaders represented in the parliament. So therefore, only the party leaders who are represented in the parliament were asked for this meeting. The speaker convened the meeting, and it was a virtual meeting, from what I understand. I believe maybe the Prime Minister had somebody else with him, but most of the others joined through Zoom technology. So therefore, Mr. Premadasa is in hospital at the moment. He has got some influenza fever, and he has joined as well from the message that I just got.
Okay.
Rajapaksa basically said, I'll abide by whatever the decision that you take there. That was that was the message that he gave Prime Minister.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to confirm with you, because you've been, of course, speaking to influential persons and probably your own sources within the regime. So there's a confirmation on that, sir, now, that Gotabaya Rajapaksa did communicate to the Prime Minister's office that whatever decision is taken by the party leaders meeting, he'll abide by it?
That is what I was told, and that is what I believe.
Okay, that's interesting. So clearly, Geeta, we can understand now that Gotabaya Rajapaksa, his situation, like you said, is becoming quite untenable. If he's communicated to the Prime Minister's office that whatever decision is taken by the party leaders meeting, he'll abide by it. And reports now suggesting, earlier Mohammed, of course, reporting that the decision that has been taken at the party leaders meeting is that Gotabaya Rajapaksa needs to step down. So clearly, he's surrounded from all fronts right now. A defiant Gotabaya Rajapaksa so far, but looks likely he has to go.
Well, indeed he has to, but the bigger problem and the larger problem over here, Paulami, is not who is the president, but how will the country now bring itself out of the financial turmoil that it faces. Rajapaksa going will not change the fact that countries are not coming to the rescue of Sri Lanka that is facing acute food and fuel shortage.
That's right.
So while it's a political drama that's playing out, and the Rajapaksas or dynasty politics has been rejected completely by the people of Sri Lanka, and that's quite evident from the streets of Colombo that we see today. People in the streets have come out in the streets of Colombo and have stormed into the presidential palace as also the presidential secretariat. But the larger problem from here on again continues to be for Ranil Wickremesinghe to see to it that the country comes out of this financial crisis. And that's going to be a larger problem. China has not come to Sri Lanka's rescue. India has come in a very, very big way, but again, in a limited manner as well, because they can only do that much and not further. When it comes to fuel, India has already now said that Sri Lanka will have to make advance payments, given that India has already provided a lot in aid. So Sri Lanka is looking to Russia now for fuel, because that's one of the biggest problems right now that Sri Lanka is facing. Again, it is a political decision. Rajapaksa is out, but certainly that will not tide over the financial crisis, the economic stress that people of Sri Lanka are facing.
And speaking of Russia, Geeta, because you did mention that, and the president himself tweeted about it a couple of days ago about his phone call with President Vladimir Putin, and he did say that he has requested for fuel on credit. But if I'm not mistaken, there's been no response from Russia on the same.
Well, there has indeed been no response from Russia. But Russia, again, will now be looking at weighing its options, because having a critical Indian Ocean island nation look at Russia and look at Russia favorably will mean a lot for Russia in debunking the idea of isolation, global isolation. So while we've not heard from Russia, Russia has had to deal with a lot from the G20 meetings. So let's wait and see what Russia's decision is really going to be to this request. They do have a lot of oil and gas that they're not selling to many other parts, or because of the reduction in inputs from various quarters. Having said that, Russia has not stopped selling. In fact, their own exports of oil and gas to various other countries, including India, has doubled and quadrupled in some other cases, like China. So again, we'll have to wait and see what the decision of Russia is going to be. But yes, Russia is certainly a country that Sri Lanka is looking for as a serious option for fuel shortages that the country faces today.
Right. Geeta and Dr. Aruna Kulatunga, please stay on with us. We're just slipping into a very short break. We'll be back, of course, with our continuing coverage of the crisis which is unfolding on the streets of Sri Lanka. Protesters taking to the streets demanding the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa.
Watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Anandagopal, right here on India Today.
Food wastage is not just a social problem, but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment, and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use, and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables, or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
You are watching in
la main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the top 10 defining images of the Sri Lankan political turmoil that is being witnessed as we speak. Violent clashes break out between police and angry citizens who tried to storm the presidential palace in Colombo. Sri Lankan police fire tear gas at crowds in an attempt to control and disperse the crowds. Sri Lankan police struggle to contain the crowd, use water guns at protesters. Massive crowd storms into the president's residence after breaking down police barriers. Chaos erupts inside Sri Lanka's presidential palace. Protesters ransack Sri Lanka's presidential palace, loot belongings. Amid the chaos, several protesters took a dip in the pool of the presidential palace. Protesters also stormed into the presidential secretariat near Galle Face. A sea of protesters gathered at Sri Lanka's presidential palace and surrounding areas. Over 100 protesters injured due to violent clashes between the police and the protesters. VIP movement seen at Colombo port. 2 naval vessels have left Colombo with VVIPs.
Watching India Today.
Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe collapsed after a 41-year-old man shot at him during an election campaign speech. A video of the incident has since gone viral, shocking the world. While it may be shocking, assassination attempts at world leaders aren't uncommon. From Gandhis to Abe, here are world leaders who faced assassination attempts. One of the most infamous assassinations in history is of the 35th United States President. John F. Kennedy was assassinated while in a motorcade on 22 November 1963 in Texas. Lee Harvey Oswald was charged with the crime. 2 days later, Oswald was shot before he could be tried. Gandhi preached non-violence all his life, but was assassinated on 30th January 1948. He was shot by a Hindu nationalist named Nathuram Godse. On 8 November 1949, Godse was sentenced to death. India's first and only woman Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi, was shot by 2 of her own bodyguards, Satwant Singh and Beyant Singh. On the morning of 31st October 1984, she was shot a total of 33 times in retaliation to Operation Blue Star that caused damage to the Golden Temple. Another hit to the Gandhis came in on 21st May 1991. Then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was in Tamil Nadu when an LTTE suicide bomber bent down to touch his feet and pulled the trigger on the RTX-laden belt she was wearing under her dress. Archduke of Austria was visiting Sarajevo in Bosnia. On 28 June 1914, a 19-year-old shot Franz Ferdinand and even his wife Sophie. Franz's death sparked the beginning of what came to be called World War I. He sought to abolish slavery. Lincoln was watching a play at Ford's Theatre in Washington, D.C. on April 14, 1865. John Wilkes Booth crept up from behind and shot him in the head at point-blank range. The Nobel Peace Prize winner was shot on 4th April 1968. Martin Luther King Jr. was standing on the balcony of the
You are watching India Today.
And a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Lanka on the boil. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees his residence in the capital as tens of thousands of protesters break police barriers, blocking the president's house, demanding his resignation. India Today's mega exclusive Moosewala murder probe revelation. Chilling audio conversations leading up to the brutal murder of Sidhu Moosewala access. Gangster Goldie Brar monitored murder with every instruction given over the phone. India Today exclusively accesses a shocking video 8 days before Kanhaiya Lal's heinous murder. Sartan Se Juda chants openly raised in a rally. India Today uncovers massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's prophet remarks. The Indian officials approach Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes once again, says Mike Ali is queer, free-spirited. Slams Hindutva, saying Mike Ali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs filed against Leena in India. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath, 16 dead, over 48 severely injured after cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents washed away. NDRF, ITBP rescue operations underway. News just coming in. Sri Lanka's economic and political crisis worsens. All schools closed till July 15. Sri Lanka has temporarily shut down at least 4 state universities due to the collapsing economy. That's the latest piece of information that's coming in right now. Schools have been shut down till July 15. Sri Lanka has also temporarily shut down at least 4 state universities due to the collapsing economy. So the ripple effects of the growing crisis and turmoil in the island nation of Sri Lanka now being felt across sectors. Schools being shut down, universities being shut down as well. Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan is live with us right now. Geeta, take us through details of how Sri Lanka is, of course, grappling with this crisis now. What we're hearing is that schools have been shut down till July 15 and 4 state universities also shut down.
Well, it's absolutely unfortunate, Paulami, because at the end of the day, this crisis will have a massive impact on students, on the youth, the younger generation of Sri Lanka that has already suffered and suffering for a very long time because and owing to COVID-19. Also, the financial crisis that Sri Lanka suffers, Paulami, is because it is an island nation that relies heavily on tourism. The past 3 years have been rather difficult, and every time they've been in debt, they've been able to recover or manage finances only because most of the revenues used to come through tourism. But because of COVID, that certainly did not happen, and is the reason why the country went to such a huge debt crisis and such a huge financial crisis. Having said that, yes, things are looking pretty bad, and it seems like it is going to remain that way for some time to come. Although Ranil Wickremesinghe is trying very hard, we see every day, unlike any prime minister in the past, one, it is unprecedented that a country is facing such a crisis. But unlike any prime minister in the past, follow me, he has been regularly updating the people of his country, citizens of his country on Twitter. He took to Twitter after taking over as prime minister and then started explaining exactly what the state of affairs is, where do they stand in terms of the finances, the treasury, and how he's trying to revive the countries he's spoken to, the ministries that are engaging certain quarters, the embassies that he's been engaging, the amount of money that they have, how long will it last? He did all of that. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, a country has to show some fiscal strength for organizations, international borrowing agencies such as the IMF, to really give credence to the demand or request for credit. They have had credit from IMF in the past. They have defaulted on their international loans, and it's the reason why today most of the agencies are not willing to pay heed to the calls by Sri Lankan leadership. They are looking at countries now and are reaching out to rescue the country via bilateral cooperation from country to country. So they've done that with India. India did send a lot of aid, but the latest on fuel shortage, India has made clear that advance payments would have to be made. Sri Lanka does not have the wherewithal. China has been absolutely conspicuous with its absence, follow me. They did send or engage Sri Lanka. And interestingly, at the beginning of the crisis, when everything was put on hold, the East Container Terminal, of which China had become an important part, work continued there. Work continued at the ports where China's infrastructural projects were going on. We do not really know whether they still continue or not, but that spoke volumes of China's focus, that it's a strategic space and asset for them, but needn't intervene if they're in trouble. And finally, Russia. So Sri Lanka is looking at Russia in terms of a bilateral agreement, so to say, between the two countries, so that they can at least tide over the fuel crisis that the country is facing. The country, in many ways than one, has come to a standstill. It has come to a jolting halt, follow me, with nowhere, the economy not running, because nobody has the fuel to run the economy. You need fuel to even take supplies from one place to the other. So food prices have gone up. Inflation is at its peak. There is no fuel, and that's the reason why we see the kind of protests that the country is witnessing. For now, we are given to understand that Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who left his presidential residence, is his whereabouts not known, but there was a convoy that left the Colombo airport. Now, we do not really know where the convoy was headed, who was a part of that convoy, whether if it was President Rajapaksa himself, if he's going to another part of Sri Lanka or has left Sri Lanka completely. The only message that we have from the president is that he will agree to and comply with anything, any decision taken by the party at the party meet. Now, again, another information that has come in is about the meeting held by Premadasa. We again will have to wait and see what the entire body is going to say. For now, it seems like it's inevitable that Rajapaksas would be absolutely out of the political spectrum and the political scene in Sri Lanka. But Sri Lanka needs to be out of the financial crisis that it is facing and will continue to face for some time to come.
Right. Geeta, I'll let you, take a few moments over there, because we're also getting reports right now of protesters having stormed into Temple Tree, which is the Prime Minister's residence in Sri Lanka as well. If you can update us about that. Until then, of course, I'll go across to my colleague Akshay Nath, who is also joining us live right now. Akshay, what is the situation on the ground right now? What reports are you hearing?
Well, Paulami, the situation in Sri Lanka is getting tensed at every passing minute. What we saw early hours today, where the president's office getting, stormed in. Right now, what we are seeing in Sri Lanka is that Temple Tree, which is the Prime Minister's residence, official residence, is once again being stormed in by people of Sri Lanka. A similar scenario was seen in the first week of May, which also led to Mahinda Rajapaksa's resignation. And right now, we're seeing a very similar episode panning out there. We've been seeing the volatile crowd there, the mob-like scenario that has been panning out from wee hours of today morning. And this kind of a scenario is because of the public anger towards the government and the political system in large. Right now, also parallelly, we are seeing that the Prime Minister is having senior members, his political parties, from different political parties, senior members are holding a meeting with him, and we've been told that the one major demand is for Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign from his position of being the president. And what will happen next is the big question. So what happens in Sri Lanka according to their constitution when a president steps down? The next step would be to elect one of the members of the parliament to that position within the next 30 days. And unless and until that consensus is not decided, Prime Minister will be stepping in on the shoes of the president as well. And we've already been told by our sources that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has communicated to the Prime Minister that he will accept whatever decision has been or will be taken by the senior members, party leaders' meet that is happening from 4 p.m. today. And we're told that the one major demand that they have kept forward is for Gotabaya to resign, which has been the public sentiment also for over 90 plus days in Sri Lanka. We've been seeing that at Golf Face, where people have been protesting, the only slogan that has been reverberating from day one is "Go Back Gota." And right now, with the way they stormed into his residence, which is Janatipati Mawata, as well as the President's Secretariat, we understand that the public sentiment has only gotten stronger. For the last 7 odd months, people of Sri Lanka have been reeling in one of its worst economic crises, and all of this is being attributed to the poor mismanagement of funds which was done by the Rajapaksa clan when they were in power. The Rajapaksa airport, the Hambantota port, as well as the Lotus Tower that is there in Sri Lanka's Colombo city, and several other similar projects which are just infrastructural projects which did not bring in revenue for the Sri Lankan people and which had pushed Sri Lanka into the kind of debt crisis that they are in. All of this is reasoned and pointed at the Rajapaksa family by the greater general public of Sri Lanka, and that anger is being witnessed as we see the big houses of the two important posts of Sri Lanka, which is the Prime Minister and the President's houses, being stormed in by angry mob. What will happen next is a big question. Will they be satisfied with just the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa is a question once again, because today morning when Sajid Premadasa's party member Rajita had gone to the location where these protests were happening, he was also shoved away from that location. Whereas while Harsha De Silva, another MP from Sajid Premadasa's party, was present, such a reaction was not seen. So, the public sentiment is very mixed. What really is going to happen, what will keep them happy, and what will be accepted, those are all very, very interesting and tricky questions. And next few days will be very crucial for the people of Sri Lanka as well as the administrative system. But two things are very clear. One is the way out for Rajapaksa family is very clear. Gotabaya Rajapaksa will be the last leaf who will be getting out. On May 9th, it was Mahinda Rajapaksa. On June 9th, it was Basil Rajapaksa. On July 9th, will it be Gotabaya Rajapaksa? That's one big question. But at the same time, the post of the Prime Minister, which is being held by Ranil Wickremesinghe, will it also last for long, or will there be a replacement for him? That is also something that we'll have to wait and watch, because the 16 SLPP leaders who have written have demanded that a new Prime Minister and a new Parliament with all party members being a representative in it is the demand that has been kept forward, Paul.
Right, Akshay, hold on over there, because we're getting some latest images that are coming in from Colombo at the moment now. After the President's residence angry residents have now stormed into temple trees, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister's residence. So, after storming into the presidential palace and capturing virtually the presidential palace, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's residence, now the protesters have stormed into temple trees, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister's residence, Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence. I'll go across to Akshay again, who is of course live with us. Akshay, now Ranil Wickremesinghe facing the ire and the fury of the protesters on the ground. You said, possibly could be assuming the role of the president, but clearly looks like the people want him out as well.
When Mahinda Rajapaksa stepped down on May 9th, the next few days were very crucial for people of Sri Lanka, and all eyes were on how Gotabaya Rajapaksa was to decide on who the next Prime Minister was. And many of them were pinning their hope that the opposition leader Sajith Premadasa and his party, Samaji Janabala Vedike, will be the one which will be forming the government, was the popular public sentiments polemic. That was what we understood also when we were in Sri Lanka as well. But what had happened was, when Sajith Premadasa, who refused to take up the prime ministerial post unless and until Gotabaya Rajapaksa was to step down, had a big disappointment when Gotabaya Rajapaksa approached Ranil Wickremesinghe, and he readily accepted. So even when Ranil Wickremesinghe got into the shoes of the Prime Minister in a late night drama, it was seen that the public sentiment in large was doubting him. But we also need to remember that Ranil Wickremesinghe is not a new face. He is the Prime Minister of the country for the 5th time. So the people of the country did pin hope on him, and he had given a very promising statement to India Today when he spoke for the first time after becoming the Prime Minister. And he said that he will be bringing back the economy of Sri Lanka. He will revive it, and he has a plan, and that will be executed in the coming months. But what has happened ever since Ranil Wickremesinghe taking charge was that it was only disappointment for the people of Sri Lanka. He tried approaching IMF, he tried approaching World Bank and several other countries and other monetary agencies, but nobody had stepped forward to help Sri Lanka the way they had demanded. So what happened was, the debt crisis kept increasing, the economic situation kept increasing, the kind of deficits that was there in the country and the shortages that were there in the country just kept piling up, which meant the public sentiments, public anger towards Ranil Wickremesinghe was also increasing only. So today's kind of protest that we're seeing in Sri Lanka is just the public sentiments which has been piled up for months together, and this is the way that they are able to showcase that their dissent towards the leadership and the political structure which is right now in place. They have been demanding a change, a new system, new faces, and will that be given is something that we'll have to see. And again, coming back to the new faces, what we're seeing in the political system, most of the MPs who have been selected are people who have already been in position of power prior. So, the faith on this political clan has gone down among the public is what we can understand, and they are looking forward for a solution from which Sri Lanka can reel out. Because while we were in Sri Lanka, we had spoken to several students who had come there at Golface and who were sitting on protest. College students, school students had all managed to come there, and they were repeatedly talking about how even for writing for their exams, they were not getting papers because papers were getting expensive. They were not able to make paper, they were not able to import paper. So all of it was getting difficult. The crisis of the pandemic followed by the economic crisis, all of this has piled up and has been affecting the common man, and that fury of the common man is being witnessed. And clearly Ranil Wickremesinghe too is losing the plot, and he is also not having a favorable scenario right now amongst the protesters who are there at Golface Colony.
Okay, so it appears now the protesters won't have any of what is going on in the country at the moment. They want the president out, they want the prime minister out as well. Akshay, stay on with us. Dini Jayasekhara, who is a Sri Lankan journalist, is joining us on the phone line right now. Dini, what is the situation on the ground right now? What exactly is happening? Because we do believe that the prime minister did call for a party leaders meeting as well. What came out of that meeting? Dini, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, my question was, the Prime Minister called for a party leaders meeting. Is that meeting over? What came out of that meeting?
Sorry, I can't hear.
Okay, let me just repeat my question. What I was asking you, Dini, if you can hear me, is that is the party leaders meeting which was called by the Prime Minister over, and has anything come out of that meeting?
Party leaders decide to inform President to resign, and
Okay.
it was decided in the party leaders meeting that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa should resign immediately. The party leaders meeting chaired by the speaker is being held to discuss for the decisions follow the massive protests in the country. Earlier, President Rajapaksa informed Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe that he will respect any decision taken at party leaders meeting. So that's the situation.
So you're telling us, Dini, that the party leaders meeting has decided that they will tell Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign as the president?
That's the news.
Okay. Okay. Also, what is the situation on the ground right now, Dini? Because we hear that protesters have also entered the Prime Minister's residence, Temple Trees.
Actually, we are not aware.
Okay, the protesters, we have some pictures right now of the protesters who seem to have entered the Prime Minister's residence, Temple Trees residence in Colombo.
That's true.
Okay, okay. So the protesters are demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Wickremesinghe as well?
Ask, but still, officially, no. It's not resign. Officially not resign. He still then also circulate some news from he was resignations, but also to design still officially no.
Okay, and what about President Gotabaya Rajapaksa? Where is he?
We don't know. Actually, we don't know. Circulate some news as he was also up country. But actually, we don't know he is where.
Okay, but any word from Gotabaya Rajapaksa, will he resign?
No, we don't mind. It's we don't yet. Also, he called Mr. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe and tell, but still it's not official.
Okay, okay. Dini, thank you so much for joining us. So basically what Dini, of course, over there was telling us is that there are reports that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa told the Prime Minister that he will abide by whatever decision is taken by the party leaders meeting. But again, it is not official. These are some reports that are circulating that he has communicated this to the Prime Minister's office. But what we also hear is what Dini was telling us earlier is that there are reports also that the party leaders meeting, which was convened by the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, has decided to seek the president's resignation. They want Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down as the president immediately so that this crisis can be brought somewhat under control. Murtaza is also joining us live from Colombo at the moment. Murtaza, if you're on the ground right now, can you tell us what is happening around you and what is the situation on the ground?
It's like a carnival here. It's like a great time to be out. It's a great day for Sri Lanka. I think it's probably one of the best things that happened in the last, 4 or 5 years that we can think of. And yeah, it's almost like a carnival. Absolutely no violence. Everybody is abiding by, being fantastic citizens, and as always, showing, it's a very united effort. That's the key thing I would like to this thing. People are together, and people have found that this is one thing that for the first time in 5 years they have united everybody, and this is it. So it's wonderful to be here.
Okay, so Mustafa, where is everyone right now? Are they proceeding? We do know that they entered the presidential palace. We do know that they entered the Prime Minister's residence, Temple Trees as well. Where are the protesters gathering next?
So it's if you see Colombo, most of the presidential and high-level officers are based in this 2 to 3 kilometer radius. So that's Kolpiti, Colombo 3, ending all the way up to Colombo 1. So the presidential palace is all the way towards the end in Colombo 1, and the Prime Minister's residence is Temple Trees, which is in Colombo 3. Relatively all within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius. So most of the concentration is in around that area, mainly the Gaul Road, starting from the Kolpiti Junction, moving all the way to Gaul Face and to the presidential palace. Right now, I'm right near the Indian High Commission. If you around, you will see the Indian flag and Indian High Commission. The American Center is right next to it, so it's pretty peaceful in that sense, and a carnival atmosphere. Yeah.
Okay, and the people, Murtaza, want both the president and the prime minister to step down?
Yes, of course. I mean, that's the whole idea of this struggle. They want the prime minister and the president. I don't think even the prime minister is calling in for some kind of a meeting. But I don't think you can acknowledge that, because I don't think he has any credibility left either. He's also a lame duck prime minister, if you ask me.
Okay, Murtaza, also could I ask you to rotate your cameras, flip it around so that we can see exactly what's happening around you as well? If you can just keep panning so we see what's going on around you.
This is going towards Gaul Face. You can see the other end of it.
Right.
It's going, and that's towards the president's house. And this is towards the Prime Minister's house. You can see a concentration of people around there. That's the President's house.
Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm sorry, that's the Prime Minister's house. I'm sorry, not President's. This is Prime Minister's. And if you move around that way, the President's house is a good kilometer away, so I won't be able to zoom in. But it's along that street going down.
Okay. Thank you so much for bringing us those images. Just stay on those images, Murtaza, right now. Also, what are the protesters going to do now? So until they hear of a decision from the president, are they going to camp in Colombo?
I believe yes. I think that's the whole idea, and I think they will be here for the foreseeable future, because until we have the president steps down and the prime minister steps down, and we have a new this thing, then I think people will move out.
Okay. Murtaza, thank you so much for joining us on India Today, and thank you for bringing us those live pictures, viewers, that Murtaza is of course showing us from Colombo, where protesters there, as you can see earlier, stormed into the residence of the Prime Minister. That's the Temple Trees residence of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, who was in fact sworn into office only in the month of May. But the people, of course, are frustrated now. They believe that he has no action plan, and there is no other way to get out of this crisis unless there is a complete change of regime. We're getting some more news that's coming in at the moment. Now, according to sources, party leaders asked both the president and the prime minister to resign. They suggest that the speaker be made acting president of Sri Lanka. At the speaker's residence, an urgent party leaders meeting is currently underway. Several other leaders, including Prime Minister AKT and Sumantiran, in fact, participated via a Zoom link. A decision has been made to ask both the President, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to resign. The Speaker, they want him to take over as acting President according to the Constitution. So that's the important piece of information that's coming in right now from a Colombo of party leaders who attended that meeting, which was called by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to, of course, deal immediately with this crisis which is unfolding on the streets of Sri Lanka. They want both the President and the Prime Minister to step down immediately, and they want the Speaker of Sri Lanka to in fact assume the charge of President temporarily until, of course, they can find a more permanent solution to this crisis at the moment. But as you heard from the people, also you heard from a resident there who was speaking to us live from the ground in Colombo, Murtaza, he also said that the people's demand is that both the President and the Prime Minister immediately tender in their resignations. The people have lost faith in both President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, and they want them to step down immediately. They want a complete change of regime. Remember, the situation and the economic crisis in Sri Lanka is such that it will take at least some months, if not more, 6 months at least, before, someone can, of course, get a grip over the crisis, at least contain it But the people, of course, are frustrated. Akshaya Nath, my colleague, breaking this piece of information right now. Akshaya, what you're telling us right now is that party leaders who attended that meeting called by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe have demanded that both the President and the Prime Minister step down immediately and the Speaker assume charge as acting President.
Well, Paulomi, we're getting news from Sri Lanka where Rauf Hakim, who is a member of the parliament, he is Sri Lankan Muslim Congress's member, he has tweeted out stating that, during the meeting, while Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe had joined the meeting via Zoom, it was made very clear that the popular sentiment is asking for both the President and the Prime Minister to step down and seeking Speaker to take up the temporary position as the President as per the Constitution of Sri Lanka. But right now he's also said on social media that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has disagreed, and the Speaker, however, had decided to write to both President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to resign as per the overwhelming popular request and demand among the members of the parliament that both Ranil Wickremesinghe and Gotabaya Rajapaksa, both of them step down from the positions that they're currently holding. So we are getting news from the meeting that is going on right now that, demand has been put forward by the member of parliament of all party meeting that both President and the Prime Minister steps down. And right now we're being told that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has disagreed, because of which Speaker will be writing to both of them demanding their resignation, because that is the popular demand in Sri Lanka. And evident to that, we've seen that people of Sri Lanka have also gone out on the roads. They have, stormed into the presidential secretariat, into the president's official residence, which is the Janadipati Mavata, and also the Prime Minister's official residence, which is Temple Tree, all of them which are located very close to each other. If you see, it forms a triangle in Sri Lanka within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. If you see, the Presidential Secretariat is where the protest was happening in Golf Face for the last 90 plus days. Just walk straight down the road and you will hit Temple Tree, and diagonally to that will be where the President's house is, which is Janadipati Mavata. So it forms a triangle technically, and the entire area is being stormed by the people of
So that is an important piece of information, viewers, that Akshay is bringing to us. One, that the party leaders, of course, at that meeting that was called by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe have demanded that both the President and the Prime Minister step down. But Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has dug his heels in. He has refused to resign. That should, of course, be one of the points that we will, of course, reflect on our screens as well. Ranil Wickremesinghe has dug his heels in. He will not resign. So now it has been decided that the Speaker will write to both the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe and ask them to step down, because that is the overwhelming demand of all the party leaders who attended that meeting. Now, here are the top 10 defining images of the Sri Lankan political turmoil. Violent clashes break out between police and angry citizens who try to storm President residence in Colombo. Sri Lankan police fire tear gas at crowds in an attempt to control and disperse the crowds. Sri Lankan police struggled to contain the crowd, used water guns at protesters. Massive crowd stormed President's residence after breaking down police barricades. Chaos erupts inside Sri Lankan residence. Protesters ransacked Sri Lanka's presidential palace, loot belongings. Amid the chaos, several protesters take a dip in the pool of the presidential palace. Protesters have also stormed Temple Trees, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence in Colombo. sea of protesters earlier gathered at Sri Lanka's presidential palace and surrounding areas. Over 100 protesters injured due to the violent clashes between the police and the protesters. VIP movement seen at Colombo port. 2 naval vessels have left Colombo with VVIPs. That's all we have for you in this broadcast. Stay tuned to India Today. News and updates will continue on the other side of this very short break.
are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Killer robots sound like something out of a science fiction horror film, but advances in technology mean that fully autonomous weapons could one day become a reality, transforming warfare. Autonomous weapons, which use artificial intelligence to select targets, are already being developed, aimed at reducing cost and risk to human soldiers, while increasing speed and efficiency in action. Unlike drones, which are operated by humans, killer robots would have some autonomous decision-making ability and capacity to act. Fully autonomous weapons will be capable of acting without any human intervention. They've been described as the third revolution in warfare after gunpowder and nuclear arms. Some of the world's most prominent scientists believe that fully autonomous weapons pose an unacceptable threat to humanity and could trigger an artificial intelligence arms race. In April 2013, a group of non-governmental organizations launched the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots, an international coalition working to ban fully autonomous weapons. The International Committee for Robot Arms Control, meanwhile, campaigns for the peaceful use of robotics and regulation of robot weapons.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The convict is a defiant young man of 31 years, a dreaded gang leader of a 700-member gang. He is Lawrence Bishnoi from Punjab. In these exclusive images of the Bishnoi gang being paraded by the Delhi Police Special Cell in 2021 after taking them into remand under the Anti-Organized Crime Act Makoka, Lawrence is seen in a black t-shirt, green shoes and cropped hair. The reason he's now one of the top searches on Google from India is because of the murder of another young man from Punjab. He used to sing and rap about guns and gangs among other haunting melodies. Before Sidhu Moosewala himself became a target, on the 29th of May 2022 in Mansa, Punjab, Shubhdeep Singh Sidhu was 28 years old. Famous by his stage name of Sidhu Moosewala, Shubhdeep was driving his SUV from his home to his aunt's house when he was shot dead by assailants. His father, Balkaur Singh, was in the car right behind him at the time of the shooting. The father saw it all. Soon after Moosewala was declared dead, one gang from Punjab claimed to have carried out the shooting. It was the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, led by Lawrence Bishnoi himself, housed in Tihar jail at the time of the shootout. It's the same gang that allegedly threatened Bollywood's Bhaijan Salman Khan. Lawrence Bishnoi had even ordered a recce of the actor's house in Mumbai.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा सलमान खान का करेंगे मारेंगे ही जाएंगे जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं बिना मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं
Once an aspiring Punjab student leader, Lawrence Bishnoi shot to public fame from being another top wanted criminal in police files. Son of a Punjab farmer with a panache has finally become a common household name across India, even if it's through the dark alleys of guns, murder and criminal threats.
Lawrence Bishnoi was in Tihar jail cell number 8 on 29th May when Sidhu Moosewala left his home driving his SUV Thar. Another white SUV was trailing him. The sun was still up and in the broad daylight, bullets from 3 weapons rained on Moosewala. He was declared dead in the hospital. He never reached the house of his aunt.
आया नहीं भाई उधर राजी रख लिया दुश्मना ने आया नहीं करे आज मेरा पान जाती जुड़के महिंदा थी मेरे नाल मेरे दिल दा टुकड़ा थी मैनू मेरे पुत्त नालों प्यारा थी हुणे आउणा ही थी इत्थे बहिंदा थी आके बथेरा कर
Just 24 hours before the young singer was murdered, his security cover was reduced to 2 from 4 Punjab commandos. Initial wrath was against the new Chief Minister of Punjab. But everything was happening at once. Within hours of the shootout, through a Facebook post, a notorious gang leader living in Canada, Goldie Brar, claimed responsibility of the murder of the young singer. He claimed that it was to settle scores for another murder committed in August 2021.
लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है और इसकी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो लकी उन्होंने ले ली है उनकी गैंग के.
Young Akali Dal leader Vicky Middukhera was shot dead on 7th August last year. With him, another person was shot dead at the same spot. He was Gurlal Brar, Goldie Brar's brother. The same Goldie Brar who claimed responsibility for Sidhu Moosewala's murder. Vicky, also known as Vikramjit Singh, had only one FIR registered against him at Sector 39 police station in Chandigarh. It mentioned his name as member of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang active in the Tri-City. The FIR alleged that he used to provide logistical support to gang members. Sidhu Moosewala's manager, Shaganpreet, was accused of the murder of Gurlal Brar. Shaganpreet fled to Australia soon after the death of Vicky Middukhera. In an exclusive interview to India Today, another singer from Punjab, Mika, revealed how Sidhu Moosewala feared for his life.
And वो यही बात बोल रहा था कि पाजी मैं तो मुंबई में घूम रहा हूँ, यहाँ तो कोई टेंशन ही नहीं यार, अकेला गाड़ी में घूमूं, कोई बॉडीगार्ड की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई सिक्योरिटी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, कोई बंदा घूर के नहीं आपको देख रहा. 4 साल पहले भी यही बातें करते थे कि यार मुझे ऐसे ऐसे गैंगस्टर ने धमकी दी है, ये दी है, वो दी है.
Mika's interview revealed the dark underworld of Punjab, where music, glamour and guns were all intertwined and led to a bloody trail of revenge killings and boasting.
ये चीज दिल्ली या मुंबई में क्यों नहीं हो रही? उनके अलावा और भी सिंगर्स हैं. मेरा एक छोटा भाई है गिप्पी गरेवाल, उसके साथ भी हुआ है. उसको भी शायद सिक्योरिटी मिली थी पीछे, उसको भी यही प्रॉब्लम आई थी. तो ये जो भी गैंगस्टर आते हैं, ये अपना उनको जेल के अंदर से ही उनको धमकियां देते हैं और जब वो प्रोल पे या बेल पे बाहर आते हैं, अपना फिर कान करते हैं, फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं.
The youngest of the attackers and perhaps the deadliest. His manifesto written in bullets. Ankit Sirsa, a school dropout aged 18 and a half years. Ankit Sirsa allegedly fired at singer Sidhu Moosewala from virtual point-blank range on the 29th of May in Punjab's Mansa. The special cell of the Delhi police captured him Sunday night in the national capital. With him was this man, Sachin Bhivani, who the police say provided logistical support to the Moosewala killers.
जो भी लीड मिलती रही उसको बड़ा डिलीजेंटली डेवलप किया और कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब ISBT पे अंकित सिरसा जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई उसको अरेस्ट किया.
According to the police, both belong to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. They changed their location almost every other day since the singer's murder before they were finally arrested.
The Delhi Police's special cell made 5 arrests related to Sidhu Moosewala's murder. They are booked under the Arms Act, and the 3 shooters that have been arrested are Priyavrat Fauji, Kashish alias Kuldeep, and the youngest being Ankit Sirsa. However, Jagpreet, Rupa, Manpreet, Manu and Deepak Munde, the other 3 shooters are still on the run.
Lawrence Bishnoi allegedly ordered Moosewala's murder from inside the high-security Tihar Central Jail in Delhi. The killing carried out by foot soldiers from across states. Instructions sent out to them from Bishnoi's close associate, Goldie Brar, believed to be operating from Canada.
When questioned, Lawrence Bishnoi told investigators that this 2020 song in which Moosewala featured left him disturbed. He found the title track Bambiha Bole supportive of his arch rival Bambiha gang operating out of Armenia. As police announced fresh arrests in Delhi, Moosewala's father in Punjab lamented his son became a victim of gang war.
ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੈਰਲਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਜੂ ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆਜੂ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਰੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਮਰੇ ਮਰਦੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਮ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਦੂਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਫਿਰ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਮਿੱਡੂ ਖੇੜੇ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਹੋਰ ਲੈ ਲੈਣਗੇ ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਚ ਬਦਲੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਂਦੇ
A month after the murder, Moosewala's distressed father spoke about the scale of threats the young singer faced. According to him, Moosewala was on the hit list of up to 60 people.
ਅੱਜ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੀ ਚੜਾਈ ਦੇਖ ਲਈ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ ਤੁਰ ਪਏ ਔਰ 50-60 ਬੰਦੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ ਤੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਗੱਲ ਚੇਤੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੰਨਾ ਗਿਆਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਮਾਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਚੋਂ ਲੈਣਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਤੇ 8 ਵਾਰ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ 8 ਵਾਰ
Attempts were made on his life even during elections. The arrest has once again focused the spotlight on organized crime in Punjab.
The police and government were on the back foot. Several CCTV videos threaded a tale of how 2 cars followed the young singer. The videos clearly established that one Bolero car was used by the assailants along with another. It showed them fleeing after the murder. They leave their cars behind and snatch another car and then drive away in a nondescript white Alto. In another footage, they are seen refueling the Alto at a petrol pump. 7 days after the shootout, Punjab police identified the shooters and members instrumental to execute the plan. The cops were able to arrest some of them. One Manpreet Brar was arrested for providing logistics. Another gangster named Kekra was also arrested by the Punjab police. Kekra allegedly tipped off the killers about Moosewala's movement after taking a selfie with him.
Bishnoi is being escorted in a bulletproof vehicle. So police is now taking him to Mohali where he will be questioned. The police has now secured a 7-day remand. Bishnoi was earlier produced in a Mansa court which has remanded him to 7 days police custody.
The spotlight was clearly on the 31-year-old gang lord, Lawrence Bishnoi.
From Mansa, gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has been brought to this CIA police station, Kharad, Mohali.
SIT के टीम के जो अफसर हैं, वो फिलहाल मोहाली के CIA के दफ्तर में मौजूद है. यही लॉरेंस बिश्नोई भी मौजूद है. अब उससे सवाल पूछा जाएगा.
The plot to kill Moosewala was hatched since the 2021 murder of Vicky Midhukhera. It was not only plotted across states in India, but also internationally. During interrogation with different gang members, it became more and more apparent that the whole plan was put into motion by none other than Lawrence Bishnoi sitting behind bars in a Delhi jail. First, he assigned his brother Anmol and nephew Sachin to carry out the coordination of the murder plot. Lawrence Bishnoi flew his brother Anmol out of India. He was sent to Europe so he could evade security agencies, from where he coordinated with Goldie Brar in Canada and other gang members. But there were other challenges. Firstly, Sidhu Moosewala was always followed by 8 security guards with assault rifles. 4 of them were from Punjab police. Secondly, they needed to break through the bulletproof vehicle. Punjab Police Special Investigation Team sources revealed to India Today that the shooters close to the gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar recceed the thickness of the windows of Moosewala's car. The shooters visited Jalandhar, where such bulletproof SUVs are made, and in all likelihood, Moosewala's car was also made. The shooters were provided AN-94 and other sophisticated weapons by Brar and Bishnoi. Punjab government lowered security protection of Moosewala from 4 to 2 a day before he was murdered. The final signal for the singer's murder was given via a video call. After conducting a recce of Moosewala's house on 29th May, gangster Kekra accompanied Nikku Takatmal on his motorcycle. They were present at the young singer's house when he came out of the gate to drive down to his aunt's house. Nikku and Kekra took a selfie with Sidhu Moosewala on Nikku's mobile phone and made a video call to another point person, Sachin Thapan. They informed him that the singer had left his house without security and that he was in the driver's seat of the black Thar.
A killer breakthrough. They videoed themselves celebrating after shooting dead singer Sidhu Moosewala. They waved their firearms, which investigators have yet to recover. But their make and variety suggests how these gangsters may have upgraded their deadly arsenals. Turkish Zigana pistols, Austrian Glocks, a German Heckler & Koch P30 handgun, a Star pistol that originated in Spain. Investigators say an AK-47 assault rifle was also used in Moosewala's murder. But most of the firearms seen in the video are concealable, capable of firing multiple rounds quickly, requiring less reloading. All imported and likely smuggled in from international criminal networks.
कल रात तकरीबन 11 बजे जब ISBT पे अंकित सिरसा जो कि सबसे यंगेस्ट शूटर था, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेस्परेट था, जिसने दोनों हाथों से फायरिंग करी और जो सबसे करीब जाके जिसने गोलियां चलाई उसको अरेस्ट किया।
Almost a month after Moosewala's murder, his father spoke about the scale of threat his star son had faced.
ਪੈਰਲਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਚੁਗਲੀਆਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲੇ ਪੱਖ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ? ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ? ਇੱਕ ਕੋਲੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੋਡੇ ਰਗੜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦੂਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆ ਜੂ, ਜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਵਗ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੀਜਾ ਆ ਜੂ। ਕਿੰਨੇ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਚੱਲੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਭਰਾ ਮਾਰੂ ਜੰਗ ਹੈ ਭਰਾਵੋ। ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਰੇ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਂਗਸਟਰ ਮਰੇ, ਮਰਦੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਆ? ਸਾਡੇ ਆਮ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ।
Investigations show the gangsters also plan to involve a couple of women in the murder, one posing as a reporter and the other as a policewoman raiding Moosewala's home. Both were to be followed by the assassins. But the Lawrence Bishnoi gang didn't find the women to enroll for the actual killing.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Sri Lanka on the boil. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees his residence in the capital as tens of thousands of protesters break police barriers, blocking the president's house, demanding his resignation. India Today's mega exclusive Moosewala murder probe revelation, chilling audio conversations leading up to the brutal murder of Sidhu Moosewala accessed. Gangster Goldie Brar monitored murder with every instruction given over the phone. India Today exclusively accesses the shocking video 8 days before Kanhaiya Lal's heinous murder. Sartan se juda chants openly raised in a rally. India Today uncovers massive anti-India plot. Hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia wage cyber war against India over Nupur Sharma's prophet remarks. Indian officials approach Interpol to take legal action. Filmmaker Leena provokes once again, says My Kali is queer, free-spirited, slams Hindutva, saying My Kali dismantles Hindutva. Multiple FIRs filed against Leena in India. Massive tragedy hits Amarnath. 16 dead, over 48 severely injured after cloudburst triggered flash floods. Several tents washed away. NDRF ITBP rescue operations underway. Political turmoil as it's unfolding in Sri Lanka. Those images, of course, encapsulating what happened in Colombo this afternoon. As you can see, multiple images basically showing protesters who stormed the capital city of Colombo, and in their thousands, a sea of protesters descended onto the streets of Colombo. They came in via train, via other routes that they could use in order to storm into first the presidential palace and then the Prime Minister's residence in Colombo. News just coming in amid growing clamour to step down. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agrees to resign. At the party leaders' meeting, Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has told the party leaders that he's willing to resign as Prime Minister and make way for an all-party government to take over. That's the big breaking news that we are, of course, bringing to you viewers right now. News coming in from the party leaders' meeting that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has agreed to resign. He has said that he is willing to step down and make way for an all-party government to take over. No word yet, of course, on what President Gotabaya Rajapaksa will do, because the party leaders at the meeting demanded that both the President and the Prime Minister step down and make way for the Speaker to assume charge as the acting President of the country until a more permanent arrangement can be found. Now, word coming in from inside that party leaders' meeting, Sri Lanka's Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has agreed to step down as per the request of the party leaders who in fact attended that meeting in Colombo. Protesters, remember, in fact, had stormed into Colombo city earlier today. A sea of protesters, in fact, that stormed into the city, demanding the resignation of both the president and the Prime Minister. The president's whereabouts, in fact, are currently unknown because he seems to have fled his residence before protesters entered his residence and completely ransacked it out of fury, out of rage over the growing economic crisis in Sri Lanka. Later, these protesters, in fact, proceeded towards the Temple Trees residence of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe was not present in the residence when they stormed into his residence, and they, in fact, ransacked the residence as well. Stana Jayasuriya, former Sri Lankan cricketer, is on the phone line with us right now. Mr. Jayasuriya, word coming in from inside that meeting, the party leaders' meeting now, is that the Prime Minister, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, has agreed to step down and make way for an all-party government to take charge.
Yeah, he has told that he is willing to step down. I'm not sure whether he has said that he will resign. He has said that he is willing to resign. So I think the people in this country wants President and Prime Minister to go. So we don't know yet. The news is not very clear. The people want a clear message.
Okay, so you're saying it's not very clear whether he's willing to resign or whether he is going to resign, in fact, as the Prime Minister, and that the people want both the President and the Prime Minister to go, is what you're saying?
Yeah, this is what we did because we have been going through a tough time for last almost a year. And last 6 months, people are protesting on the road, non-violent protests. We have started and people have been protesting. And people want President to go. And then the Prime Minister stepped down May 9. And then again, we've been protesting because it's difficult. In our people live in this country. There's no petrol, no diesel, no gas, electricity shortages. Everything is happening. So this is why people can't wait anymore. So people have decided to protest, and they have given a chance, given a date till the July 9th today. And people came all over the place to Colombo. So they want President to go.
Right, so they want the President to go. The Prime Minister, of course, has said that he's willing to resign at the moment. But Mr. Jayasuriya, Ranil Wickremesinghe took charge as Prime Minister of the country only in the month of May. It's only been about a couple of months since he, of course, assumed charge. It's a very unprecedented sort of an economic crisis that he was dealing with. Do you believe that he was incapable of handling the situation, given that he had only 2 months?
Yeah. The thing is, the people first want the President to be resigned, but it didn't happen. The Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa resigned. Then Ranil Wickremesinghe came, but still people were not happy. People were given little time because they were thinking that the Ranil Wickremesinghe will do something to people to breathe in, but it didn't happen, and it is getting worse by day. And he was even in the Parliament, the Prime Minister, the Wickremesinghe said it's going to be very difficult for next 2 to 3 weeks. Again and again he was calling. So it was very difficult for Sri Lankans to live like that. That is why today is the 9th, July 9th. People have decided to come to Colombo. They came from everywhere, even though we don't have the transport not there, the buses are not there, trains are not working, but still people came.
Right. So also, what experts are saying is that the situation is so unprecedented and is so bad right now in terms of the economic crisis that Sri Lanka is facing. It's going to take months for things to come under some sort of a control, under some sort of a grip, because the fact is that it's absolutely unprecedented. So whoever takes charge after this is not going to be able to sort of, move a magic wand and correct the situation. It's going to take at least 6 months, is what experts are saying.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It has gone really bad at the moment. So we don't know how they're going to take it up, and we hope and pray. And whoever comes and will work to get the people the suffering people in this country to a better life soon. This is what people are asking. The people can't wait so long on the petrol queues. The people have died on petrol queues. About almost 20 people have been died so far. So they're suffering. So somehow, whoever who comes, I don't know who's coming, but we want things to be implemented fast and people to live free and happily. That's what we want.
Okay. Mr. Jayasuriya, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. That was, of course, the former Sri Lankan cricketer, Sanath Jayasuriya, speaking exclusively to India Today and saying that, well, it remains to be seen if Ranil Wickremesinghe indeed goes, because he may have communicated right now that he is willing to resign. But does he resign or not is still the question. And of course, the bigger question, will President Gotabaya Rajapaksa step down as well? Because much of the anger, of course, is directed at the president as well. Ranil Wickremesinghe, of course, took charge and assumed office after former Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa stepped down. It was only in the month of May, but obviously he's had only 2 months, but the people were expecting him to work something out, at least bring them some amount of relief. That did not happen, and hence the people are angry against the entire establishment and they want a change of regime. So, word coming in right now from the party leaders meeting in Colombo that Ranil Wickremesinghe, as per the demands of the party leaders, has said that he is willing to step down and make way for a new government, an all-party government possibly at the centre. Whether that happens or not remains to be seen. Officially, of course, communication is awaited, and word, of course, from President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, whose whereabouts are currently unknown, word from him still awaited. Those images, of course, from earlier today of the protests that broke out across Colombo city, where protesters entered the residence, the presidential palace of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. They also entered the secretariat as well, completely storming it, registering their anger and their fury over months. This is the 7-month-old crisis, long crisis, which has been going on. Sri Lanka reeling from its worst economic crisis ever. That is the situation, in fact, on the ground right now. And the protesters say they will not leave Colombo until they have the resignations of both President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. Here are the top 10 defining images of the Sri Lankan political turmoil. Violent clashes break out between police and angry citizens who tried to storm President's residence in Colombo. Sri Lankan police fired tear gas at crowds in an attempt to control and disperse the crowds. Sri Lankan police struggled to contain the crowd, used water guns at protesters. Massive crowds stormed the presidential palace after breaking down police barriers. Chaos erupts inside Sri Lanka's presidential palace. Protesters ransack the Sri Lankan president's residence, loot belongings. Amid the chaos, several protesters take a dip in the pool of the presidential palace. Protesters also stormed temple trees, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence in Colombo. A sea of protesters have gathered at Sri Lanka's presidential palace and surrounding areas. Over 100 protesters injured due to violent clashes between the police and the protesters. VIP movement seen at Colombo port. 2 naval vessels have left Colombo with VVIPs. Sri Lanka's economic and political crisis worsens. All schools closed till July 15. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has told party leaders that he is willing to resign, making way for an all-party government to take over. Now, this after party leaders asked both President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to resign. Remember, amidst the chaos, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe summoned an emergency party meeting to discuss the crisis. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has reportedly said that he will respect the decision taken at the party leaders' meeting. Angry Sri Lankan protesters also stormed into the president's official residence in Colombo. Police used tear gas and water cannons and even opened fire to disperse the crowds, who in fact jumped over the barricades at the Rajapaksa residence. As the economic crisis worsens in Sri Lanka, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is reportedly to have fled from his residence. His whereabouts, of course, unknown at the moment. We earlier spoke to Shashi Dhanatunge, former bureaucrat and other senior journalists on the Sri Lankan crisis. Listen
in. The protesters decided today, July 9th, is the last day. Before that, if they don't resign, they will come to Colombo and by force the people's power will ask him to resign. So what they did is the same thing. People came to Colombo today without no petrol, no diesel. There's no transport today in the whole of Sri Lanka. But people have managed to come to Colombo to protest and ask President to resign. So all these security was there, everything was there. But the protesters managed to pass through and went to President's house and the President's secretariat. But I think the speaker has convened a party leaders meeting. I think then they will decide what they are going to do. But the people, what they want is make sure that the people want President to resign. So that this is what people are asking. We are suffering, and this country has been going through hell last almost 7 months. No fuel, no nothing at all. Power cuts, petrol, no diesel. So it's very difficult for the people in this country, so they can't tolerate anymore. These last few months, it was really bad in Sri Lanka. The people been dying on the petrol queues. There are about 20, the people have died, all these petrol queues. So it's so sad to see all these things. I think they have not taken any decision about what they're going to do with this fuel crisis and power crisis. All the gas issue, the people is going through a very, very difficult time, which we have never seen in my whole life. So unfortunately, the people have decided to come out and protest. It will be continuing if he's not resigned, and I hope he will resign because the party leaders have met today. So hopefully, fingers crossed, he will resign. It's something which was on the menu from the time the economic crisis began. A social crisis was on the menu. And so here is a situation where the final curry has been delivered to the table, because if you really look at, we had the 9th of May, the Prime Minister was basically asked to, or forced to leave the office. And then on the 9th of June, exactly a month after, we had the other brother of the Rajapaksa family, who was the Minister of Finance, had to basically resign from the parliament. And then came the 3rd month, which is the 9th July. We basically, the country is seeing today, as we speak, the president had to leave his official residence after being confined himself for both work and for his living for the last 3 months, away from his personal residence, and vacating that because of the forces that came from all sides of the public, which was angered and was very unhappy with the situation the country was dragged into.
We are responsible party leaders and politicians and member of parliament. we don't want this situation to continue. We had been also calling for the resignation of the president, and also I personally also advised Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe also to tender the resignation and respect the ambition and the struggle of the people, and so that interim government can take over until there is a climate which should allow us to conduct an election and go for this people's mandate.
Ganapathy Subramaniam, senior journalist, is also now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. What is the way out of this crisis, given that the president has approached Russia already saying that help us when it comes to the fuel shortage, and this is something that we will appreciate. Up until the 22nd of July, there is no fuel in Sri Lanka. And this crisis now, with the president have to flee, what's the way out?
India has been helping as much as possible. Not only India, China has also offered some help, and the international institutions are also trying to help. But it is the people of Sri Lanka and the government of Sri Lanka who have the primary responsibility to rectify the situation. People who are protesting on the streets have made it very clear that the Rajapaksa family does not have their trust. The slogan you would have heard again and again is that go back Gota. Already Mahinda Rajapaksa has resigned. Gotabaya Rajapaksa should have also resigned, but he has not resigned, and he has installed a new government. And the situation continues to go from bad to worse. People are going from frying pan to fire. There is no fuel. The inflation is uncontrollable. And there are so many issues which they are not addressing at all. The priorities seem to be elsewhere.
Given that, Mr. Ganapathy Subramaniam,
like this,
the populist sentiment, sir.
They can help themselves.
Yes. Mr. Subramaniam, I want to ask you, given that the populist sentiment is against the Rajapakshas, did you really see this coming? And is this something that eventually is going to, so to speak, end the rule of the Gotabaya of the Rajapaksha brothers? Both Mahinda, like you said, has been shown the door, and this is the time for Gotabaya to go then.
Yeah, you are right. Already Mahinda Rajapaksa has disappeared from the scene, and now probably it is time for Gotabaya and the rest of the family members also. It is this dynasty politics and one family controlling everything has led to corruption and the total lack of governance. And that's what people of Sri Lanka are pointing out again and again. On all these protests for the last 2 months has been going on continuously, emphasizing that this government has been, it's a complete failure. And why do they want to stick to power when they can't rectify the situation? So therefore, it is not just an economic crisis or a monetary crisis. It's more of a political crisis now. And if there is a regime change, the possibility of neighboring countries like India and international institutions helping will be far brighter for Sri Lanka.
Senior journalist, thank you so much for your time, sir. Several times President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has really sidestepped so many demands for his resignation that has come in many, many weeks together. Was this inevitable in that sense? These were peaceful protesters who have now turned extremely violent and occupying the president's official residence.
It's a very, very sad situation, and your editor Geeta Mohan has explained it very well. My understanding, taking the clue from Madam Geeta Mohan, I would like to say the crisis in Sri Lanka is grave. The China and the Russia have given their, lost hope on Sri Lanka because the economy of Sri Lanka based on tourism is over now in Sri Lanka. No one goes to Sri Lanka, and moreover, Sri Lankan embassies in the world are being closed. Such a grave situation, financially, economic-wise. They have no kerosene, they have no petrol, and they are looking for Russia and other countries. India helped its maximum. My understanding is, day after tomorrow, when the Cabinet Committee on Security meets, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take stock of the situation, and Mr. Jaishankar, a Sri Lanka expert, will definitely give his opinion. My understanding, madam, if you want to have a South Indian perspective, from Tamil Nadu, if you understand this, whatever is happening in Sri Lanka will affect Tamil Nadu per se. Tamil Nadu law and order problem because there are spillover refugees and militants in the garb of the banned LTT organization. They will be, coming into Tamil Nadu, which is a very crisis situation. Second thing, most important is day after tomorrow when the Cabinet Committee on Security in the Government of India meets, definitely they will arrange for the security of refugees. Second, whether they have to help the Sri Lankan crisis with more monetary aspects, health-wise, food-wise. They don't have bread, they don't have rice cooker. Can you believe? There are 25,000 pressure cookers have been sent last week to Sri Lanka. Therefore, Sri Lankan community as such are facing immense crisis. There is going to be a feminine type of situation in Sri Lanka. Therefore, it is going to affect India's security also, which is major apprehension.
Absolutely. Mr. Rajgopalan, you did say that as far as Sri Lankan Tamil refugees coming to Tamil Nadu is concerned, this is something that has been flagged off as well in the past, and the situation might just get even worse from here on, is what you suggested.
It is going to be worse. It is going to be a challenge for Mr. M.K. Stalin, the DMK Chief Minister, because the spillover, madam, it is only 10 kilometers, which is the border from Tamil Nadu to Sri Lanka. They come by boat. You can't restrict them if they come in huge numbers. And many of them have gone to Australia, many of them have gone to Philippines, many of them have gone to other countries by boat. So therefore, it's a crisis situation. People are running away from Sri Lanka. It's a crisis like as Geeta Mohan explained it very well. My understanding is also same thing. Economic-wise, political-wise, no world capital has recognized Sri Lanka so far. Ranil Wickremesinghe is sworn in as the Prime Minister 2 months ago, but no foreign country greeted him. Can you believe that? Because Ranil Wickremesinghe, cannot manage this type of thing. Today he has just now called for a special session of the Parliament to discuss about the Rajapaksa fleeing Colombo.
We're slipping into a very short break. Our continuous coverage of the political turmoil in Sri Lanka will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
आ गई। कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Here are the 10 defining images of the Sri Lankan political turmoil. Violent clashes break out between police and angry citizens who tried to storm the presidential palace in Colombo. Sri Lankan police fire tear gas at crowds in an attempt to control and disperse the crowd. Sri Lankan police struggled to contain the crowd, used water guns at protesters. Massive crowd storms into presidential palace after breaking down police barriers. Chaos erupts inside the Sri Lankan presidential palace. Protesters ransack the Sri Lankan president's residence, loot belongings. Amid the chaos, several protesters take a dip in the pool of the presidential palace. Protesters have also stormed temple trees, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence in Colombo. A sea of protesters have gathered at Sri Lanka's presidential palace and surrounding areas. Over 100 protesters injured due to violent clashes between police and protesters. VIP movement seen at Colombo port to naval bases. In fact, naval vessels have left Colombo with VVIPs. That's all we have for you. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned to India Today. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome. You're watching the India Today Lifestyle Show. I'm Chaiti Narula, and today we're going to be talking about the Paris Haute Couture Week 2022. From Balenciaga to Her Story X Rahul Mishra, Dior, Chanel, Jean-Paul Gaultier. Let's take a look and start off with all the highlights coming in from the Paris Haute Couture Week 2022.
One of fashion's most popular week. The Paris Haute Couture Week 2022 from 4th to 7th of July saw the who's who of the fashion fraternity from around the world flock to the French capital to see it all firsthand. The schedule saw some interesting couture, and the highlights included heavy hitters like Chanel and Dior. Schiaparelli and Balenciaga, Oliver Rousteing's guest collection for Jean-Paul Gaultier, and menswear surging to life with Thom Browne and Hedi Slimane leading the charge. The Balenciaga Haute Couture show had a star cast featuring Kim Kardashian, Dua Lipa, and Nicole Kidman. A one-off awkward moment of this model in a bridal wear going awry did end up becoming a troll's bait. Excepting that particular moment, it became one of the most talked about showcases. From Naomi Campbell to Bella Hadid, Demna Gvasalia managed to make headlines once again. Olivier Rousteing, Jean-Paul Gaultier Haute Couture collection featured cone bras, baby bumps, and human perfume bottles. Rousteing incorporated some of his own Balmain signatures, quite recognizably, into the collection. Like these party-ready mini dresses and gowns with exaggerated hip and shoulder silhouettes. Her Story X Rahul Mishra collaboration was a big one for Indian fashion. The collection married traditional Indian craftsmanship with modern conceptual design. Quite the signature Rahul Mishra style of highlighting Indian craftsmanship and thinking like an artist. Giorgio Armani, 87 now, reportedly fitted all the 92 looks personally. Evening gowns with Armani deep blue, velvet bustiers, fuchsia paired with deco black in textures of velvet, silk and layered tulle. Quite the showcase. The utility of the couture pieces stood out. Petite accessories, glitzy clutch bags, geometric jeweled drop earrings, the collection spelled wearability. Chanel saw Pharrell Williams kick off the runway show at the Artière de Paris Equestrian Center. The fall-winter collection by Virgin Viard saw feminine silhouettes, suits, long dresses in bright green color, blacks, pinks married with subdued palette that included khaki, beige and looked signature Chanel.
Victor and Rolf showed off some power beauty moves at couture, bringing in the 80s sexy back. Power dressing was the defining headline seen throughout the collection. Big blazers with exaggerated shoulders, sharp shirts, graphic stripes and coats that were larger than life, and the exaggerated makeup that went with it looked rather bold. Menswear surged to life with Tom Brown and Hedy Slimane leading the charge. Even Elie Saab debuted an array of menswear pieces alongside his signature lineup of red carpet-ready dresses for women. In New Delhi, Jayati Narula for India Today. Well, the Paris Couture Week is a place for futuristic designs, and this time around, Dutch designer Iris van Herpen decided not to go unnoticed. What did she end up doing? She created the first couture dress, which is vegan and made out of cocoa bean husk. Ria Modi with this report. The Haute Couture Week is the stage for futuristic designs always. Iris van Herpen, with her debut creation for the Haute Couture Week, decided to not go unnoticed. The luxury Dutch fashion designer Herpen partnered with Magnum Ice Cream, the chocolatier of ice cream, to design the most trailblazing haute couture vegan dress inspired by Magnum vegan ice cream. Cindy Brunner took to the runway with the Magnum vegan dress, paving way for Magnum Ice Cream's first step into circular fashion. The dress was made using an intricate three-dimensional design incorporating sustainable materials with reference to Magnum's vegan ice cream. This was an indulgent fusion between the brand's iconic melting chocolate and Herpen's luxurious fluid design. The Magnum vegan dress is the first haute couture dress to be made from cocoa bean husk. The dynamic coalition between ice cream and haute couture brings about Herpen's ambition to work towards a fully sustainable production chain within the fashion industry. In New Delhi, with Ria Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today. Indian textile has been recognized in Europe since the 17th century. This includes the fine fabric, the dyeing skill, the embroidery and what have you. But it has always been the French tailors who end up taking the credit for it. But this time around, the game entirely changed, and it is the Indian artisans who got their due share of acknowledgement, recognition and acceptance. Take a look at this special report. The Haute Couture Week is back in Paris. The artistry and craft behind this is the greatest endeavor. And it is about time that the Indian artisans get their due share of recognition. And guess what? They are. Recently, designer Rahul Mishra staged the importance of Indian embroiderers at the Dior Couture Week 2022 in Paris. He highlighted the contribution of Indian artisans to the European couture houses. In fact, the Paris Couture Week director Maria Grazia commissioned a 3,600 square feet tapestry by two artisans, Madhvi and Manu Parekh. The entire textile was made in Mumbai itself. The textile was on display as Maria Grazia Chouiri recognizes the importance of Indian artisans.
I think it's an amazing recognition. The Dior Couture Week has used the art inspired by Madhvi and Manu Parekh on the walls of the runway. It's an absolutely beautiful tribute to Indian art and its crafts. I think it's high time that Indian artisans were recognized for the work we do.
Although Indian textile has been recognized in Europe since the 17th century, including fine fabric, embroidery, dyeing skills and what have you, the French tailors are the ones who continue to still get the credit for it. Mohammed Ashir recognizes that 90% of all the hand embroidery in the Paris Fashion Week comes from India, including his.
Couture is not new to India, and as early as the 16th century saw the beautiful art of Zardozi color every single garment in every palace in India. So we understand the art and we understand couture, we understand what detailing of embroidery is. And over the years, unfortunately, we have not had the recognition, even though most of the international designers have always got embroideries done in India, be it Alexander McQueen or John Galliano and so many others. All the embroideries have always been done in India.
With Rahul Mishra in the picture of Haute Couture Week, the acknowledgement of Indian artisanal history and craftsmanship is now seeing a very exciting time. In New Delhi, with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today. Outside of Balenciaga, it was Jean Paul Gaultier's showcase that was the one to remember at the Paris Couture Week 2022. Whether it was cone bras, baby balms, human perfume bottles, it was quite an interesting one. Take a look at the showcase. Oliver Rousting's showcase at the Jean Paul Gaultier show stood out, exalting the capabilities of the atelier and paving a path for an array of dimensional designs. The audience had the experience of witnessing cone bras, fine stripes, and tattoo prints. Rousting opened his show with menswear inspired by the tattoo collection of 1994, considering a celebration of diversity. He then broke into statement women on song. The looks that showcased platform heels inspired with tin cans were quite the statement ones. The model strutted forth with metal chokers, striped glass tops, and tin micro minis. There were two models who walked down the ramp in pregnant conical bras and flesh. The runway looked like a statement of sartorial craftsmanship of the house. In New Delhi, with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today. And no fashion event anywhere in the world is complete and replete without its own set of celebrities getting packed. And of course, the Paris Couture Week 2022 was no different either, with so many celebrities in attendance. Riya Modi with this report. Some of the most stylists were present. A rather star-studded week of the fall in Paris with haute couture, so fashion's best of the best. The front rows were packed with various celebrities, various influencers, all of them donning stylish outfits in rather fashionable looks, of course. After all, it is the Haute Couture Week in Paris. The Balenciaga show saw Kim Kardashian, Nicole Kidman, Dua Lipa joining Naomi Campbell and Bella Hadid on the runway. The front row saw Northwest with Kris Jenner, Alexa Demi, Emily Ratajkowski, Offset and Michelle Yeoh. Christine Quinn showed off her slender figure at the Balenciaga show. American singer Rita Ora was spotted in an all Schiaparelli silver and white outfit at the Schiaparelli show. Mary Least was papped in front of the Eiffel Tower. Former Victoria's Secret sensation Angel Carly Kloss was papped en route a show. Evangelista was seen in a blue-tone mini dress walking her way around the streets between the fashion shows. At the Dior Haute Couture show, you had Lily Aldrich in full Dior. In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today. Over the past few years, we've seen many corners of the fashion industry radically reshaped. So that begs the question, what is the future of couture around the world? And especially since we're talking about the Paris Haute Couture Week 2022, what is going to be its future as well? Let's take a look at this report. The Paris Haute Couture Week 2022 saw some rather futuristic designs hitting the runway. The fashion showcase faces healthy competition from Milan, New York, and London. But the plans for the future have kept the audience intrigued. Reportedly, according to the newly elected president Bruno Pavlovsky, the Haute Couture Week focuses more on digital activation now and sustainability. After all, the first vegan couture also was on display there this time around. Reports suggest that the runway is all set to bring in more digital revolution now going forward. The designers are already ready to step into the futuristic designs and dive into the technological revamp. Sustainability is anyway the buzzword now in fashion circles these days, and that seems to be the defining theme most likely going forward too. The biggest names and brands in fashion now getting into Web3 and sustainability should be an interesting one to watch out for in the years to come. In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today. Well, that's it from me, Chaiti Narula, on this special broadcast of the Paris Haute Couture Week 2022. Continue to watch this space as our India Today Lifestyle team will continue to bring you all that is latest in lifestyle, fashion, wellness, and much more. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for your time.
Bharat.
Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe collapsed after a 41-year-old man shot at him during an election campaign speech. A video of the incident has since gone viral, shocking the world. While it may be shocking, assassination attempts at world leaders aren't uncommon. From Gandhis to Abe, here are world leaders who faced assassination attempts. One of the most infamous assassinations in history is of the 35th United States President. John F. Kennedy was assassinated while in a motorcade on 22 November 1963 in Texas. Lee Harvey Oswald was charged with the crime. 2 days later, Oswald was shot before he could be tried. Gandhi preached non-violence all his life, but was assassinated on 30th January 1948. He was shot by a Hindu nationalist named Nathuram Godse. On 8 November 1949, Godse was sentenced to death. India's first and only woman Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi, was shot by two of